the Ede Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv a malchus, right? Because we both say,
how's your day going, G?
Reuben kidnapped Shimon and technically doesn't sell him. So all Reuben is liable to it.
G, how'd you find out about me? G, go fuck yourself. Nobody wants to talk with you anyway.
He's malchus. He's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah said we should say that complete liability rests upon the Edi Mechira. The Chitema the Kasavar Chizkiah below lucky. So it's Chizkiah suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus. But Ikmar Basri Edi Geneva Benefesh Shehuzmi. So ultimately, again, if you have witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and then those same witnesses remain to Eidim Zomamin, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokin, the Chad Amar In Lokin. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says they don't get malchus. The Aminan who said to Stangim the Chizkiah Amar Lokin. It must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get malchus. Why? The Amar Chizkiah Ein Neheragin. Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get malchus. The Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, Kivan Amar Neheragin, Havili not lav shenitim as haras misas bezin. According to Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a lav that is given over to execution by Bezdin. The chalav shenitim as haras misas bezin lokin alav. And I will say in general, the halacha is anytime Bezdin is executing someone, there's not malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, Ihu lo laki inweti laku. So in that case, if technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given malchus, so you're going to go ahead and you're going to give the Eidim Zomin malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, rather Papa says this house. The boss is a very important line. Ella Amra Papa, Be'edim Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Pligidin Eragin. So we'll say this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, right, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon, that there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomin, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidim Nich, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as Eidim Zomin. Okay, so where's the machlokes? Keep thinking. It's very interesting. Be'edei Geneva. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, right? Those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomin. What is their liability? Now watch this. Chizkiah says, Ein Neheragin. They're not put to death. Why not? Geneva l'chuda kaima, or mechira l'chuda kaima. Chizkiah essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping, interestingly enough, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Shimon? What are they making Reuven liable to? What are they making liable to? To malchus. To malchus. That's it. And therefore, they're found to be Eidim Zomin. Okay, you can make them subject to malchus, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses found the Eidim Zomin, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiah. Rabbi Yochanan says no. It's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuven kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva aschad mechira. Because we'll say kidnapping is the beginning of mechira. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are right because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the Eidim Mechira, if they are made into Eidim Zomin, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuven sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liability for Reuven. So if they're found to be Eidim Zomin, they're put to death. What about the Eidim Geneva? So again, Chizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Reuben liable to lashes. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Edei Gneva, this is a capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edim Zolim, then halacha l'maisa they are put to death as well. Incredible. More Rabbi Yochanan, even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Because what happens in Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses about Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Oh, it's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they are made into Eidim Zomim, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really create general liability. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Eidim Zomim, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, the reciprocal punishment for them would also be Malchus. Incredible. Abaye says, so it's interesting. So Abaye, listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. Ben Sora Umora. So this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Abaye says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora Umora. So we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up on this tomorrow, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at it, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I will say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Reading. Keep reading. Keep moving forward. Keep learning. Keep growing. And some way, somehow, you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. So stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, Emir Hashem, bright and early, 5:40. We should keep this a little early, even. Maybe like to Hillim at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, well, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Emir Hashem, but I think share tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just to answer that, we'll be learning in here in the base medrash, but Emir Hashem davening will be in the main shul tomorrow morning. Shbayach. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosh Mishpacha. So, dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year. It is a post from Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Habadim, Latova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan. Steve Hirsch Ben Yosef going on the occasion of his 12th yard site. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael School of Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah School of Racha. And our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Monka, in memory of Moshe Ben Rav David and Moshe Feinstein. That's on the occasion of his yard site. Note that in America, of our Talmud Torah. In the Shamus Aliyah, the families in Yechama, the children home, the rest of our hostages, and our holy soul be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yadei. Because with that, thank you to Rashi for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong. 5:45 in the morning. And so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is pay hey 85. We are up to and off on pay down on the days 84b. And we left 6 lines up from the bottom of this line. So remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chem. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly, we had two opinions, Rav Masno and Ravdini Barchin, who both seem to say yes, but then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina who did not allow their children to take out a stir to lance of oil. They're ultimately again as Koli Chabura. So the Gemara goes and says, V'hadisnan, 611. Understand, Machat Shalyat, Bibasakot. So once this remember again, he's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. 1 second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Shouldn't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? That you may cause a greater injury, and causing a greater injury is loss of blood. Ultimately, again, this is Israel, right? So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogig, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogig of skila. To which the Gemara says, no, Hasan the kaltohu. That's different because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out of the splinter, that's mekalto. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's fine according to the opinion that says mekalto is potter. That in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is potter. According to the opinion that says mekalto is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, well, it says, who's the opinion that says that Mechalkel by Chabura, that because of Chabura and it's kilkul and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Tabach Pehei. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shin Tzrika Legufa. Patra. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shin Tzrika Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay. So you want to drop. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that kind of situation? Just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha she'en tzrika legufa. In general, those Shabbos, what do you call Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. Means something constructive and meditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha but itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not asur on Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos. Splinters after Shabbos. Out of a fear, ultimately again, of a darshan and scavenging. Right? Well, even though it's malacha we still go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But come back to our previous sugya. What about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? So this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned in share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son being a doctor and operating his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? Shara Paskins, in the Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchot Kivodayim. Fascinating halachas. In your idea, Simon Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shulchan says as follows: Hayat Kotz Tak. My father has a splinter. There's a splinter. So Shulchan Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asbo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter lest it come to cause his father to bleed. It will make his dam or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. A son should not do anything to a father that could cause bleeding, even if the intention is for a refuah purpose. That's how Shulchan Aruch. So as but the Ramah is in a very qualifier. Haggah. When is this true? When is this true? When you have someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this is quote unquote service for the father. אבל אין שם אקס, והוא מצטער, הרי מנפר מקיזו, בכל תכלות לפי מה שהרשו לעשות. So it's like, interestingly enough, if no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. And Shulchan Aruch is a very interesting qualifier. He says, לפי מה שהרשו לעשות. He has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, is that a son should not do these things for his father. Like that's the Lachat Kiva. the evidence there's no one else there, a son could do it, but the trust from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause Chavua or cause the joint. Incredible. And I was like, this also presupposes that the son, the father is at the mental capacity to give rishus to the father. Let's say again, the father is at the mental capacity, the son is the caregiver of these days. And again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, the son is permitted to run today. Shows like Kappa 85A, second stations. That's the function of stations. Then Maush Yasla Abid Lahakoso will tolerate. Wow, listen to this. Can his son in aging court strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what is this? Rashi? Maush Yasla Shliach Rashi says, in this height of the Midui Malchus. So we're looking at the question is like this. Again, you have right Avram and Yitzchak. Avram's father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus. Or Avram was in excommunication. Remember again, now the Shaitan said Yitzchak's son is employed by the Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, not the son acting on his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach habeis. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Ra'at you know, so the Gemara so in general, right? Why is, so let's say Avram's father are not related. Avram is from office, or Avram is from the guys who should buy those. Part of excommunication was you get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this.
What up, dude? Dude, how you living, pimp? Dude, what's going on? What about Shrek? All right, well, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
What up, big dog? What?
I'm making it. You're fucked, but I'm making it. Who's the doctor? Oh, shit. How do you forget? Dude, call your doctor, make another appointment. I'm not going to play anymore until you do. Dude, call him right now. I'm not talking to you anymore. Why were you sleeping all night if you got to remind me that I was talking to them? Zoot, go call them right now. Don't ask your question first. Why were you sleeping all day if you got to remind me? Zoot, call them right now. Why can't you answer the question? Zoot, call them right now. Zoot, leave right now and call them back. Are you gonna answer the question? Maybe when you come back, call right now. But you know that I'm Zoot. I'm not playing, so go ahead and win. Call them right now. I'm just gonna win. Zoot, you're gonna get if you don't call them right now. I'm serious. I'm not tolerating this anymore.
But why were you sleeping?
Zoot, call them right now.
Your fault.
Zoot, call them right now.
Come on.
Zoot, call them right now. Zoot, call them right now.
What's up, Zoot?
No,
What'd you say?
I'll reschedule for half an hour from now.
Oh, good job, buddy. That's wonderful. All right, do you want to play until then?
Yeah. Bye-bye. That's right.
Zoot, you definitely have something.
Yeah, but class could be like an umbrella sign. Like, bye-bye.
What up, big dog?
But I was watching this video. It was hilarious. It was pretty offensive.
Okay, when?
So you know Jubilee?
Who?
Jubilee YouTube channel where they like survey people and ask them questions.
No, I don't know that one.
So they had a group of people with Down syndrome, and they asked them, do all people with Down syndrome think they? And there's one guy that asked them, do they agree or disagree with using finding the R word offensive? And one of the guys with Down syndrome was right. No more R word.
Okay.
And then he goes on the wrong side where it says he goes on the wrong side. Should I see the video because I can't explain it well?
Absolutely not. I don't want to see that. All I want to do is make this fucking shot.
Why not?
I don't want to see that.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I don't like poking fun at people with mental issues.
Make it Zoot.
I make fun of my Twitchers.
Oh, Zoot. Oh, thank you.
About that.
James McCann.
Why do you say that?
He's the only professional I know.
Do you even know any of his jokes?
Yeah, I think I could think of one. Maybe. Give me a second. I don't know his like stand-up per se, but I'm aware of like things that he said that are funny. I'm the one who taught you about him. You didn't even know who he was before I told you about him.
Everyone at the comedy club knows. Everyone at the comedy club I go to knows who he is. They're all men.
Yeah, and you didn't even know who he was. I had to teach you who he was.
Like, there is a 8% chance that we'd be on the same room together.
Say that you went to high school together?
Way older.
Or didn't you say you went to your high school or something?
No.
Oh, okay. It's very much possible for you two to go to the same high school.
Not at the same time.
It still could happen, just rare. So everybody at the comedy club knows who he is? And they've met him? How did they meet him?
He's performed there.
Oh, he performed there. Cool. No way you make this, Zoot.
There's a guy that I know that's open for him. Vicky's done for him multiple times.
That's tight. What did the people say about James McCann?
What do you mean?
Did they say he's nice?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
They said he was there a lot. They said he was there a lot and he was struggling.
He was struggling before he met Shane Gillis?
Yeah, before he went to America.
And Shane Gillis like saved his...
Yep.
Well, if anybody's going to save your career, Shane Gillis is a good person. Because it's now made James McCann into a household name in the United States.
I would say it's a household name.
Yeah, I somewhat regretted saying that, but at least in some comedy circles, a lot of people...
this is going to be the best shot I ever do. Why would I do that?
Why would you do that? You just make it and you win.
Hey, Robert, how are you doing this bad?
Baby, did you see that shot? That was one of the greatest shots in the history of the sport.
That was an honor.
I'm in agreement with you. You gonna match it? Are you gonna match it? Nope.
I love it. Yeah. Who's your favorite singer?
Individual?
Yeah.
Probably Frank Sinatra.
Who's your favorite comedian?
Probably Rodney Dangerfield.
I thought you were going to say something.
I like Seinfeld, but you asked me my favorite all time, and it would probably be Rodney Dangerfield.
Who's your least favorite?
This guy named Zoot, he's from Adelaide. He never says the jokes that I tell him to say, including 2025 looked like it was going to be what?
It's a shit joke.
It's hilarious. Dude, shut the fuck up. It's wonderful. 2025 looked like it was going to be my year. I was going to be the Hawk 2 of 2025. But looking like I'm going to be the Bonnie Blue of 2026. It's fucking hilarious. It is hilarious.
I got it.
What's your...
Bonnie Blue and there's no way you can tell me Bonnie Blue and Einstein have the same mental disability. One of them wouldn't even know their body count. The other one definitely knows their body count.
I don't think one knows her body count. I saw an interview with Lily Phillips, and she didn't know her body count.
You didn't get what I said.
You said one of them.
Blue doesn't count. Einstein definitely does. I don't think.
You didn't say that though. You just said one did.
Bonnie Blue has autism.
Doug, you are obsessed with these two subjects. When you see your doctor, just tell them, I'm obsessed with 2 subjects. 3. I'm obsessed with racism, porn stars, and autism.
It sounds like the criteria to get diagnosed with autism.
All right, but then also tell them that you blurt out cuss words and inappropriate social phrases that are causing you friends.
Yeah, that's autism.
And say that you want either a medication, which I know you don't, or you want to be recommended some kind of therapy for this, or you're going to lose friendships. All right, Big Dog, best wishes. Let me know how it goes, my man. I'm here to support you the best I can.
The doctor must say I don't have to rest.
Zoot, remember that. Then just go to streams and play for them any discussion that we have. Yo, how are you? Yo, Balvaz, how are you? Balvaz. Balvaz, go fuck yourself.
What happened last night in Tiger Stadium, you start using the keyword quit. When people think your team quit on you, and the national embarrassment, certainly there were a lot of optics in that game, whether it was Coach Kelly communicating with Joe Sloan in the booth, umpires, interaction with Kelly leaving the field, the MTV, the fire Kelly chant, the A&M students taking over the south end zone, the north end zone, and then doing the chant with the LSU fans. That was weird. But anyway, yeah, it was always the money, right? Who's paying for all this? That was always, how would they pay out and I guess it's like buying a house or buying a car. You don't put all the money up front, you're going to pay the segment. But Brian Kelly was, without a doubt, the most accomplished coach at the time of the hire that LSU ever made. He is a Hall of Fame coach. I know he's not a popular guy in Baton Rouge right now, but he's won a ton of games. And he was a lot more fun to cover, and he's a lot nicer guy than I anticipated. But if I was a paying customer going on stage, certainly I think that's the work going on the head coach. And the one thing about it, too, is I feel like I think I told both of you this. I think LSU football has the most passionate, best fan base in college football. And he never really found a way to lean into that. And the two sides can never really connect. Outside of when they beat Alabama his first year, he was riding high, going to the SEC championship. And from that point, for the regular season finale, when they laid that egg in College Station, I think it's a case of up and down. And obviously this year, high expectations. Supposed to make the playoff, lots of money invested, and they're going to fall well short of that.
Yeah. And look, Russell Barr got away before he joins. We know he's not like the national media. I think a part of it, is his Northeast sense. Was the coach at Notre Dame for all those years. Like as much now as he was the head coach in Cincinnati. How much of the dislike of being the head coach of the Fighting Irish? The general manager, etc. Steve Spurrier of the Florida Gators, routing everybody at various times, those type of coaches. But I know your experience has been on. He was always nothing but nice to us. Preston, you remember in football camp, Jim came up and talked our ears off about players. Recognized guys. And I know Jock, you had multiple times where you ran into him on the road and at the hotel and had drinks. Ran into restaurants and so forth.
Well, yeah, we saw in Dallas before at the media days in 2004. He by himself at the Mexican restaurant in Dallas at the bar. We started talking to him. He said, sit down, and we sat and ate with him, and he paid for our meal and everything. And so, watching him from afar in Notre Dame, he seemed like he was a bit crappy and not a guy I wanted to cover, but I think he did kind of change that to an extent. I know people will remember the post-game press conference from Florida this year, and you're spoiled. And look, to defend him, he was pointing at Caldwell saying that. He wasn't saying, hey, all the LSU fans are spoiled, but I guess that's been interpreted that way. But it's funny. I brought it up. The whole new world, whole new universe, but to think that Curly Hallman coached 4 complete seasons in the early 90s with 16 and 28 overall, 10 and 21 in the SEC, driving 20 games over 500, 34-14. He's 19 and 10 in the SEC, and they're firing him. He's not even going to finish his work LSU. It just shows you the pressure to win, the expectations, so forth. It's really bad, and it was one of those things where you felt like the 1-2 punch of last week in Vanderbilt, Nashville. Purple goes everywhere. All his fans make the trip. It's a somewhat competitive game, but you kind of got pushed around. And then this week, the lay an egg, it's a do or die game, and the second half was an absolute disaster.
You got to switch it up. No, I'm not saying that. What's interesting is that he and Brian Kelly have the same agent. So how's that negotiation? Brian Kelly and Scott Woodward have the same agent, and Scott Woodward's contract runs through 2029, April 29, at $1.8 million plus incentives. I don't know how much of that is guaranteed, but yeah, it's look, you get.
I think it's definitely safe to say there's a lot of discussion at LSU. And look, I think when we did our little, Preston and I did our chat the other day, I mean, you can remember those 24 hours when LSU got rid of Joe Oliva and Landon Scott Woodward. It was like the LeBron picture. I can't believe this is my life. Like it was a dream come true for those two things to happen. 24 hours. Oh my God, we got Scott Woodward in the 80s and Calvin High boy, the Packers guy, the LSU guy comes back home. And, it's been certainly a hit and miss bag with him. Certainly, your football hire, you're an 80 is what you remember for the most. That cash cow, that is the big coup at LSU. And that was a miss. You fired him, man. That's less than 40 years on the job. Jay Johnson has been the ultimate hire. Couldn't do any better there. Kim Mulkey to get her to jump from Baylor to LSU. Huge move. Jay Clark has won a national championship with LSU gymnastics. Beth Marino was not a Scott Woodward hire. There's been obviously more uplift about her over the years recently, but I think that politics invade everything. And I mean, Mike, I was talking to somebody about this a while ago. I mean, outside of QAP law, which was 100 years ago, when the governor really, impacted LSU football and what they do as much as our current governor. I don't remember Buddy Romer or Edwin Edwards or any of the people that we've had over the years really stepping into that arena.
I just got a text from a good friend of mine who says is connected with a lot of LSU folks, and he says the early name I'm hearing is Marcus Freeman. So all you Notre Dame fans in the chat, enjoy that. Yeah. Quick comment on that. If Marcus Freeman's the guy who's Brian Driscoll with the same question. What is your opinion of Marcus Freeman? He says he doesn't like him. Touch him.
Here's the ultimate story. It won't happen, but you can read the dream. Step to the podium, guys. Look, I left here 2004. Next day, my final chapter.
Right to share.
Me and Terry, we agree this is the best place to ever go. Best fan base. We're back and finish their final chapter. Here, guys.
By the way, Shock, I need to ask you, were you there or were you tempted to do it? Because I had someone who spotted several LSU beat guys riding around in their vehicles at the LSU football facility about 2 or 3 hours ago to see what they could see. Did you do that?
I was definitely tempted. I mean, look, people can say you're a stalker, you're whatever, but everyone will watch that video. There's a shot of Brian Kelly walking down the building through the fall. Gold line, right? Now, I'm sure that if like Juan or Brandon Berry or whoever in the background, they would probably like, are you serious right now? But definitely we've got video in the past. I think when they fired Denardo, when they fired Shirley Holman, I mean, it didn't make out. So we may have some video again. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but someone did on my behalf ride by there because they were going to be in the area. They said the parking lot was completely empty. So my initial report where I said they're holed up in one of the rooms of the football facility was either totally wrong or right in some period of time, and then it went somewhere else.
I think they're having. they're having a meeting in Eaton, right? Meeting in
which is right now.
Yeah. So, and then Brett Wilson, all indications to be the interim head coach.
He's got head coaching experience at UTSA.
And he's head coach. We don't have an official release. There's no way LSU can let their fan base go tonight without sending an email out or something, right? I mean, expressing this in an official manner. And I don't know if we're at the press conference tomorrow or not, but I would imagine that you would think that, when they press her at noon or something like that, they introduce Frank Wilson, and then I don't know if Woodward would talk or not, or the 80s speaks with no president, right?
I think you might get both and at the interim president. Be very telling if you only hear from the incident who will be the president. But I'm just going to tell you, I've had I'll frame it like this. I think early president, and this is a rare opportunity. He's going to get a chance to build the entire Restream. Basically, handpick the president, handpick the athletic director potentially. We'll get to handpick the coach. Jeff Landry has a chance to take this sucker over. And by the way, this interim president is going to become president, and now this is happening, is going to start something months from now. I know they just played an exhibition today and won over UCF. The Will Wade rumors are going to kick into another game. You know what, Mike? I've heard that Will Wade coming back to LSU. I've heard some very strong. Getting that for 2 weeks. Yeah. We got a couple super chats here. Kelly is trash. Harvey, Dane Bergeron, Constance, Landry, Austin Person, Omar, Tiger on the machine. He has to do to mix it. James Franklin is hanging out on 38. Yeah. Shock, did you notice today? And I think a lot of people were watching Matt Berry and Paul Von, and this is going to be all that's talked about tomorrow. LSU is the job, right? I mean, of all the openings and what's expected to come open, LSU is the job. Say that wide open on ESPN, it's not even close. 25 years ago, you would have said Florida was the job over LSU. And now that job has fallen off. And so, but look, whatever this buyout is and whatever they agree, what the price is, I don't know if they're going to divulge that tomorrow to take someone to do a FOIA request at some point. You still got to go on the house. Of course, everybody's first name that they're going to want to say is Lane Kiffin. That's $13.5 million now.
So they're going to do that. But it's a lot of case law for all that.
Yeah. Are you going to do another 10-year deal there, or what's the minimum you can do? What's the minimum contract now on a hire like that? 7, 8 years? It's still a ton of money. You jump right back in the frying pan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that LSU fans, there is that kind of sense of they would really embrace his swagger, cockiness, his offensive line. I think that they would get behind that pretty quickly. And I think that he would know how to connect with the fan base as well. Now, winning and losing is the bottom line. But, I mean, certainly off the top of my head, that'd be a big hire. I don't really have any interest in James Franklin. He did a lot of great things. Brandon Smith worked with at Vanderbilt when he's back-to-back 9-win seasons over there. But I don't like the way that guy is. What? Oh, back to Mark Stoops again. I'm from whatever.
No, James Franklin is improving up Mark Stoops. Yeah, that's what he is. I mean, he's going to get you so far. He's going to make you very respectable. He's a perennial 9-3 guy, right?
Yeah. Well, here we are again. It's crazy to say this, but end overall was fired with 5 games remaining in the regular season. Brian Kelly, 4 games remaining in the regular season. So we got a lot of real estate. And now, unfortunately, the story's not about the game. It's not about the team. It's about the situation. And where is it going? And who's the new head coach? And who's going to stay? I mean, does Blake Baker get retained? Who gets retained? Who gets let go? All that stuff.
Let me put it like last time LSU hired a coach, they didn't retain him. A colossal buyout loan. And by the way, you struck gold in 2023 and basically got that. You basically have a national championship. But you hired a bunch of coaches who were a bunch of bombs and you flushed it away. So why go through that process again? Got some great quality coaches. Go to the state, go to the area. Why do that again? Why not just throw that toilet just to, let them go and coach somewhere else?
Yeah, it's a big guy. I got to go here, but I do think that this is better. I was thinking about it today. I mean, Mike is president. To say, hey, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go out and get a hot shot offensive coordinator, paying $3 million. We're going to go through an offseason to get Brian Kelly one more chance to get it right. I just don't think that you can go to your customers and say, hey, buy me the tickets again, invest in the roster, all that. I hate to do I've blown it to an extent. It's crazy how we hire prior coaches now, but I think this is the best decision. And if Brian Kelly is unhappy, getting up in the morning and putting himself through this, and LSU's unhappy with Brian Kelly, why can't neither side is happy with what's going on. So, dip it in the mud.
Exactly, and you brought it up. The starting quarterback for LSU currently on the roster. All right, are you going to be lucky and be like Ole Miss and find a sample for $300,000? You got to rebuild such on that team, and so it's another battle. Again, you go out and send a high name offensive coordinator. You're going to get the guaranteed $2 or $3 million, so that's even more money. With that incredible schedule next year with Texas and Georgia coming in, 5 games on the road in the SEC, 9-game SEC schedule. It's make the move time. They did it. I can't. To me, it's remarkable. I'm gonna be real curious to see when all the dust settles. Who was a part of the buyout and then donated the money to make it roll?
Yeah, no Jerry Seinfeld, like, who are all these people? Who's paying for the buyout, I mean, the money comes from, you just don't know who these people are, It's like my dad always said, the president is the most powerful world, the man in the world, the most powerful people in the world live up in the hills, pulling the strings behind the curtain.
Well, real quick before you get out of here, I was laughing because you touched upon it, and I was laughing when the board supervisors were like, what are they getting? I told Darren, your long-time videographer, while we're waiting to get in the locker room, say, put him out there just so everybody would know who the docs, But now that there's the doxing to be done because it's over.
I just did not understand the day after you raised the ticket price on your fan base. That's not going to go. Whether you won a national championship the year before, you're in the current situation. No one's going to say, all right, nice, Remember Skip Burke there? I jumped on the spear. To the TAMP. So I can't believe that they brought him out the field and introduced them all. Here's the people that are raising your prices. That's team underachieved. And this bloated roster, everyone's getting paid so much money. Your coach is making $10 million, your AD's making $2 million, your assistants are making $2 million, $20 million in the roster. I mean, everybody's just that happy over there.
Nothing at LSU is done cheap, ever. Don't ever let them pour them out. Don't ever let them. In the baseball stadium, looked like he was running long, and notice all the others are made of copper. Nothing is ever done cheap and not the right.
So that's credit to them to an extent. The average Joe Blow is getting taxed, they get priced out of Dodger Stadium more each year. So anyway, all right, guys. day. I got to
Yeah, like you, I've been chained to this desk all day, and my dinner is on the counter, and they're getting cold right now.
All right. God bless you, and God bless Joey, and God bless President.
All right, Jock. See you soon.
Yeah. Take care.
All right, I need to pay a bill, a couple of them, and certainly want to thank Docs Electrical, the official electrical company of TigerBay.com. No matter big or small your electrical needs might be, Docs is wireless success. Need a brand new 10-story office building, they can wire that. 200,000 square foot warehouse built, they can wire that. Spend your existing commercial building, they can wire that. Changing out a breaker, home repair, additional septic, home they can wire that. Give a call, 322-5216-9180 for a free estimate project, and make sure to let TigerBay set you in. You saw the screen of my home with every live show. Best your LSU gear in Burkensville or online at lovemyhall.com. Use the code TigerBay, all one word, and you're going to get off your order or anything. Anytime you go to My Hall and buy anything LSU, when you're checking out the registry, you say TigerBay, you're going to get 10% off every time. So be sure to use, no matter how big or small your purchase often, of course you get free shipping on orders for $99. Can't beat the fine folks over at Alumni Hall. And also need to thank our guys over at Pride Roofing who sponsor us each and every week. Let's hear from Mike and Alex over at Pride.
Hi, I'm Michael with Pride. I'm Toledo Alex. Have you been affected by wind, hail, and tornado on the North Shore? We're here. Insurance claims, no problem. We also have a franchise location in New Orleans. We build projects. We build temporary. But you don't probably roofing is the official roofer at TigerBay.com. In fact, notify TigerBay, and we'll give you a free roof inspection. And also for that, you get a free year. Remember, call us at 855-516.
There you go. As always, when you call them, say TigerBay, you're going to get TigerBay Premium free for a year. Free roof inspection. You can't beat that. You want to get some comments in, President?
Well, you know, I do have a super chat to critical. Okay. But I kind of want to transition to potential candidates for the next job.
Okay.
I have a list of names. Mike doesn't look as tired. You know, that's an interesting angle.
I'm in freaking free workout now.
Yeah, he was supposed to come work out.
Yeah.
You know, it's very interesting because he does feel like sometimes his demeanor was so political. Never leaned into energy. It's like the LSU energy. It's like a pitfall. Yeah, I would say 4 years ago I probably told you Fortress wins. Now I'm telling you that, you know what, get someone positive. Because what we see just lifeless approach the project. It's just that ain't it. At least if you can get your back issues. All right, so I've got a few names. I think I'm going to start with probably with the list. We'll get the name.
Now start with the realistic ones. Don't do the ones you need to put them on.
Well, I just want to give you all the people are going to ask me. I don't care what it is. We'll start with number one.
I think it's going to be expensive. I still have questions about, where he's at in his personal life. It looks positive on that SEC documentary that aired, but I still hear some things. If you're going to go for him, I think the athletic director and the committee need to do their due diligence. And the SEC, Mike, someone just sent me a copy of this tweet. This is really necessary. Thoughts and prayers to all the Louisiana hospitals and charities that will soon be stolen from the pay for Brian Kelly's buyout.
Yo, what up, bro?
SEC Mike.
Bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think Lake's going to coach pure filth.
Yo, dog, bro, I can't hear you. Talking to your mic. Go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk with you anyway. Yo, bro, hear me. Bro.
He was on my B tier. My A tier would be Lane Kiffin, Eli Drinkwitz, and Bromley Louisville. A name I think Kelvin Shoe. I like that one. I like that one. I remember him being recruited. He and Perry Riley. Georgia didn't want him. Georgia came and offered Perry Riley late. Both linebackers from Georgia. Kelvin Shepard was a guy that really had worked his tail off to get to where he was going. And to see the success he has just been amazing. I like that one a lot. And you were talking about what a move that would be to recruiting. You're talking about a true players coach. Go watch some of his press conferences where he talks about his players. He is you absolutely want to talk to him. But look, here's the thing. When you start going for NFL guys, what do we talk about on these shows a whole lot? The NIL era, they got to deal with these NFL guys. Don't have to deal with that. They get to have a true off season, be with their families. That matters a whole lot. Some guys are NFL coaches for a reason. And like the lifestyle is drastically better. That's another thing I think. I think Brian Kelly had a little history with that. I was very disappointed in these. But the fact that I just said it was a strange guy. Let's talk about Joe. He got out of college football as quick as he could. It's obvious in NFL but he did not. I think he. I don't know that 2019 championship year. I don't even know where it fits. I mean, he couldn't get out of here quick enough. College games, recruiting, and look, man, LSU was leading for Caleb Williams, and Joe Brady stayed LSU. Caleb Williams would have been an LSU time. That was done. When he left, that was over. I spoke to him. If Joe Brady is not a but if he were interested, he's going to come in and ask. However, I suspect he's going to. I think he's a Vanderbilt guy, and him and Martin said what they've done there. I wish them. I'd love to see them go very far. Yeah, talk to him. Eli Drinkwitz, Missouri. He's my guy. I like his personality. I like he's quirky. He's got a sense of humor. He's young. Look at what he does in Missouri, and the big part of him is not just first of all, he's kind of doing a job in Missouri like Lane Kiffin is doing at Ole Miss. He's winning in a club in Missouri that is unheard of. He's doing the SEC. There's a ceiling, obviously. Making a good salary. I think he's at 8.5 or 9. But the other big component for him is that he is very good at hiring coaches. Look at the number of coaches that LSU's pilfered from Missouri. Because Drake has an eye for hiring really strong coaches. I think he's very well organized, so he's definitely on my A list. I think he and others would be unreal with LSU resources. All the reasons that Brian Kelly said why he came to Baptist over Notre Dame. It's interesting. I think ultimately. That's my list. I'm not saying that the coach is on that list. And by the way, that's a list that most Power 5 schools would have done. Any of their media is putting together a hot board for their wish list. Those names are going to appear on a lot of schools. List or wish list are guys that you want to talk to. This is part of That's 20 years when any job guys He's 64 years old. That's $60 million. That is 64. I think he knows. Also, I think there's some serious Brian Kelly just got a lot of million towards now he is generational. Deion Sanders. Go ahead, Doug. Take some. I need to make this text real quick. Carl Thomas is a kid. Andrew Snell is on. That's how this coach changes. A lot of these guys. Carl, I'm going to tell you this. I have some sources for the situation. He's Jimmy Sexton. All this is trying to stay. Oh no, I'm trying to focus on. Yeah, I've got an oldest friend of mine that texts me nonstop today, so I'm very nervous. Yeah, well, basically, they want to do something. No, we're focused. They want to do something. I do think it's going to take. Then Jimmy Sexton and our part of law would have me looking elsewhere. I want somebody personally. I got some jackass. Someone else will. Frank Wilson. Y'all do me a favor, hit that like button if you're enjoying the show. Please hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel if you're watching us there. And of course, follow us if you're watching us on Facebook or currently live streaming on both platforms. Mike, is Frank Wilson? Super chat was on live show. Just trying to figure out where. Well, the release from LSU that was just received, that would have been 5 minutes ago. So it's in terms of the separation are still being negotiated. So, yeah. Everything I'm already hearing is essentially, you go to the table and tell them how to change. We don't want you to. What are you going to do? Don't start that, JTL. We just talked about Kelvin Shepard. You absolutely talked him. Preston, go back to your super chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know you're Kelvin Shepard. Coach. I think that's a no-brainer. No to Marcus Smith. Pressure. Yeah, no, I don't. I understand Marcus Freeman having a choice. Notre Dame he made the right choice at that time. That time he made the right choice. What? I'm just trying to all-time great. Who takes the place? Assistant coach was back guy was the head coach of the East Scott was the head coach. It's the obvious no-brainer, Does this mean that he'll be too busy being the head coach on the sideline to yank Carla Berry after he's got a hot hand? Yeah, please just keep moving from the running back presentation. Come on, Frank. What about, I understand like they was not brother, he just gave up 42 points. The week before, his defense was trash. No, it's too soon. I love Blake Baker. I think he's a fantastic coach. And depending on who the next head football coach is, I think there's hopefully there's some real thought into keeping Blake Baker. If you ask me which players or coaches would I like to see retained, well, there's two immediately. It's Blake Baker and Beaver. I like those two. This college, I don't know what the analysis is on Kyle Williams after half the season. I still think, even though they did well with personnel to a certain degree in the portal, Kyle Williams is not working with first team all SEC interior defensive tackles. O'Shawn got fired in college. One, you didn't think returning to the 200. And I think that's what you're now looking at in retrospect. It seems like Lincoln talked about it. LSU to Texas A&M and the him going to Texas A&M and the motivation. I think it did probably Tommy Robinson good. And if I'm a head football coach and I'm coming to Baton Rouge, and what's one of the first things on my agenda to get Tommy Moffitt back to Baton Rouge. Oh, sure. By the way, Tommy Moffitt, I'm pretty sure I've talked to Tommy Moffitt about why he's staying here. He put down roots here. He's a Louisiana guy. By the way, he's playing the foundations for both those teams won national championships. Left Tennessee in 7. He left Miami in 2001. Now, Tommy Moffitt loved that. She said that's state. That I don't know that he sold his house. I bet his house is still there. I went certain show I'm going to try to find it. I'm gonna take him for president because every time I see him, I swear he's lost significantly. He's kicking ass in that department right now. Try him up. K Fabulous is giving us super chats, but I'm not seeing any comments. If you see the comments, Preston, for K Fabulous, please put them up. Thank you. Gets over with another super chat. What? Dark Art 20. Still man, when the pressure gets going bad, hard at LSU and the fan base is his health issues starting to crop back up. That ship is snow on Urban Meyer. Order with the super chat. Found it from way lost. Go check out. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not a ton of a lot of it. I don't know which ones, but probably go lose. By the way, Lamar Brown last night. I'm not going to say they're going to lose half of it. You've got the NIL structure there right now with Austin Thomas. He's still, they're going to, but look, it's going to take some work. If they keep one half, because that's pretty much stable. That's all I'm saying. That's just how life works. College sport hasn't always worked. Man, when they got moved on fourth round and got Brian Kelly, how many did they lose? 1.5. Mike Kelly was something good. They lost a lot. I'll let you explain. Also, if they got rid of Colombo shows, how was that affect? Not at all. Not at all. Those two coaches, because of their sport, very rarely see Scott Woodford is parked in the football building day and night. Those coaches and all the other sports LSU have primarily dealt with Stephanie Grimm and Kelly Zinn. And now, what's the new lady's name that replaced? Haven't had a chance to meet her yet. Most of those coaches see Scott a couple of times a year. All their dealings is with the associate under Scott. That's why Stephanie Grimm, someone who actually hired Jay and found him, got the job at the University of Nevada. athletics director, and now the director is, of course, Dr. Tate. $50 super chat from Scott. No comment. Thank you. Kenny Hayes. Serious question. What's the budget? How long? You assume the budget. No, you don't spend the even though it's not officially with Kelly ways, but they have to have some little bit of frame of dollar amount. Don't spend that kind of money. Go cheap. And as far as how long to be relevant in this era of college athletics, it's not going to be long and difficult. But it's going to be you make a hire that moves the needle and gets people excited, and that guy's able to locate a top flight dual threat quarterback. They can absolve you of some of your sins, including on the offensive line immediately, and you can be off to the races next year. And I'm not saying be a playoff team. That schedule is going to be brutal, though. That's a 9-game SEC season. 5 of them on the road. Texas and Georgia on it. Clemson being proved. I thought I had one more chance. I think if you need to offer 100 that's true. While LSU was a better job than Ole Miss, let's just say hypothetically it's Lane Kiffin. You're not going to, particularly with his agent being Jimmy Sexton, you're not going to be able to get him discounts and things that benefit you. The buyout is going to be what they have in. So maybe that's why you go from somebody. Let's say it might be $100 million buyout. I would argue that it makes such a demand for that. I just don't think LSU has to without Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's. I'm not saying he is that. I'm saying it's not. I'll be interested to see where it goes. That might go to Diego Pavia. Ever since survives.
Democratic Senator Martin Kelly this week the administration
And so again, I don't think Deion Sanders with his health issues as well. Also, I don't feel Chicago. Yeah. Season. Yeah. You got the transfer portal in early January. It's always a huge operation. Yeah. And I don't see him doing that and leaving early. I think I need to go ahead. Mike was first. Talk about the show legend. There's nothing that coming from LSU right now about the status of any other coaches other than Brian Kelly gone and Frank Wilson being the interim coach. So we are going to have some sort of press conference. Yeah. Cool. I need to. Here we go. All right, everybody, Capital City Grill, and this we always talk about their Saturday, Sunday brunch. Don't forget about their great lunch that they have every day. Of course, 100 Lafayette Street, great hamburgers, fresh cut French fries, club sandwiches, the seafood pasta, everything priced at $30 below for an affordable experience. And always celebrate a Tigers win at their Sunday morning brunch from 11 to 2. Go to CapitalCityGrill.net. You can see their full menu. And I always tell you the great carrot cake and the cream cake you see there on the screen, and then the chicken and waffles. Just a great brunch, great lunch, great dinner. Capital City Grill downtown Baton Rouge. Get down there. They're one of our great sponsors. All right, any others? He's actually I wish you had told me she was just 15. Jesus. So you doesn't love Taylor Swift. We all love Taylor Swift. Oh, yeah, she loves Taylor Swift. She doesn't. I actually don't hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. Zach Nagy. I sent him to join us. He must not be able to. Check your text messages, Zach. So Zach, yeah, I'm walking here with the match. I'm so he's like a lot of us in the media working. In fact, I got to return the favor and actually jump in the shower and share it a little bit because I got to join Shock on WAB at 10:30 and talk about this. So, TV. I have to shave. Y'all better understand what these live shows. I've actually someone follow up in the chat. That's actually how do y'all expect? That's actually a really good question. It's certainly very team where LSU's program is forward. She's not a great coach. A lot of players are just I would expect fusion with this team. I don't know if they beat Oklahoma. Hopefully the offensive play calling improves. We'll see. I would like to see the coaching staff. I'm looking. I'm not seeing anything on Joe. Anything out there about Joe Sloan not being. I've seen video that Corey posted of Joe Sloan and Atkins arriving for the meeting at 8 o'clock. But there's nothing about him not being kept. When Ogeron made the interim coach, he saw Cameron. He said, "Get your bags too." Ogeron was think Frank Wilson's going to try to win this game? Blake Lorio says Fox 8 saying that he's going to would that be Garland? Check that out. But guys, I don't know if Frank Wilson's going to try to win this game. Just trying to think what if he were to have changes. Vince with another super chat. Thank you for your consistent super chats. Do you think the front office is already has the eyes and software to change? Or is the mindset that will show I think based on some comments I've heard in passing from some instruction, I'm looking at Fox 8. They're saying that Joe Sloan was fired up. It looks like they're the only ones. I'm not saying they're not correct, but I'm not prepared to confirm that. I'll go ahead and throw my hat. this super shot. Okay, I was fifth best on second best 2 years ago in 1/8. Let's do it, man. I know coaching experience. My God, we'll be fighting hard. Give assets. But I'll do a better job for sure. And look, biggest deal of all, I will do 1% of what Brian Kelly. I will take 1% of his pay.
All right, you talk about Stroobies, Preston. There you go. You see screen Strooby Seafood and Steaks. Again, it's 107 3rd Street downtown Baton Rouge, and it's a 5-star dining experience. Ownership right there, all fresh ingredients. USDA Prime Black Angus steak, 100% certified Black New York strip. Of course, they got other things outside of red meat. Fantastic seafood menu. They got the dry corn chop, black truffle lobster, pasta, redfish, duck, Louisiana, and much more. Book your reservation online tonight at Stroobies.com. Please tell the waiter, tell the hostess. If you see the owner Rick there, please tell them that Tiger Bay sent you in. I can always tell you get the lamb lollipop for an appetizer, the crawfish and cheese as a side. That's fantastic. And, I need to get over here. That cowboy burger, I've got to get that soon. No, I'm John Green. Cowboy MAJ with a super chat.
But thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. Shannon Petrie, I like Kippen. He will get us the best offense. Quarterback's coming, and that will keep wide receivers coming. Coach O can work with him again. Will be a great D-line coach. Bring back Moffitt and Jim Lowe's OC. Need an O-line coach.
Clark, higher than here's the thing about it. Retired from that, just retired. He certainly has ambitions to get into coaching. I think definitely. He does want to be a coach. He said it much. Also, shout out to running back. He actually predicted Frank Wilson took a TSA job in 2016 or something like that. He predicted that Frank Wilson would be the head coach of LSU. Guess what? In a row.
I'm be real curious to see if we get that press conference tomorrow. Lincoln Riley, yes, I wrote that back up. Mike, you said Pop wouldn't have Lincoln Riley. He showed me his medal when he chose you. You'll see the first time.
No. He's coach. More so than Lincoln Riley. He's got his answers really strong. It's funny how many candidates just option for LSU. How sound that? Just
Mentioned that a few years ago. I don't know where he's at. Wise, I know he wants to go into coaching. But he needs to finish
college and teaching, right? But while he's there, he can be a GA, right? Casey Williams is Brett Key, Dan Matt Campbell. He was on the list when we were talking about BK 4 years ago. Tom Herman was on the list. Tom Herman was on the list. Jimbo Fisher. I think we nailed all the guys from the early list. Yeah, but you also have to honestly, that's probably what's going to happen. I'm not a fan. I think Drake was with Keith Baker. Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be interesting if Lane Kiffin will leave on this. And no, but would he stay? Is he automatically tied to Lane Kiffin, or is he ready to be the OC and be his big retirement? It's Rick Wilson's situation. Well, his history is he's got a really strong track record. It's a long-term head football coach at Perry Walker. And Perry Walker, he had three big time LSU. After Perry Walker, he was in athletics parish for several years, and then he went into college coaching. Known for the prowess was in Tennessee for LSU. Sorry about Les Miles. Did very well, and a fixture in New Orleans football recruiting and Louisiana football recruiting, of course. Head coach at UT, decent and back in. You know, I will tell you the one just like now, Frank Wilson to be the head coach. He's not again. You need at least coaches who don't have it's not that I kill it. You're always or the candidates, someone has to rename them. The candidates are certainly Lane Kiffin, Eli Drake was in Missouri, and Ron in Louisville, to name three. Kelvin Shepard from the NFL from Roach Liker. And who else did you have? I'll give you the foolish ones. No, Lane Kiffin, Joe Brady, Kelvin Shepard, there was one you had. Joe Brady's on the silly list. That's a silly list. He has no interest in college football. Right. If he has an interest, probably going to do something. Check. That 49 one. I still haven't seen Scott. Serious Scott. Yep. Here's another suggestion. I would. No, I don't think he could. I don't think he would do much. Erica frequencies might be my number one. He's the guy that I keep talking about. And it really works because he's got a relationship with Blake Baker Peters. So you save money there if Blake Baker would be willing to work with him. Again, as Blake Baker said, he's not considered, and I think Blake Baker would get an interview. I think he would do that as a courtesy. Well, wait, he's not trying to retire. No, I'm talking about Blake Baker get an interview to be the head coach. Oh, he would do it as a courtesy. No, here. You would give him a courtesy interview. But if you hire Eli Drinkwitz, you would think that it'd be a great fit for Blake Baker to stay. They work together. And LSU would save money because he's already under contract. I'm excited for the chance to do this job. He did just give up 42 minutes. On Nick Berry, just the set of shoot. I would argue this is the best thing. Yep. Well, I was looking right in the top. Very strong, poetic. It's like digging your way out of things because resources are I don't know if they're calling it black oceans. Team Thompson, Bass Fishing, how soon we make the hire? I think you can look for that to happen as soon as the last regular season games are played. desk job open. It's gonna be an interesting month. I think a lot of people are gonna get antsy, and like y'all talked about earlier, was it you or Jacques that mentioned all these games? It's no one's gonna be really talking about the games. We're gonna be talking about who the next coach is gonna be, and well, that's the way it is when you lose 3 games and you're not gonna play off. Nobody's gonna care to talk about a possible high quest ball where 15 to 18 guys opted out. Now, there was a lot of media at the facility tonight. A lot of media. And they were probably camped out on the sidewalk as the players walked across the street from the parking lot. I just took a lot of interviews out there from some. And the chagrin of LSU Sports Information, I'm sure. Drinkwitz plays it like I think the job he's done in Missouri.
Nice food propaganda.
Again, he's kind of done like what Lane Kiffin has done at Ole Miss, winning at a high clip, as high as you can win in those schools. We're going to see if Lane Kiffin goes even further. Get a good chance to do some damage in the playoffs.
Anything is like you trade everything out. Like you know how it's
He gets the most out of his players and teams, and where the classes are ranked. The offense he runs, the caliber of coaches that he always seems to hire. Comfort from his staff. I mean, Blake Baker and Peoples are come from Missouri. Before that, it was the corner of the DB's coach a few years before that. It was on the roster at LSU. So. Scuttlebutt, would that be a deal where
I think that there's more white people in fucking prison than fucking.
there's some interesting scenarios out there.
Shot.
I don't know if I want to shoot until I get some more information. There's been some discussion about maybe also another grant. Yeah, oftentimes there's this discussion about, but I've never seen anybody. General manager, first of all, is a new position in college football. I haven't been in it for too many years, and I've never seen somebody go from general manager to athletics director. But if the athletics director at LSU is primarily associated with football, and you've got.
Yo, what up, Chef Mario? How you living, Pep?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Yo, Chef Mario, can you hear me? Chef Mario, how you living? Chef Mario, do you speak English? Yo, big dog, do you talk? Yo, I'm checking out your link. Chef Mario Cooks. Chef Mario TV. You're a kick streamer. That's tight. I'm looking at your link tree. Dog, let's talk. Oh, you're a big deal. 24/7 kick live stream. Let's check you out, big man.
always know what she has to eat.
Oh, I see you. All right. Chef Mario Cooks. Your social media is great, dog. Shout out to Canada. Oh, I clipped you, baby. I clipped you. Oh, Chef Mario, big dog. I got you good, son. 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Chef Mario knows what's up. How you living, big dog? Come on, let's talk, big man. Oh, you're live. Okay. I understand. If you're live, then, you know, shit happens, dog. Yo, dog.
Stop with that. Stop.
Hey, how you living, big man?
They were booking all my videos, and I'm like, who is this guy?
Absolutely. Hey, big dog. Chef Mario, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
We already met, bro, I think.
Okay, then you tell me about myself. What do I do?
I don't know.
Okay, well then, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Hey, Chef Mario.
The ladies in the place Kelly's in that handles all the other sports. Then why not it be Austin Thomas and you go from there. And he's got and you save money there. But the traditionalist part of me thinks you usually have an AD experience. Just have some success somewhere else. But that would be an interesting scenario. Austin Thomas has done fairly highly like everybody at LSU, and certainly the powers that be in the political portion of what's going on in this whole scenario.
Because, dude, they can use as fucking pawns in the industry. Their fucking IQ is stupid.
However,
It's literally, extreme radicalization, bro. What the fuck it is? This guy that was at this protest had a good point, dude. Back in fucking history, Jewish people didn't use the black people.
when you talk about Dave's Oyster Bar, here the newest oyster spot in Baton Rouge, 315 North Boulevard is the old Joe Earl. They spent a lot of money in revamping that place. It is now out of this world. Freshest farm raised oysters from Grand over it. It's Clean Delicious favorite flavor. If you're not an oyster spot, it's some shrimp. Try their turkey, brie, and bacon sandwich or their classic roast beef po' boy. Fully stocked North Complete top notch order whiskey, massive craft beer section. Don't miss out on that. Just no oyster spot to make sure you let them know Tiger made this in you. Super chat. Well, look, it could be where. Look, I'm asking for players, but the only one that he's the most. It's an open day, right? He might have been out of town. He could have got you enough. Why would he sit down? Why would he need to play? Is it? Pop off, say something public. It's plummeting. He is afraid of sitting out would be atrocious. Would you take Aaron Nussmeier and NFL over the three quarterbacks that LSU lost in the season? Yeah, it's a tough call for him. I don't know. Probably have a tetra reduction. Marcel Reeves. Strong. Enough bus needs a new set of tires. It's got a catalytic converter. And he just needs a new driver. I mean, look, if Gus were to turn it around and you got called plays, he could just vary. He can basically argue every different problem for the last 4 games. We're tired of just one small and say this draft. There you go, go teams. says Bryce could report that he and Son walked out slowly together about 40 miles. Going out as a two-man, baby. Yeah, we went live. We didn't go park ourselves in the facility. It's crazy to say Sam is the most realistic of those three. The Clemson media guy, probably the media guy, texted me earlier today and said, would they go after him? I said, why? Are you about to ask me to put dabble on our hot board? Can you imagine being them? You're talking about a guy who's angry at the media and irritable. Can you imagine? I mean, how sick of those people? How sick of those people? I think Dabo number one be tough to get. Number two, is a guy who really hasn't adjusted his so sure since should be 60 and she's 76. All right, Preston, I need to get I still haven't eaten anything today, and now I'm sitting on the counter for
why the fuck you there, dude?
and now I get to get
I gotta tell you, the shot for fuck.
and be this at 10:30. Right, did you get these?
The guy in the shot.
No,
That
like
flag is
Doritos
so
on the
fucking
six. Some
He's
guys
fucking shot right in the head, dude. A fucking AK, fucking bang, dude. Like straight up, motherfucking. Like you're like yelling at your own U.S. troops, dude. Get a fucking grip on your fucking life, bro. You're fucked. You're playing for the fuck, dude.
I'm exhausted. Oh, all right, well, I want to get this. Just real quick, thank everybody to tune in. I want to thank for chat. Thank for Tiger Week today. Our live thread. I was getting all the information I had as this stuff was unfolding throughout the day. I think a lot of people enjoyed that. I think got 20,000, 30,000 views or more. That's still going. Got a lot coming your way on TigerBait.com. Brian Lazar just put out an instant analysis piece on TigerBait.com about everything that's transpired so far. And we're going to have a hot board, obviously, coaching hot board that we're going to have dives into the details of the coaching candidates up on our Tiger Bait. So please go subscribe. $1 try out for a week. I think you'll enjoy it. And if you're not subscribed, if you watch us on YouTube, please subscribe and hit the like button if you enjoyed the show. And also, if you're following us on Facebook, follow Preston on X at PGuy77, and at Scarborough Mike, and at TigerBait.com is our official X account. And we got a lot coming your way. This is just it's going to be an interesting open day. I'll come in here at the end. Super chat. I'm an LSU fan. We have unrealistic thoughts of who LSU is. In the last 25 years, we have 10 games, 2 with Kelly, and a number of the 10 win seasons because of bowl games. Yeah, I don't count 10 win seasons. 10th that comes with the bowl. I ain't going to that. Yeah, but you won 3
It's actually fucking alive together. What the hell?
It's not but pay attention to the national folks when they tell you what job is and how it's viewed. How it's viewed by coaches. It absolutely is. It's one of the sexiest in America, and I know it's how they're going to pay for all of it, how it's going to pay for it, what are you going to have for NIL? I get it, but they're going to figure out a way, and the thing about it is it going to take a couple of years to be flexible? I don't know how long it's take, but I still say that this job is one of the pinnacle jobs in all the college athletics. And there's a reason why it's always in prime time on Saturday nights when they play and so forth. Tiger Stadium, the alumni, Shaq, Bregman, on and on. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, on and on and on. The players as strong as ever. You can win a championship just kids want to play for you. Well, we're seeing right now that you still have that problem. You had the year where you had Will Campbell and Everett Jones, which is an oddity. You're still going to have to go out of state. Yes. Offensive line. I was talking to someone today. He said, it's still a French background. Most of the people stay in Louisiana. Every now and then you have an outlier, like a Will Campbell, etc. But those are very few and far between. And they typically show their head in North Louisiana. Athletes. But the offensive line to be able to countrywide and particularly best. What's it? That thing is atrocious. Any word on Brad Davis? Is he still I think he is. I don't think anybody else. I know Fox 8 said Sloan is gone, but they're the ones reporting that. Maybe it's so, but I don't think it is. All right, everybody, thanks for tuning in. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. LSU football fix tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We'll get a lot for you tomorrow night. Night, y'all. Night. Happier than peeing in the sink. Yeah, I don't know why. It's cold. It's naughty. It's a little naughty. I feel like a mom. I don't want to pee in the sink. I'm just pissed at these guys. Because what? Because of BBL. Just the tight jeans. I peed in the sink. Hanging low. In the sink. Yeah, you did. I always feel like a real. You peed in the sink and Brian washed his butt in the sink. That's almost more weird. In the sink. Listen, there's nothing more satisfying than when I pee in the sink. I feel like they're talking about it so much. You feel like I'm on. I feel like a biker king. Yeah. I still don't understand. By the way, I remember walking not in this building, but in the Malcolm building. You guys would like to go to the restroom together. I saw piss in the freaking sink, and I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the sink. I'm like, I don't know who did that. I grabbed paper towels. I grabbed paper towels. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know something. The sink because Brandon. I know. Oh man, that's like an intervention. Yeah, like Jan and the old intern and Chappelle. Like you are peeing in the sink. You need to stop. This is a place of work. Speaking of peeing on sinks, we got this clip called "Does Bart Get an Intervention Before Brandon?" Posted by What's Up 167. You know what? One thing I did not expect. Bij Dirk staan we voor onze principes. Zoals altijd dezelfde lage prijs voor iedereen. Of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. En deze week Muller Milk. Fles van 400 milliliter voor maar 89 cent. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
interview in show history with the Mark Harley. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time.
Shout out to all the new people that came through just because they interviewed you.
Yeah. Welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, I'm happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we have Patreon, so join the Patreon if you want. Discord, join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know, kind of like Baba says, we're shooting for the stars. We'll probably land on the moon. But, that would be real Netflix if you come on. I know, probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why you came.
Also, too, I want to say, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're kind of running out of song ideas. If you guys can just throw us a bone,
Yes, thank you, Trevor. Yeah, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it. Take a look and check them out.
But that's not why they're here, dude.
That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truck. No, we're here to start the timer. We'll sure watch 10 minutes of shops and start the timer. Man,
your phone's not even on, but it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're Nudging Me. It's called Timo's Hates My Sloth Fish Clip.
Yeah.
I can't even say it.
Can't even say it.
Yeah.
Dude, we can't talk. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, You're Nudging Me. Here we go.
Finally, a break from the fryers. Those BGM drums killing me. Time to check out the old YouTube. That's right, yeah. Stole my sawfish sushi. 10 minutes a shop. I like these guys.
Pulled in the comedy store, was looking for some cheese. Yeah, so that's the show. In an earlier episode, I talked about the guy that does the TFAK stuff. We watched a clip where Papa's a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips.
Wait.
They're the worst.
What the fuck?
I hate those clips. They're the worst. I wish I could were Papa's fish. The guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. The zoom in on my AVI gets me. That's a good
The
detail.
lack of emotion in your face.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
But it's such a good, kind of subtle diss that put the AVI and then have to zoom in on the data.
Hurt, man. If you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me. I don't understand it. I don't. I still consider you a friend. It's weird. I love being things.
It's on YouTube.
It's hard. I feel like a biker. It comes here, you can sleep, you know?
Sometimes you're against it.
That's just the cats of the prayers we don't matter. Fuck E for Sutherland YouTube channels. Not you, Timo, but that was Blog Post.
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I talked with You're Nudging Me, and I explained that I meant the YouTube guy, but I was definitely not clear in the clip, and it's on me because I expected Gerardo to edit it out. No, I'm just kidding.
What is your with the TFAK channel? Was it a conversation you had with others telling you that they just steal clips, or you saw it?
No, I saw him, and I did see the comments saying that guy steals clips, but I just watched the YouTube clips, and I don't like them.
Yeah.
I mean, the shop fish clip and all the You're Nudging Me, all the stuff he does always, from what I've seen, is always great.
Yeah.
Like that clip in of itself. So in the end, it's almost like a good thing, because from my being a jackass, he was able to come up with this, and it's funny, and everybody enjoyed it. The people that don't like it probably enjoyed it even more than we did. But that was great. And it's my bad. I don't mean to associate You're Nudging Me with the YouTube channel. That was lame. And I shouldn't be talking about the YouTube channel anyways, because like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to just fire shots out.
It's all those randos, dude.
I know, man. I texted Gerardo for Dick Juice. He couldn't get it to me in time. turning my eyes red. I just that's another thing too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show, but we talked about at length with each other. Yeah. Is the Hella Mark Harley release of text drops. Yeah. Apparently Brennan Schaub asks him to use all the time, and also he was taking big accountability. Remember that? Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything, so we've sort of jokingly been doing that to each other, like, oh, it's on me, man. I thought you'd do it anyways, kind of thing. So it's on me, man. I just forgot you were Mexican, though. I didn't. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. All right. That's another thing we freeze with.
Bij Dirk staan we voor onze principes. Zoals altijd dezelfde lage prijs voor iedereen. Of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. Met deze week Muller Milk. Fles van 400 milliliter voor maar 89 cent. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
You've got to change your evil ways, Papa. Before you stop getting views, you've got to change, Papa. And every word that Mark said is true, 'cause you're blockbuster, redacted, and dumb as a clown. You've got my posting and talking, douching you down. This can't go on. Lord knows you got to change, Papa. Papa, you don't need that much nicotine. Stop my favorite time of the week when you get near Papa tries me. Release surprises today. You better watch TV. It's a job. Welcome to Tino's. It's a job. Look at us. What are we doing here, Papa? What are we doing? We have Mark Harley on the show. Mark Harley. This is Brian's joking tree. This is my ear. Worked both ways. Yeah. This is the CGI, you know. This AI technology. One thing I wanted to ask you guys, you can probably tell I am bigger and gayer and more lively in person, you gotta admit. Yeah, he's huge. I prepared myself. Yeah. I really did. The cardboard come out of me. The lion is out of the zoo, free to roam, do what he wants, gadoosh anybody he wants. It's very freeing, actually. It's very cool to see. Well, yeah. One thing I didn't expect from meeting you is that I didn't know that I was going to feel like a baby gay lion. You know what I mean? I just feel like I'm inferior. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's so funny. Because sometimes, like, I think that's a fun way to interact with guys, to be like, guys love to do this, like, no, I'm trying to get like you, or like, I know you're buff, like, right. But as you can probably tell, I spend so little time thinking about that and trying to like actively not have my brain work in that way versus I think guys like Schaub and other narcissists, it's like always like sizing each other up and like, oh, am I strong with you? Could I murder you? And like, you know, and it's just, I don't know. That kind of male behavior in any way out in the world, but I just always think it's how guys interact. Like, but you're bigger than me. It's like, I don't give a fuck, you know, because there's 800 guys, you know, who are bigger than me in, you know, a quarter mile of here. Yeah, I mean, I don't even see it, honestly. I feel like a long-time friend just meeting him for the first time, you know? Yeah, like I never met him. This is so cool. We've been shooting the shit. Getting along really well. It's true. We had a nice, like, 20-minute, like, warm-up. We were shooting the shit. And yeah, like, and this is what I told you off air. I said, what I really appreciate about your show, because it almost seems like if you started running Shop channel, like, if you can't get, like, 10,000 people, like, it's like, what are you doing here? You're one of us, man. Yeah, but a lot of these channels are kind of just going like a recap, the most basic recap of what happened in the Bomba versus week. But you guys are actually two things. You're adding creativity to it with these song parodies, which I assume like that takes time to both write and record, right? I would assume it's several hours a week. Well, really, it's one take, but it's the recording. It just is the length of the time of the song. Yeah, you know, the writing I don't assume takes, you know, only a few minutes. So, but it's also just time and mental energy, and I can tell you guys want to do it really well. And then secondly, the humor of the show to me comes from the fact that you're very detached and you take this approach of like, it's all silly and I want to be entertained by it, and some people cross over into this like anger and contempt and actual bitterness, and to me it's hard to do comedy from that place. Yeah, we don't want to be like that. It's all fun and gains for us. Yeah. And honestly, we're standing on, as I said before, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, we got people like Shorty Pie and Ryan Joseph and President Banana and all those people.
No, it is because like people, you have really good engagement, and I don't know. I know you get pretty good numbers for the fact that, like, you know, I'm a numbers guy, so it's like you guys do really good numbers for I don't know how many subscribers, but it always looks like people engage, and that's kind of another. One of these core things that, you know, I'll probably continue to bring up, like, you know, here's how I think and here's how Brendan thinks, and I think, like, you know, the mistakes that led to us falling out are part of this, because I think when you're dealing with podcasting and social media, you have to cultivate your community and treat them like equals in a sense. Like, you can't kind of take this like, I'm just better than everyone, and that's part of what the Outer comments says. It's like, your opinion doesn't matter at all, and he'll say things like, well, I've never gotten a tag from a comment. It's like, well, maybe you should. Yeah, maybe you should get a, you know, hey, you're an asshole from the comments, or just some sort of, like, you look for a repeating pattern, you know, you just pick 100 comments and see, like, if half of them are people saying, you're doing this thing, maybe you're doing this thing.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right about that, and that brings me to my first question, which a lot of cats have been wondering about. I know me and Gerardo have been wondering about it. Is he doesn't read the comments, he doesn't do social media, but does he have writers? And you don't have to say who they are, but, like, if you want to, like, can you say who they are?
I know, like, I know one person who's, like, you know, I'll describe an interaction. This person is a professional comic, recently put out a special that I think is very good, and this person comes from advertising and marketing and is very good at that element of it, and also, like, as a creative professional, has a format of, like, we start here and blah blah blah, and people, for example, like, people like they'll bring up the fact they went to the San Francisco Comedy College, you know, when, like, right out of my actual college, and it's always like a source of, like, ripping on me, you know, it's like, oh, Mr. Comedy College, but really what it is like, the benefit of that is it gives you, like, a kind of
another Jew. How are they committed to plug someone? How are they committed to curse someone?
Like, if you start here, you start with
Beautiful
the
Ella,
topic, and then move
Kavod,
here,
Shamayim, everyone says, so why is it that things in general, like anyone is allowed to plug another Jew, another Jew? Because Kavod, Shamayim, because the coverage that you are obligated to be based on powerful trumps any other coverage. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Kaddish Baruch Hu, and they deserve them from Malchus, we're going to plug them. We're going to plug them. But someone is deserving ultimately of media that's the issue. We're going to curse them out, and it's going to front to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of the Baruch Hu goes there and comes before the covenant of any other person. Benami votes Naya. That's the largest. The last much again, son. To be able to go ahead and, or to be able to go ahead and curse the covenant in Israel as well. That's the mercy. The next day, if someone who are obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who are not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike. Alright, no idea, but the mitzvah is not easy to do the knuckle mitzvah. So perhaps those things are talking about knuckle mitzvah. Someone was deserving of Malchus. I say someone who's deserving of Malchus. Then what happens? Public knows. If you weren't talking about the son, the one vice is talking about someone else. In other words, and the vice is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of Malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And this is someone else, or even like give you really and but when you're working for this, it's obligated to give a person. So someone else is committed to administer, you must know. Easy to use the notion of no, every no, not good. Doesn't make a difference whether you're talking about the son or talking about someone else. The Mokat, yes? And the Makom Mitzvah, functional the Makom Mitzvah. One is talking about Makom Mitzvah, and we're talking about not a Makom Mitzvah. What is it mean? What does it mean Makom Mitzvah, not Makom Mitzvah? What's Makom Mitzvah? Makom Mitzvah is where someone is carrying Malchus from David. The Makom Mitzvah means someone's not carrying Malchus from David. If someone's time off is engagement, as much as we don't like killing people, we don't have to position it for virtue and others. Someone who's not charismatic, you're not going to hate them. That's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is regularly the most large reference we need to see. Here we go. Umar makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakosho mitzvah mitzvah hakosho. So let's see if we do this. Even if the makom mitzvah. Like this, right? Avram, ultimately, again, outside mountains. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave this side that Yitzchak is the sun of the side. Yitzchak is going to the midst of the mountains. Even in that case, what is the halakha? Yitzchak is not fit to deliver more than the mandated number of mountains. Right? This is our Isaac, responds someone one more less than the before. That's what it says. Not the muscle mitzvah, even in the case the person is liable for lashes, right? So there's going to be also mitzvah shalom la'akosha. Mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. So no, the muscle mitzvah, when someone is not liable for lashes, it's going to be like mitzvah. So even mitzvah la'akosha, ain't no giving to the don't strike them at all. Okay, now by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the transfer, going up and let's just not. What's the primary side? We've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father, but the potential is going to have topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the function of raising upon his father if the son is working for crazy? Is that liquor or not? Most certainly to be up in the air. You're not going to do it. Cut him off. I also do this. Avram is condemned to death. Avram follows them to death. Who bought the know-how, the killer will fire or what happens. And his son comes along and hits him, or the son is fired. Alright? And after the killer will, really cover the killer. But if another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, the other person is going to be Potter. Alright, so what's going on over here? So we can look at this problem. You know, it's Vadim Bach, my Schnubben or my what's the story again? Avram is condemned to death. You know what it says? Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him for kissing. The son Yitzchak is going to be liable. Alright? Someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or they won't be liable. So you must be about the above. Nice children, that's not that. Why? Like, why is the ultimately I am making the son of someone? I'm not sure that is very interesting to alien okay. So this is fascinating. Avram was condemned to what the religion spoke about earlier, literally in chapter. That the process of leading someone after death, specifically again by Stephen, there was a whole part of the reading else. What's the case? The case that Avram was condemned and he won't go. Right? He won't go. Right? He won't go. So therefore, like you certainly need to do, we need to talk about him. Right? When this person, so the Gemara says, that the Gemara is making a distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, to be liable. So the Gemara says, the case of Muzillah is to eat out in both losses. The case of Sekulatism is not a case of where he's refusing to go out. In that case, they're not refusing to go out, you have the Achenami. Again, we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, is refusing to go out, he's refusing to go out for execution. Okay, the Gemara says, this is the son hits it, there's liability for the son. Someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay, the priest says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right, he's willing to go. The James is out, he's willing to go. If that's just he's willing to go, and at the end of the day, if someone alone and hits him or curses him, why not liability for the other? The response is very simple. You must remember, it's very important. Someone's condemned to death. What's the status? What's the status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's look at this. Someone other is condemned to death by David, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? Who is dead now? So Halakha said is very like this. When Avram is condemned to death, well, someone else comes along and makes Avram perfect. Avram, there's no liability because they hit and they push the dead man. His son does it, there is liability. Again, I want to say this is all that level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. I've been condemned to death. You're right, but you're still your father, and he's living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to redeem proper goodness and hope. You might say, listen, I'm not thinking. Fight is Fight my son me. Let's listen to this. Fascinating piece. Let's say you embarrass someone. Stop. I go over to you, and I embarrass you while you're dying. That's giving a speech. That's giving a speech. It's not just getting embarrassed while you're sleeping. Like, you don't know about it. So you didn't just sleep, and I put whatever it is, right? I go ahead, like it's sleeping. So let's say, interestingly enough, he dies. He dies in his sleep. So he never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused. That's the halakha. Fight straight, you're straight to race. Fight it. Now, both say, who am I tired? And Rashi says over there, I can write it plus tired. Fight shubana. So it's interestingly enough, for myself, I'm obligated to pay both chests to the right to moving offspring. Because they were embarrassed to attack people. So what do you sitting here? But halakha myself, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, we're taking this up over here. Because more to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram or purchase him, the Yaakov will be tired. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. So it doesn't people here, but even if you do something to someone, and that person quote unquote is dead, they never realize it. For liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, and they never wake up, I'm so liable to go ahead and get some offspring. You don't watch the piece over here. What happens? Where again, the injury to Avram is an injury that's not covered, right? The damage is left. Ultimately, be no liability. I believe that even if you injure someone, and you like to hit someone, you cause an injury that's left while we see that there's no monetary compensation, you get not just which the Gemara says, you're right. My pasuk with Talmud, what do you mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram, he's stuck or he first Avram? They don't look at his pasuk. What does that mean, pasuk? Pasuk, remember, it means there's pasuk from our there's no monetary compensation. But they would potentially be mountains. Now, did you know Chayyid the moment? Don't say again, it sounds like over here that his son would be Chayyid the moment. This is strange. Where says, hello, did you know? Talking is the Gino. Everybody doesn't know what it means. Chayyid means everyone has different liability. Chayyid just means reliable. So a son, you have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, who have each own liability. After hiding kind of partner, so why is that another will be partner, right? Yaakov comes. Avram since Yaakov comes along and to or purchases. Why is Yaakov his partner? It says literally again, a prince amongst the people who shall not curse. What is it from there? Well, only when it was when it's there this person with a dream, when it's dream is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means you're part of Klal Yisrael. You behave like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what is that in truth? And now he's in conformity with the relative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, how can it follow? So I understand cursing. So I am supposed to, now by the way, this is actually very important, because as I'm telling you,
about
the
there was, I
prohibition to
forget his
curse
name, I'd
another
say it if I
Jew
remember,
is
but
only
he
when
was
they
an old
get
graphic
evil.
shot.
Like
He
only
was
when
saying
open
like
from also
Sean,
months
all he cared about was
only
looking
when
bright,
they are behaving
because
when
like
they
Brian,
are conducting
I
themselves
couldn't.
like a Jew should.
That makes
So
all
the
the
Gemara
sense.
says,
Yeah, that seems to be his MO.
what about hitting? What about hitting someone?
There's this
What about
love-bombing
hitting
phase,
someone?
and there was a period of time where he had said something. One time he called me out on it. He said, "Oh yeah, Mark's like,
just like cursing.
what's the
Only
deal?
applies to
Like, were you like taking her
when
away
the
by
person is
like
conducting
it's like if you're
themselves
blind, it's like
in
my
conformity
source
with
saying,
what
yeah,
so
so
Sakar
like my
is hitting
service
about
mindset,
Ihafi,
and I was
Binyonami,
I was
was saying that's the case when sin needs to apply for a son. So therefore, even when you stop saying Avram is being condemned to death, means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amphos, like the member of Klal Yisrael. He's not conducting himself to Klal Yisrael. Then Allah told himself, there's no relationship to him or to person. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is what Rabbi says. Gemara says, to the Amr in case you know Avram didn't condemn to death, but he did civil for his execution. How can I make the us for Shiva? What they say, Avram did civil, then what? He was including all back in Amphos, and therefore again, this is the first thing or specific. This is what we found in Gemara on life. So, that halacha you can do children for one, literally until the end. And so that number, even if a person is under, they have the ability to perform certain formalities. Avram is being sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led up to it. But the possibility and the readability of the moment that he is such is the power of Shiva goes into effect in one's life. Literally until the last breath. That's the power of Shiva. Or question number 3. Okay, so he says, oh, right. He's about to do it. What do you do? Oh, say the action. Send it back home. Well, you see, those are just because the person does Shiva doesn't necessarily mean that it's undue the effect of all of that. Sometimes you do in life, or often you do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way around the time, you can't simply undo that. I mean, this is incredible dialectic of Shiva. On one hand, Shiva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Imam Shiva says, that if you do the highest level of Shiva, you might have shown even if you don't know, even your intention nowadays to become like me. That is in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities that are actions, realities that are circumstances. What else, you see all this time like you're doing relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? Let's say happens because the offending party is the husband. That's like right? For illustrative purposes only. Then what happens? And a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands what he did. He says, I'm sorry. Now, it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that listen, I'm sorry, what happened? What happens like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase mark, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuinely, even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like, I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that showing everything is just like snaps back to what it was, right? And everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions react. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's still there. There are consequences to our actions. This is one of the most important things so to live with the right, and this is why, again, mindfulness, really with the purposes, contemplating the effects and implications of our actions before we do it, so incredibly and profoundly important. Understand everything I do as a reaction. So I realize the error in my ways, and I want to pull it back. Alpha may be about Shiva. Error may be about Shiva. But what's going to happen? I'm going to think about Shiva. What's going to happen? What is the reason to say this? Something to say this? incredible. But now you have to pay. Like, in other words, you can't try to do it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and irreversible consequences that you have set your Shiva, and they will absolutely accept you with open arms of grace but we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there was three consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. You're stuck with the consequences. Always simple. But the undue or the actions often cannot be undone. So much hierarchy or that thing about yourself. It's not really much as you want to know why you thought the son decided to be it or he curses his father because his father came about Shiva. He's having the Shiva. And that's just having the Shiva. Hierarchy after that. So someone else also be liable for hitting the end taking out of them. I'm not knowing that I'm the father. In the city for the Alpha, very interesting. They're only hired. I love the rest of the person or any another Jew. But ultimately, again, it's a Jew who's going to live. Meaning, again, let's take this back to the idea that has been to be demonstrated that in Halacha, almost as if they're already dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability with someone who's dead. Right? The son is a different obligation. Right? The son is the son. Right? The son always got not remember what's going on again. Having a Sadiq Haba Asinefa has nothing to do with whether or not the parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important. Right? Again, he's a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have coverage. So with parents who go into the I've understood that as an obligation to honor his parents. Everyone else, Abba was considered to be dead. Liability for a dead guy. You have to know that. If that's against his cultural to be, they'll say, I'm a dead. You the hobby is out of this stuff. They'll say, I love all my stuff. No, we're different. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of people's Abba that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can teach your parent that there's no permission to in the court. But the might suck, you can't curse your parent after. So, for example, the color of the rainbow applies even after the death of a parent. You see something really fascinating. If you look at Avram as a dead man, right? Because you're saying, even so, right, Yitzchak, the same person, is fully covered because you can't curse your dead parents as well. So, it's like, okay, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of people have that even after death, transcend after death, right? This is why halacha l'maaseh again, really supporting the idea of Saint Kaddish is one of the people out there. There's a lot of stuff that your father said. Parents said to their child, I don't want to say Kaddish for you, dead guy. That's crazy people like that. Parents says, so is the child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Or should they dispense with that request? Yeah, a lot of silence like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that will translate halacha. But like nothing, a point over here is that you have effectively the Shaila indicates that people out there is safe even beyond that. Okay, so in this conversation, bottom line, remember how do we start? What was the Shaila? Right? Avram, and Yitzchak worked for David, his father died ultimately again from Malchus or for Clara, when the son go at that particular focus. Right? Or ultimately, again, similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, and Yitzchak, the son Chaim, will be hit similar to curses. So, when you certainly practice, certainly cursing in Yitzchak for it. Right? Because Lamaisa, cursing your parents after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly he's actually physically breathing. So my idea also about it, I'm going to about it enough to think how I should think that he's small. General halacha my son is not allowed to curse father even if the son is doing so in the capacity of teaching fucking. That's how long ago. Here's first rate of the basis. What exactly? This means the Torah, the Sakmo, the one exception. If Adam the father was involved in saving others, then this fucking story is going to go ahead and hit in person, carry out the first implication. Once somebody is saying others to worship the Holy Torah, you definitely told me that. That is the halacha. As John Daniel spoke about again, so this was actually so how you have it be more short in the let's say one's parents, but not like over there, I think the Nigma Kinam Mahaliba belongs to me. Even if they're really being let out to be executed, you're not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. Then we can also call them. Now, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're partner. You're second, you're dead already. Having the highest reality shows in the home. It's fascinating. So if one side for like a youth club, other items being let out, special activity individuals in the Russia. Even in the Russia, youth club still can't really still can't person. Youth club does still can't person, youth club is technically because it hurts a dead person. Okay, which is this now he says, if Avram did the vote, and then you separate between him and person, is chayiv, and person is parent. How about these? Avram is also already. About Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, Allah might say in Halacha, hey, that right to be other others or evil others, the Rokim Allah, find the step like that. Also, the English type of usually. Yes, we've done some you double yakas, but I love the way like that. So you should not be of mouthless to carry out legally excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to this. Nothing is there. I'm not the other video, carry actually answer by any kabula. When you actually leave it to the other in the last right? When you leave it actually beginning the parent. If a person hates his father or mother, he's not carrying unless the person causes it. You have to prove the kabula. Yes, Homer in the color of the market, so the color of the Achen is the Chayiv, and not the Achen is the father. But you're saying that even though normally these group hitting a person parent together, there's a stringency that person has over hitting you, and hitting your own Chayiv when the parent is alive. Person and Chayiv even when the parent is dead. That's incredible. Something about that kind of life. So it's a very important problem. It's stuff like over to I would like thinking like that fast. People apart. Everything a couple of an injury, not good, but they can't be the same level of liability. And liability that's like in the parent, when you probably upset, you're not on it. Lack and insult. Look in the passage says, probably be like you I say colorless most you must so there's redundancy in the passage, right? The beginning of the passage says, hello, as obvious the S because that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must to death. Why? It curse his mother and father. So why didn't you say Mokila? It means lack of yourself. Because your liability for cursing one parent even after death. Even after the parent died, you have to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyako, I would have thought, Hono, the Kaimake, the Kaimake, and the Kalo, since the Rosai, the Torah goes ahead and he plays, hitting and cursing, not there in your Kind element Chinese, art on the color in the firefight. Therefore, just like striking the parents, there's only liability cursing the parents, there's only liability when the parents are alive. So it says, therefore, again, the pasuk the phrase, all the female below, because there's liability for cursing parents, even once they are dead.
Something resembling a joke. Shout out.
You know, the low high is Ebola, and pretty much good. It's not the community someone. What does it mean? Also, what is it like this? It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformity with the dictates of Jewish law. There's liability for him. There's liability for
you can kind of like,
it's like
there's not a lot of people who've been attention.
I'm sorry, go come on.
Use a trick on the
Yes, again, it's not liability.
She would say that, but that's something where it's like, I mean, I know I was like, yes, there was a time when, like, you know, somebody did this, I don't go for my friends, like, I don't mind getting in a fight, right? Listen, we're going to have something tough. I'm not scared of getting in the face, and I've been in fights, physical contact doesn't scare me. I do like to think of myself as, like, be retarded rather than wave, like, in that sense, I don't like, yeah, like, if someone's trying to attack, of course I would be helping out, and of course I would like anything that goes for anybody, you know, the club, and I think that maybe wasn't the general, like, concern. But on his side, it's always, you know, in his affairs, and people like threatening to come and this and that, but like,
even after the death of the parents, there's going to be liability. There was other Yoshia, my mother came to Yoshia, who also said things is not extra. What is this? What are you talking about? Here we go. Desanya. Ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now the thing, what's the pasuk is ish ish. Asher kalo es adin veshima. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish?
8 p.m. from 7 p.m. ship, and then,
That's a word. Ish ish. The rabbi starts tum
hours add up, like, you know, if I'm just doing social media, like, if you're a social media account manager, and I'm traveling or something, so, you know, like the actual hours of this, and then says that I'm supposed to have send your also, you know, but that's just, you know, that's kind of telling as far as, like, it's like,
I know the liability
you
is
have a free minute, why don't you get that's great. I feel like, security, like, that's like, it's also like, yeah, like, I used to sell that when I recently, like, opiates, heavyweights, or something, a big bag of, like, 2 7 years, right? And I was like, that's not inherently intimidating. But actually, really scary, like, you're like, why are you worried about I'm kidding. This guy's probably like quicker.
Yoshi says, therefore, the end of the pasuk says, all the emo teaching that what is like those who both of your parents independently. Says that Yoshi uses that thing. Much more academically actual. You folks the class pasuk Yachshua. The Yoshi says, no, that's not how we speak in general. Whenever pasuk creates a teaching, you people mention together are so reckoned separately, or placing them together for community. Not the new color of the most again. Right, but the color of the most you don't start in this picture of the first one. This is when you really have to you can talk less than the other. Or is it fucking like a year? Reading the color. So why not? The idea that there's a video as over the color. Also, yeah, the market, second line out. The market also supposed to the uncle to the uncle. But not the one, so you try to do anything. whether from the time ultimately again, but I figured I know that because I'm a fellow, you almost need to use the Hasava. Machine has top dollar. Ultimately, again, we compare or we like machine dollar, but just like I thought you had and lay off honey tonight. He's not like I like see Ata Mitzvah Hakal. The Ata Mitzvah philosophy. I will say now, again, increasing in general constitutes you want to do it. Sometimes increasing just means a guy. That's why just means a guy. It's very increasing sending your tackle. Right? In other terms, increasing your first person are the Kusim. Who are the Kusim? Right? The other thing when Sharma that's the thing about Sharma. Out the 10 fight, he had a good strategy, he knows his strategy was, whenever you conquer a people, the person uproot them from the homeland, and you sell them somewhere else. Then they can rebel. Okay, when you take out the 10 food, you put in your place, where the Christians from, they were everything all devil desire. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole saga about their conversion. Whether the Jewish converts or not the Jewish converts. Just bear that in mind. You know what I'm saying? So Kusi after the Surah Haka, so there's no stock kill also. So Kusi, if you're going to Kusi, you're tight. If you place a Kusi, you're not tight. Thank you. That's not advice. So, yeah, block the Let's Surah Haka, so ultimately, Kusi, you're not tight. You're hitting it. Or because you're that is not a Sabua, it's truly Alma, Kusi, Gay, and it's going to be something. Everyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate Jews. If that's the case, so my love back with you. So what are they arguing about? So the man said, I'm asking a brother. One opinion is like that I'm hitting someone, if you're cursing someone who married and therefore going to buy someone, who am I seeing how to solve that? And the other thing is, no, you keep them separately, you're not completely Alma, everyone agrees, I call the club up, we do not compare hitting to turning, the hawk up, the hawk in the school, so what are you arguing about it here? Not some of Christian period Arayos, and I'm saying, my son of Christian period Arayos, my son of Christian period NSA, my son of Christian period Arayos. What the Machon say? The Machon ultimately is, what they Arayos. Because I have to have this time. Like they converted because of the loss. There's one example in the field. Other thing is, they're here and it's the right news. Here the field. So the Gemara says, I will be turning out love. Show up to be Israel. So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what do we really say? That the shar of a pussy is treated like the shar of the which the Gemara answers, and the Shmaniya. Rather, what is not focused? The point is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental focus and focus. So let's say, so this halacha lifestyle, this is the takeaways from here. So halacha lifestyle, the question is that Hakah and Klala appear to be, like, for example, the huge period of person one parent, and the he was after their death, but Allah Ta'ala again has right slightly does not apply after the death of me. Like was that after the death of her. The last after last piece, for the rest of tomorrow, and then it's back.
I'll ask you a question. I asked Sean. I don't know if you saw the Sean report, but maybe we did. I did, yeah. You watched? Me and Sean in front of me. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, okay. The funny thing is, he like, do you mind if I said, you can ask me first, but this is an our relationship. And again, I like to interview him. I think he's a really smart, funny guy, and I don't doubt a lot of this when he talks about these stories of like going in.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our co-sponsor.
Yeah, he's really funny, and I think he's a thoughtful guy, and I relate to him after Matt Mitrione.
We're dedicating all the Shomer Drushos this year. As a host from Soda and Israel, come co-sponsors for other Abagin, Latova, Harry's Steve and Love Yomi's Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yossi, going on the achievement of 12 dark sites. Zid of the Burning families in memory of William Zid, Zeb, and the sons from the Rafa, a week of learning sponsors, Paul Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zakaria, and Zakaria from the Rafa, and our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Moshe Ben David or Moshe Kinston. That's on the occasion of the yard sale of our town. In the families in the Hama, the finances and the holy rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before amassing the day. So that's thank you to Rashi since we're always troubleshooting. Everything that's passing on is 5:45 in the morning. So let's begin. An incredible data of us today. Today's data is for 85 year up to we left off on page down on days 84 and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do blood letting for his father? That was the fundamental shayla. Because I don't want and we discussed the Mishnah that if a son injures his father's chayiv chelek, the shayla is what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father. Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions for Rav Masno and Rav Gini Larchun. They both seem to say yes, but then in Mark two stories of and married grade Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter to lance the foil for fear ultimately again of causing a chavila. The Gemara goes on and says, "Hadisnan, 6 lines of another. Hadisnan, machat shayad, rito ba'asakot." Once again, he's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: if you have a small hand needle, I guess a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and remove that on Shabbos. It's not too much. So, because ultimately, again, you use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. Concerns. So there's something that can make greater injuries. Causing of a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, also again is an issue already. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogeg, it's not an intentional kabura, but nevertheless, it's skila, which the Gemara says, no. That's different. Because if there is a kabura that's caused by taking out the birth, that's mekalko. That's considered to be a destructive act. So that's not according to the opinion that says the calcium that in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is butter. According to the opinion that says the calcium is high, you do something destructive on Shabbos. A malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which verse is one of those? Man Shabbos he done the calcium. Who did he say the calcium by chabura? Because the chabura is killful and it's destructive. That's your highest. That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon Amar Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha shin is which means malacha that is done that is not needed for. In other words, that the malacha results, that's not the malacha want. He holds that your part. So the Gemara goes on. Shmuel says, so I don't mind, by the way. So what is not going to situation? The Gemara is just suggesting that if you end up causing a chabur, taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha gufa. In general, Hilchos Shabbos, what do you Hilchos Malachas Machshavas? You need something constructive premeditated. In fact, at the end of the day, you do a malacha, but malacha itself is not necessary, and ultimately, again, it's not Shabbos. Now, that being said, we don't take out splinters in our Shabbos. Splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, even though it's malacha, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, about a son doing bloodletting for the father. Shabbos is again, I mentioned share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch in Hilchot is a whole section called Hilchot Avayim, fascinating halachas. In Yeridea, Simon Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says Reish Mem Aleph Gimel Ramah Gimel Shlomo says as follows: if let's say again a father has a splinter, father Shlomo says, not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father. If he's dam, or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo yakis dam lo aviv, lo yachtich lo aver. Afa pishum lechavin refuah. One should not do anything to a father that causes bleeding if the intention is for purposes. That's how it's correct. So I say that, but the Ramah is a very important Haga. When is this true? When is it true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this quote unquote service for the father. So it says, interestingly enough, there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. But Shlomo is a very interesting qualifier. He says, he has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatchiva is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the lechatchiva. Right? Maybe evidence no one else there, a son could do it, but really you should get the shus from his father before going ahead and gets buried because chabura or cause destroying the blood. I will say, there's also that the son, that the fathers of the mental capacity, the shus to the father. Let's say the father is not of the mental capacity, the son of the caregiver gets it. Again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although I really better to have someone other than your son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, you can't give your shus to the son. Okay, good. We'll come back more a little bit later. Goes like top of 85A, second line down. Very interesting page. 1 million repetition. That's the function of repetition. Then, wow, listen to this. The son is an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father. Now, what does this mean? Really, Rashi asks the Shliach, Rashi says, in the schayim of the joy of us. So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have, right, Avram and Yitzchak. Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus. Galashes, or Avram is looking at an excommunication. So again, so now the Shaila is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is simply by the Beis Din. So can you go ahead and carry out these sins again? So again, not the acting of his own volition, the son acting as a shliach habed. The Gemara says, this is an Amalei, la'achan fiot. So the Gemara is such fascinating objection. So in general, right? Why you say Avram and Yitzchak are not? Avram is judged for what? Avram is judged for the excommunication. But I will say part of excommunication was curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. The Gemara says you're never allowed to do this with a Jew. In other words, when you go over to another Jew and flog him, when you go over to another Jew and curse him, you're not allowed to. Someone else stam another. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? This is beautiful. Ella. Kavod Shammai I was saying, so why is it that Israel, right? Anyone in Beis Din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because Kavod Shammai because the covet that you are obligated to collect with Baruch Hu trumps any other covet. Or again, if someone did something against the Baruch Hu and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. Or someone is deserving ultimately again of Negro explanation, we're going to curse them. It's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to the Baruch Hu goes in before the covet of any other person. That's the logic. Again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for needless. So again, that's the Gemara's assuming right there. When they say, "Uma mi shemitzuva lakoso lakoso, mi lakoso in a din shemitzuva shelo lakoso." So literally translating, if someone who I obligated to strike, there's someone who are not obligated to strike, Certainly, there's a mitzvah not to strike him. All right, so now I know what the Christ is talking about. So Gemara says, "My love, even makom mitzvah." Perhaps both cases in the Christ are talking about makom mitzvah. With someone deserving of mouth. I said someone deserving of lashes. And what happened? No, haba'achar. Maybe one Bryce is talking about son, and one Bryce is talking someone else. In other words, and the Bryce like this. When it's the son, even though the father is deserving of mouth, nevertheless, son should not administer the father. And verse 6, where you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew. But when you're working for Bezdin, and he is obligated to give a person Moses, so someone else is permitted to administer it. Jewish Gemara says, "Lo, emotional, no, emotional." The Gemara says, "No, not true." Or talking about someone else. V'lo kasha, mitzvah, kasha lo b'makom mitzvah. One is, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What is that? So, what is makom mitzvah? Not makom mitzvah. So the kasha. What's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is that someone is chayiv. Shalom mitzvah means not chayiv. So someone's chayiv is in Bezdin. Much as you don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's approach to my other. Someone is not chayiv enough. Just you're not going to them because Allah is prohibited. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say. Here we go. Let's say this. Avram, again, is chayiv. Let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son, leave that on the side. Yitzchak is going, even in that case, what is the halacha? Not permitted to deliver in the mandated number of months. This is our Isaac, to flog someone, even one more lash, then they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says, even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? There's a mitzvah, any more lashes than they are liable to. When someone is not liable to lashes, I'm sorry, so it's only when someone is subject to lashes. Don't strike them at. So therefore, again, that's how the Gemara. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the Tashtos, lower that thing. Let's finish up first. Tashma. Supposed to remember again. Keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh of this? We've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father. It can potentially result in a topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Bezdin upon his father if the son is working for Bezdin? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. The Gemara continues. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Who thought, the kill a local, so what happens? And it comes along and hits him or curses the son is chayiv. So the Gemara says, if another person along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be fine. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right? If someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, he won't be liable. Yes. Why this distinction? Right? Why what else? That's very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. We'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. So remember again, we spoke about about the process from again, what's that whole process of leaving out. What's the case? The case that Avram was condemned to go. Makes a lot of sense. Right? He won't go. Right? He won't go. So therefore, this is what do we need to do? We need to prod him. Hit him. Right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara to make this distinction is showing if the son hits him, curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rasheshes Mutilav, V'she'im Nesarvin Bolot. Rasheshes says, no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go. If that's the case, they're not to go out. So I'll say, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, if he can go out to meet, he's refusing to go to execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if he's son, if someone else does it, there's not liable. Okay, but Shisha says, no, it's not a case where he's not willing to go. He's willing to go. He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the case, he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability? To which the Gemara is very simple. So let's say, remember, when Avram is condemned, what's his status? He's considered already, right? Let's take a different case. Right? Avram is condemned to death by him, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? 0. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, there's no liability because they hit and they curse the guy. His son was really liable. Again, I must say, this is all the heightened level of relational responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right. But it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you. And then again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards you. You might be as follows. Marsamra Sheshes, Baishu, in case here. Baishu, Nashan, Mace. So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stab, while is dying. That's while Ruben is sleeping. Like Ruben is sleeping. So what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruben's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever. Go ahead. Ready, sleeping. Someone says, interesting enough, and he dies. He dies in his sleep. So Ruben never woke up to realize it cost him. So what's halacha? I show shame to mace. I'm chayiv. Now, both say, who am I chayiv? Rashi actually right across chayiv. By shmanav, the high nani lo shmanav. So it's interesting enough. Halacha myself needed to pay Moshes to the heirs, right? To Ruben, because they were embarrassed with this. I said, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That halacha myself go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why here? Because Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov is not going to be chayiv. Why not? He cursed a dead man. Hit him. So what do you hear? That even if you do something, that person quote unquote is dead. You realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, they're liable to go ahead and get the embarrassment to the offspring. You know what's the case of where what happens? Where again the income is an injury, not shadapruta. So therefore, again, right, the damage is less than ultimately again there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, I but we learned that even if you injure someone and you write to hit someone, you cause them an injury that's no sharaputa, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus, to which the guy says, you're right. My part of the Kamar, what does it mean when Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck first Avram? What does that mean, Potter? And he says, Potter, there's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal did not sound like over here that his son would be chayim. Strange. To which the Gemara says, Ella, the Dino, what it means, chayim just means that's just a liability. Chayim means you're liable. Son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, his own liability. So why is it that another will be parted, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death. Yaakov comes along and strikes him or hurts him. Why is it that Yaakov is parted? The Pasuk says literally again, a prince among your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Well, only when is there a person of a Jew? When he is Ba'amcha means he himself. He behaves like another Jew. Obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Israel, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, so I understand. So I understand. So now, by the way, it's very important because what this is telling you is the prohibition to curse another Jew only when they behave like a Jew, right? Only when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So guys, like what about you? You compare all what you're getting to, and therefore, just like cursing only applies to Hamcha when the person is conducting himself in conformity with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. You know now, you will say that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram is condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. He's not conducting himself as a member of Klal Yisrael. Then Allah for myself, there should be no prohibition to push him or to curse him. Or the son should be exempt as well. What's the case? The case Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. Hakanami Bisha Asa tshuva. So again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So let's say found Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? That halal myself, you see what myself. You see the tshuva until literally again until the Rambam writes his oath was tshuva. Even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the case, Avram's death. Avram is literally again being executed. But the possibility and the windows of Shuvah is still open literally until the moment that he was executed. Such is the power of Shuvah, the ability to affect him in oneself or in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of Shuvah. Lesson number 2. So let's say he's about Shuvah. He's about Shuvah, then what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Start home. So what else? See? Those are just because the person does Shuvah doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo all of your actions. Sometimes you do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave, especially for a protracted amount of time, you can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Imam says, if you do the highest level of tshuva, even your intentions will become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, some things that I do can be undone. Our realities of our actions, of our circumstances. You see this all the time in relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happens a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do things that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? Let's say it happens to the party is the husband. Let's argue and say, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? When a husband owns the again, he was wrong. He says to do. He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting. Often the husband's patient is that when he's sorry, what happens? What happens like a magic wand. right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine, even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Right? I'm really sorry. And it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that suddenly everything is just like snaps back to what it was. Like, everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realized not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't come in. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. This is one of the most important things to live with your life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important, because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. In this case, Avram may be about tshuva. Everyone may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is he going to say to him? What's Ben going to say to him? Incredible. Like, in other words, you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something. There's an irreversible set of consequences. It's not set into motion. You are about tshuva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you as open as a great about tshuva. But we're still going to accept, because in life, when you make certain things, there are irreversible consequences. Right? How often do certain things, thinking in the back, it's not a big deal. Just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Always possible, but the undoing, the reactions or the reactions of my action cannot be undone. Incredible use. That's the case that I was going about choice. It's not really more setting it up like this. If you want to know what you struck the son, if he hits or he struck his father, because his father came about, because I'm the tshuva. I'm the tshuva. Then someone else also be liable for him and for cursing out. I'm not married, but I'm a call. I'm interested. No. When you for cursing or for hurting another Jew, when ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I want to say someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, it's almost as if they're already dead. They're dead. Therefore, again, it's hard to really clear that someone's dead. Right? A son is a different. A son is an obligation. Right? The son is a son. Right? The son always has an obligation.
Oh, question. And you're doing geometry? Tutorials. Geometry in 8th grade. I was in an advanced school. 100%. My education allowed me to get an excellent career, and that allowed me financial independence. Now, I would also say that experience helps a lot, and certifications help a lot in education.
People got in trouble.
Yeah. But generally, I wasn't a troublemaker. I knew what the lines were, and I did my best to avoid getting in trouble the best of my ability. But in whatever school I always did my best to know what the rules were, and then just get in line without crossing it as possible. So does that answer your question? Excellent. How's your day going? Speaking out of names. So if you want to learn poetry, go on YouTube.
No, hopefully keep it up.
All right. Well, you can also use ChatGPT. They're a streamer. I think they're streaming right now. I don't know. What up, Tim? I get a lot of people who do my experiences, branding. People just, when they want to go to bed, they don't want to be alone in the world. And they like the idea of somebody out there. So they sleep in here. You're more than to do the same, Equestria.
Maybe someday.
Oh, these people have not hit rock bottom. They're employed. They're educated. Very kind individuals.
Music?
Yeah, Doug, and you're not talk
Is the music going through my through the microphone?
Sometimes when you're not talking directly, if you would just close your mic. When you're talking, feel free obviously to open it. Talk as much as you want. You're good.
I'm just
You're good.
trying to figure out something in my microphone. So I want to start streaming it. And when I play music, I want to be able to play music through my ads at work. And I have it go through my microphone. I'm pretty sure I figured it out.
All right. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. If you need my help testing it, let me know and get out.
He's going to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, yell at this room. That's
You taking a shit?
if we are close, like, and you betray me, like, that'll hurt more. Talking shit about me on the internet, my physical appearance, like, if you can't handle that, you're an adult man, like, grow the fuck up. You know, but a lot of it just seems like they're kind of, they run away from that, and there are people, I don't know how Brian felt about leading into it. I generally, like, he is trying to get Brendan a lot of podcasts, and hey, let's do more yes and don't shoot everything down and kind of don't be, you know, like, but it's hard because it's almost like you have to inception his ass. You have to, like, plant this idea in his head that makes him think it's his own idea to be less of an asshole, you know, and interrupt people less. Because if the moment somebody else is telling him what to do, he doesn't like it. You know?
Because that's what my belief in my conspiracy is that Brian is homeless but paying rent. You know what I mean? I told Brendan about this.
That's a philosophical dichotomy for the ages. You know, you have to know. I don't think that's too far off, and I haven't, like, really probed his mentality because I think he is diplomatic. He does have a lot of loyalty to Brendan, and I think a lot of that's for good reason. But like what you're saying is, I could answer like this. Would he get the humor and a lot of the jokes you're making about Brendan? Of course. Yeah. You know, I just don't know. I think he's checking it out because people, like, even when I, like, you know, like, I would go on the server, I wouldn't be like, oh, I don't want to go, like, just go, like, see people shit on me for no reason. Like, so it's like, it's not fun. Like, unless it's like, you know, like, they kind of set up a system, like, other people are checking on there. Like, I'm sure people are reading it right now, like, you know, like, you know, another guy who works there is like, hey, man, could you, like, not take that down? Like, that's my name. Like, oh, my bad, I don't want to know, you know. Like, I know somebody's paying attention to it, but my assumption is the way Brendan likes to have feedback is kind of like, give me the cliff notes of the cliff notes, you know, and also make them all positive. So, like, unless it's like a true emergency that's gonna, like, ruin my life, unless I deal with it right now, it's like, give me a, you know, a steady leak of, like, positive tidbits from my narcissistic supply.
It must be hard to find that, though, you know?
Yeah. It is, yeah. I've actually talked to, you know, Gianni Paolo, who used to run his social media, like, we commiserated, you know. We typed in socials to both our phones, like, how's social? Like, he's been using the same phrase multiple times a day for years. How's social, fellas? How's social, fellas? So this one's texted today. How's socials? In what way?
No, it's just like there's no interest in it really. It's just like copy and paste how socials.
Correct, because I go, like, I would be so much more specific if I was in his position.
Yeah, like, what are we trying to work towards on social?
Correct. What are we doing? Right, exactly. No, I couldn't agree more because somebody who's a really smart guy, some Jenks, like, no social media strategy or no analytics, and they're like, this doesn't make any sense from a strategic perspective. If you're trying to be like, I'm not on social media, but you check it multiple times a day. My analogy is like, I don't eat ice cream. I just pay my assistant to shovel in my face. Yeah. My mouth happens to be there as the ice cream falls off the spoon, but I don't eat ice cream. Somebody else feeds it to me. You know, that's totally different. But it's like, no, you're on social media. You're able to do it just by proxy. You know, and it doesn't make any sense because, like, you're not on it, so you can focus on other things. If you're worrying about it all day, it seems like you spend a lot more time worrying about likes and comments than you do about writing new jokes. You know, so keep that same energy.
Yeah. So on that topic of the socials, I was wondering personally, with the iMessage group chat, who named it Operation Tiger Thick?
I believe Brendan.
That's awesome. That was the answer I wanted. Yeah. Okay, so back to the original line of questioning here with, I think we already touched on Brian becoming homeless. I'm paying for it. You know what I mean?
Hard to see for me as long as, like, unless they have a big falling out, which, like, look, Brendan pushes their friend to the limit.
Okay.
Like, because Brian's a pretty agreeable guy. Like, he's a reasonable guy. Anytime here's what I would say, like, is one of the biggest differences between these two guys. A couple times we've had, like, an argument in text, and you get context loss, and maybe you type in all caps, and I'm like, dude, why are you getting upset, you know, something like that, because technically he is my boss, and it's like, I work for the TFAK, so, you know, and I'm a little bit more like, if somebody disrespects me, like, I don't give a fuck who you are, like I consider myself a good employee, but it's like, hey, we're not doing that, we're not screaming at me over text, you know, but to his credit, the very few times it happened, next time I saw him, he'd make sure to talk to me privately and be like, hey man, like, I didn't like how they came across, and I just wanted to let you know, like, that wasn't my intention, and and that's what I like to do to people, where it's like, I'm not just gonna be like, hey man, sorry about that, but we want to be like, here's where I'm coming from, I'm going to offer you an apology, you don't have to take it, you know, but like, that goes a really long way with
demonstrates a lot of maturity and a desire to like be a better person. Yeah. And Brendan, he can't take solo accountability. He'll be like, man, it's been really tough between us. I was like, what you did to me? You know, like, or like he'll go, I don't like how things went down. I don't like this tension between us. It's never I did something wrong. It's always like, if it is like, I call it his fake accountability. You know, I'll go, like in this Tiger Thick group chat that maybe you read, it was like, no, man, that's on me. Like, I should have known you guys weren't going to do it or something like that. Like, you're fake accountability. What do you mean? It means you're going, oh, yeah, it's on me that you guys are so stupid and incompetent. I should have known. It's like, it's not on you because you're claiming you paid us to do something. You expressed an expectation after we couldn't have gone back and done it and acted like we're stupid idiots.
He never hits the hammer on the head.
Yeah.
Never does it.
So, with Brian, right? If there's one thing that you could tell Brian, like the best part about becoming homeless, what would that thing be?
The best part, and this is kind of like, this is what it came down to, because he was on the phone with me going like, and I'm not saying this is insincere, and when I first picked up, I was kind of like, because I didn't want to talk to him, I was like, I feel like you're trying to convince me something. Like, part of it was like, is Brendan in the car, like, overhearing this? I don't know, but like, and he assured me that he wouldn't talk to Brendan about it, but then somehow that conversation got leaked to him, like, because it, like, on the AMA holes, or MMA holes, like, and you were screaming at Brian, and like, luckily my wife was there to, like, corroborate, like, screaming. Yes, I was talking like this. Here's what I said. Hey, Dad, Brendan is a narcissistic ally to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now. Like, I said something like that.
How are you? Rena, how are you?
How are you guys?
Well, how old are you?
I can guess.
I'm not going to guess. Just tell me your age.
20.
Oh, you're 20? Okay. Great. How'd you about me, Rena?
I don't know. I just came the link that you sent me.
The link that I see. Oh, okay. Very well. You're from Socialize. Were you in the Socialize Discord? Okay.
And then it was like, click, have you heard me scream? Like if I'm screaming at you, you better fucking, so.
Well, it's every single line in the planes.
Yeah.
analogy is say revenge. This is me discussing something that happened to me. It's therapeutic. You know, this isn't me going to fucking slash someone. You know, like if somebody were to like hack into his Twitter account and post something like that would be revenge. Like this, like the crazy person with that.
But yeah, imagine for like how pathetic that is that Brian and shut out to some, no offense to MMA posts, but just some random guy in Arizona. But that was just a YouTube dude.
I think I assume, actually, for giving the benefit of the doubt, that he reached out to them for comment because he was trying to be like journalistically.
We don't do that.
No, I mean it's true. Like there is a difference if you're trying to do entertainment versus sure. Now the guy, I thought the guy did a good job of like even saying like, yeah, I made fun of Greg with Bobby when I was saying neutral, and he kind of just. It's like he teed me up, let me talk, and he wasn't like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Like, tell me more. He would just let me answer.
Yeah.
I'm glad he did give me the other side of the story because one of the reasons I started talking about it in the first place was I go, Brendan hasn't said anything yet, but every time I've seen somebody live his life, every time, 100% of the time, he badmouths them with false claims after the fact, and really revises history in a lot of ways. And so I can kind of anticipate, like, I know this is going to happen, so it's almost like preemptively I have to get it out there because I know he's either doing it behind my back or he's going to do it. And of course, that turns out to be true. He made like 8 different claims about me not coming into work. Yeah, okay. Like, you know, and being late, and what were my hours then? You know what I mean? Like all this, like everything, 24/7. Right. It's like, yeah, I can come in late, but like, also I have a, I might have a recording of a phone call where we're in-person discussion where he said I could work remotely. So, even that is like, yeah, if I get up and start editing at 8 and then I'll come until 11 to the studio to do something, well, that means I'm not working and you even okay that, but then it's a big deal. So, every claim he made, you saw me kind of get worked up on the show, but it was like, it's when you're not expecting it, somebody's like, hey man, is it true that like, you beat your wife? And it's like, what? Like, no, man, fucking, just saying that, like it does get you riled up. And to go back to your actual question about Brian, because of the financial situation, like, he does seem to make a lot of money.
Again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important, right? In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent. Doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have confidence with them. So with parents, we feel like our promise convicted to death. A son still has an obligation to honor his parents. But for myself, by everyone else, our promise considers you dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead. Like, okay, you can know now. If that's the case against the son, should also be. This is interesting, I will say. So no, this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibbutz ava'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition with the corpse. But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parents after they're dead. So for example, like Mikalo applies even to the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, cursing him would still be important because you can't curse your dead parent. So say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this. That the people have that age, even after death, it transcends after death. Why? I'm looking at myself again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint is one of the forms of people that which has a lot of, let's say, a father says, parent says to their child, I wanted to say Kaddish for you after I die. And crazy things like that. Parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or can they dispense with that request? Get a lot of shilas in halacha about when a parent asks for something. The parent asks for something that runs contrary to halacha. But right now, the point over here is that you have reached the fact that it's a shilah indicates to us that kibbutz ava'im extends even beyond death. To be more okay, very interesting conversation. Bottom line, remember, how did this all start? What was the shilah? Right? Avram is Yitzchak works for his father is Chayiv, ultimately a Malchus, or for Salah, son go ahead and administer that particular right, or ultimately again, or Hayotzi Harik, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, as is Yitzchak the son Chayiv, he curses him. So certainly established, certainly cursing him he is Chayiv for, right? Because the mice again, cursing your parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when it's physically breathing. What's about a mice? What's Amar Avuna? The day Mo, Lakol, Ina Yafal, Lakosa, Lakalala. The son is not allowed to curse and hate his son, even if the son is himself in the capacity of an agent of Basin. With one exception. With one exception. What's the exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship, then Yitzchak the son is going to go ahead and hit him personal punishment of Basin. We've seen once somebody was inciting others to worship Torah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so that is the halacha as brought down the Shulchan Aruch. Again, the Shulchan Aruch was actually Joe, Grishman Aleph Dallas. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, so how you abid the imurim over Avera? Let's say one's parents, but mamish v'shem imurim, right over Avera. So listen to this. Afilu nigmar dinam lahariga v'yotzim leharik. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, asur lo lahakosam ulekalla. You're not permitted to hit your parents. You're not them. Imhika also a kolam potter. Now, interestingly enough, the Shmuel if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. Right? Why are you potter? Because technically speaking, you're dead already. Right? In also Shuva, Haris the Chayiv B'ner Ragalim Asapishon from the Haris. So let's say this is fascinating. So if one parent, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically potter, because you hit a dead person. Okay. Listen to this round. It says, however, if Avram did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parents. Incredible. Even though what? Even though Yitzchak is being that, even though Avram is being that killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, Allah in Allah I'm right from here. Other so Yaki also the aim is type of Nigri and don't some beautiful Yakas in Allah constants that the sun should not bring agent of days into Malchus or to carry out Nigri excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished. Hamakya other than those we actually do this already in the last video. When you hit that during the parent, if a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the color. Zeh Homer b'mekala b'lemacher, shemekala achem yisachayiv, shamakila achem yisapater. So even though normally we grew hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that cursing has, namely that hitting your only chayiv when the parent is alive, cursing and chayiv even when the parent is dead. It's incredible. Second, that's not a lot. So let's say Shabbat, what this means is he's stuck with going to his father Aaron, like gives him like a fast. It doesn't get a word, doesn't get not good, but there's the same level of liability. There's only liability. In the parent, when you says you are so that's when the passage says, other than Mokila, other as you must, other than so there's redundancy, right? The beginning of the passage says, as obvious the Eskimo. Father, most you must to death. Why? The email covered the Yes, curse his mother and father twice. To which the Gemara says the second other email teaches me lack himself. But his liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after death. Even after the parent died, he's not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyako, I would have thought, since the Bosai had any quakes, hitting and cursing, therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So, when cursing a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So, I will say, so therefore, again, a extra phrase, often the email, his liability for cursing parents, even ones that are dead. Furthermore, Kalvachomer. There's a Kalvachomer. Uma Makia Shaboba Amcha Kiba Amcha. Furthermore, again, when it comes to Makkah, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Also, so it means like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformity with the dictates of Jewish life or not. Liability for him, liability for striking any other Jew. So,
what happened? Okay, so they gave you a referral. I'm proud of you, big dog.
Someone sent me a picture of a kid who's black in a wheelchair. He has Down syndrome. He has glasses, and he's Jewish, and he's got a rainbow LED flag. And he said, "This kid chose the hardest difficulty life. Try not to laugh."
Okie doke, are you ready to play?
Yeah.
All right, big dog. I'm proud of you. Zoo, why don't you like the... Go ahead. Tomorrow what? You're going to call a number tomorrow? I'm not putting... I'm not pressure on you. You call him tomorrow. Oh. Why don't you like Bonnie Blue Talk to a Joke? That shit's funny as fuck.
Because I don't got it.
You helped come up with it.
It's funny.
You helped come up with it. And I think you should use it.
Now, people like when I talk about having Down syndrome.
Dog, that joke's... And you don't necessarily have to... You can tell multiple jokes. It's a really short joke. Welcome, how are you?
No.
What's funny, dude?
If I get diagnosed with that thing, then deny having Tourette's. That would be fucking fine.
All right. They're gonna help you, Zoo. How good this shot was. What are your thoughts?
How are you doing?
You big dog.
I'm doing. It's been a while. I've not been this year. DC.
I know. How's your day going?
My day is just going. Like I don't even know how to describe how my day going. Is it good or I don't even know how it's just going. But I still have hope since there is life.
That's right.
That's the only thing that makes me leaps, nigga.
How'd you find out about me, Taj? Dude, that was amazing.
I've been, I've been with Robbie since it's been a while. I know how you do. Like this is not my first time coming here. Like to meet Robbie in the space here.
I know. Remind me, how did you find out about me?
Yeah, it's from the Telegram which I in the community when you doing recently, and you told me that I'm working and on live stream all the time here in I think 24 hours. No, like you don't used to go off all the time. You used to end up. I know all those things. I cannot forget them.
That's correct.
In my head, so
That's correct. So we met through Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canini.
Yes. Yeah.
That's right. All right. How's life been for you recently?
What do you call?
Have you done anything fun with your life recently? Like, have you gone on vacation?
Are you telling me to go vacation?
No. Have you done that since we last talked?
No.
So this is my worst hole and one of your best holes. Just making you aware of that.
Ice cream? I thought I resigned.
Dude, you're still playing, big dog.
Says I resigned.
Okay, well, not here. It doesn't. There you go, Zoot. You're still in the game, dude. And you had an amazing shot.
That was my cash shot.
I think it was good.
Fuck. That's not good.
Oh, it was almost good. Oh, look at that shot. Zoot. Oh, this might fuck me. It did fuck me.
You gotta do a shot like this, brother.
Let's see it, Zoot. Are you sure about that, son? No, Zoot.
So, Robbie, what you saying?
I think you're always welcome here. I'm glad you're here, Taj. Still been for you, Taj.
Yeah.
How has it been?
You said?
How has
what you say? What you say?
How has crypto been for you?
Nah, crypto been tough. Like I can really explain how things been going. That's the reason why you've been. I've not been in the space for a long. Because I lose most of my jobs just because I had to wait at home and do some needs and take care of my grandpa. I'm with here in Sudan, So things have been tough and I'm just back. But I'm glad we meeting lots of people like you. You know, it's a great opportunity for me all the time. Even if I'm not alive for 100 years, I know where I can come meet you, and I know how I'm gonna find you here in this cut.
100%. Do you know?
And
Absolutely. Do you know Bitcoin Obama?
yeah, I know him.
Zoot's a good friend.
All Africans know each other.
Zoot's a good friend of his.
We're not friends anymore.
Friends, dog.
He doesn't like me anymore
Why doesn't he like you?
because I have money and like yeah.
All right. Well, he's me.
He thinks you have money.
Yeah, but I give him time and I help him. We got to get you back into your Twitter account, dog.
Ban my Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did that end?
Spreading misinformation.
Oh, that's garbage. What did you spread?
Yeah, is what you're saying? I'm not your friends. Why are you saying that?
No, he's not saying that.
I remove it.
He's not saying that.
I thought you were saying that. You are asking me.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, if I know him, what is he gonna?
Don't worry about it. Zoot, why did so they banned it for misinformation? What misinformation did you provide?
I said that they was ordering diagnoses to get people from the pharmaceutical ordering ADHD diagnoses so they could get people on ADHD medication. And then I said the same thing about anxiety and depression, and then I said that folic acid was FDA trying to put folic acid supplements for people with autism, which will create an increase in people diagnosed with autism, and I got banned.
When did this happen? I thought you couldn't get into your account.
Yeah, that's why.
Makes sense. Because you said that you couldn't get in because you didn't have your email.
No.
I mean, dude, I got you on camera. It's cool if you lie. That's cool. I mean, it's no big deal.
My account is suspended.
What does that mean? Did you get banned or not?
It's not letting me recover my email password.
Did you get banned or not?
One of my accounts, yeah.
Okay.
My accounts got banned, and connected to the same number of password.
Okay. Dude, are you gonna win? Wow, that one.
Write that out.
That might be a 9. That was really good. Go. It's your turn.
that a bad pick?
I don't know.
I can accept.
Any game, big dog. How's life in?
This was a good pick.
Zoo?
Did I make a bad pick?
Yeah, right about something.
All right, you want to talk about big dog?
Yeah, if there's any opportunity for me, like, to get a job, I also work for labs and building projects and boosting community as well. So I don't know if there's opportunity for me to just take myself and my projects and let's keep riding to the moon. You know, I'm just back on this phase not too long.
Jarvis studies.
Are you on Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, I'm in Twitter Spaces.
All right, well, ask people if they have any with which they need help.
Right.
I don't.
That's true.
So, check.
Zoot, you got me. Zoot, if I send you a literati invitation, will you play the whole game?
Nah,
Right, well, at least.
I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it right now.
All right.
I would rather play Literati.
Well, you're going to play darts. Because you're good at it.
Can we play a game?
Yeah, but we've played them all. But play one game of darts, and then we'll pick something wild.
Ask them to play that.
Snapchat.
Right, that's why I play that.
I don't know. I had a friend who recommended me, and we played it. I've played it just about every day since.
Recommend you play.
Yeah, he's a nice person. Zoot, you need to do really well here. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, so we're going to play 4 in a row. And then after that, we're going to play the one with the clocks or whatever. Zoot, you have an invitation. Did you know that? You're up, big dog. Zoo, us. You're right.
Hello.
You lost.
Fuck yeah.
All right, now we're gonna play. It's not even like a game of skill. Oh, you love this game. Dude, you have an invitation. You're up, big dog.
I didn't put.
All right, well, there's not that song. Maybe.
Why would you keep with me, man? That's a shit story I should do. Why hasn't put?
You can get a fuss here. Yes, you good job. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to play this.
You play 6. Play 6 for this thing, I think. The best option is play 5 because then you told me.
Well, look at you, Zoo. That's not good. That's not good. No, neither of those. Neither of those were good.
Just stick to me.
Okay.
So up times 5 for a 25, right? One, three, four.
You needed 2. That's the best straight you can have. Are you gonna go? 40. Give me a 5.
That is not good.
No.
So that's more straight.
Big straight, isn't it?
What?
It's a large straight, isn't it?
What the fuck?
You got it again.
It's my turn.
Give me a 4. Give me a 4. Dude, you're destroying me.
Have you ever felt like this? The strange thing happen when you're going around with it.
Dude, this sucks.
Hey, Rabbi, have you ever seen Ramble Quiz?
Have I ever seen Mount Redew?
Ramble Quiz.
No, what is that?
My complicated ground Australia.
No one's ever heard of it.
Children's series shows in Australia.
Bigger than Bluey?
It wasn't movie.
Give me a 6.
How big did Bluey over that?
Giant. It's the top 3 big. It's like one of the top 3 biggest children's shows on like Netflix and that shit nowadays. Although I didn't know what it was until you said something about it. But that was like a year ago, and I've heard some stand-up talk about it.
Fuck.
Give me a 6.
Rabbi, I fucked up. I'm happy to come back.
No way.
I did right. The worst name got picked up.
I'm better than I am. You got a small straight close to it. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah.
You.
Everything for you got fucked up in the top.
If you get a 2 here, I'm going to be pissed. There you go.
Look.
Do it.
But what?
You can't. Go.
Roll again, you motherfucker. You can come back.
Not with a full house like that.
I can't play for us.
All right, multiples. Play the 4s. Roll and then play the fours. Oh, fuck you. The 5x. Do it.
No, I've already done the fuck. Already done fuck.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give it to me. I can't do anything. Threes. One, two, three, four. Give me a straight. That's bull.
This is the highest score I've ever done.
Have you ever broken 200? All right, do it again. Three, four, five. I had a large straight, and I didn't realize it. Alright, dude, that game sucks. Let's play.
No. You just batted it.
Alright, fuck you, we're playing again. And I'm gonna destroy you. Your high score is 188. I'm breaking 200 right now, son. That roll sucks.
Yeah, it really does. Oh, fuck's sake.
2 pairs, son. Give me 5 in a row. 1, 2.
Black,
3, 4, 5, 6.
Grandma, can you say bless you?
I don't say that because they're died. You got 3 in a row, son.
I'm gonna get 6.
Give me 3s. So give me 3s. This is garbage. This is garbage.
Grandma.
Are you happy with that? You have a full house. Why would you get rid of it? I don't think so. Maybe. Go.
There was smoke from the office forever. Rabbi, you just go 100 points. Rabbi, you just got to fill out.
I know.
The whole Full House is the same.
I don't know. You're up, pimp. Not good. There's your Full House.
Okay, all Full Houses give you 7 points.
I think you're right. He has 5. Oh, another Full House.
That's good. But you like Full House to run.
Full House, big dog.
I get 4 points.
Twos. Go. What up, baby?
I'm winning.
Yeah.
I love it. You got a Full House? Yeah.
I know.
But you play the Full House.
I played 3 of a kind.
You want to be 30.
So what are you fucking saying?
I just talked loud. Right. 40 and a con.
Nope. You don't have.
This is bad.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But that's not.
What? What? I ran out of time.
Oh, that stinks.
I want to be.
What are you talking about, dog? Two, 3, 5. 5. 3. 3's all you can play, son. Give me something good. Give me something good. Garbage. 3's. I can't play anything, Zoo. You're up, big dog. Psych. So I just have to let the time run out? Seems kind of stupid. You're up, big dog. 3. 3, 4, 6. Not good. 3 in a row. Get that 25, son. Get that 25. Get that 25. Oh, what did you do? Give me 4 in a row right now. That's what I'm talking about. Give me a row. Dog. We're tied. 3, 4, 5. Go. 3, 4, 5, son. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 5. I don't know if I want to do that because I already have the thing. Give me these twos. These twos. Give me these twos. That's a full house, son. I can't really do anything. Oh, you've got a big lead on me. There are 4 turns left. Zoot. Not good, dude. Not good at all. 1, 2, 3. Get a 4? No. Give me something good. Everything here sucks. Okay, 6. Give me 6s. What up, Zoo? What'd you say?
It was God to heaven, and God was
Myself.
You can't shoot yourself.
You didn't say that. Dog, you've got 40. Get it. No. Get the Zoo, get the 40.
What the 40?
Large, you fucked up hugely.
Can't shoot yourself.
You didn't say that in the beginning.
You can't shoot yourself. You didn't shoot it.
One of my family members. Oh, 5 in a row. No way. 50. Zoot. Zoot, you just won. Zoot, you won and you set a record for yourself. Son?
What's the highest score you can get?
It's an excellent question. I do not know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you need a 3. 2, 4, 3. Get this 3. Get this. You got 40. Dude, you just set a record. Give me something. This stinks. Give me 2. I don't have a full house, son.
I'm better than you.
Dude, it's all chance, so I don't know why you think that. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, dude, I've got to use the restroom. Feel free to stay as long as you want. I'll be right back. And if I don't speak to you, you should know I'm proud of you. Good job. Shout out to Zoo.
walls behind his back, but
Sean doesn't even know who I am. He definitely thinks I'm gay. You can count on that. You know, just be like, think of what you want for Trevor Wallace as a comedian. And I think it's funny, but I was going you could be that guy. I think by all objective standards, he's 30 years old. He's very successful, and
he doesn't sell enough food.
Right. I'm sure that's that wouldn't make my credit. All that theater that he just did. Yeah. I got your question. All right, so this next one is posted by Sprout Cobain, and it's called "The Ultimate Sacrifice." Long live Changs. I enjoy. The redacted face, that makes sense. I can't talk. You seem really upset. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God! Because I was like, I've seen this before, and then the clips that they used for each little moment there was so good, and I also used that picture of me was taken by this guy who had this whole thing set up, and then he Photoshop the shit out of face to make it look all high, so it's it's an interesting picture, but
I think you shouldn't be redacted. I think show Mark's face.
Show Mark's face.
I'm hoping I'm Mark rules.
That's true. This is one of the it's really fun. It's because we're all connecting via this idea of we see the same, you see this plant's green, right? Yeah, I know for a while I was saying it was red, but I was retarded. In fact, green. Sorry. Oh my God, that's so funny. All right, so this next one is called "Decided to Put an Apron On for the First Time in Months." God dog, this podcast is dead. Posted by Toronto Rapture.
But he wasn't willing to talk about the 40 million people that Stalin starved and killed. But he said that's not true, what the false collectivization, except for every historian would disagree. He said it gone.
Well, that's when people say,
so idle.
The things Hitler did, it's sure, Volkswagen, Porsche, all that, right?
Well, that would be a German war machine.
What? He planted the seed to get it going, put the funds to get it going with Volkswagen and Porsche and Mercedes and all that. Even Hugo Boss, This is being clipped in real time. Brendan defending Hitler's genius. It's not like what he's saying is necessarily anti-factual, but unless you're a World War II professor, and I'm going to this lecture about Hitler's entire life, you don't need to highlight that. You know what I mean? Of course. And also, when you're talking about Hitler, you're talking about Stalin. Also, Hitler was talking about how smart he was. What?
That's the thing.
You're shit on yourself, man. It's why are you thinking so much about how awesome Hitler is?
That's the thing with these splits. They think you were dead.
It goes way on. It goes on way too long. You're do you not read the room? That's self-awareness, right? After he makes them feel comfortable, and they're just going Brian's literally going he wants to disappear from that room. He wants to. This is the community that's been for years.
So this is why I close the YouTube from D6Bs. I was able to connect to the project and able to close the deal and just even go and project and we connected on the space. We connected and then we were talking, we were vibing on X and we moved to TG and he brought up this project and it was releasing 93K MC and we were able to push it to 100 and from 100 we went to 500, releasing 500. So I wanted to thank you so much for giving us this space is a channel for us to connect. This is not just full for full.
I want to join multiple Twitter spaces at once. using Chrome, but every time I try to do this, they time out on each other. How can I keep them all alive at the same time? How to create the headless browser. What is the most efficient, least heavy browser? Is it Chrome? Is it Firefox? Is it Opera? Or something else?
Yazoo Clay.
Teleport the fuck out of the brawler. Just talking about Stalin. Yeah. And then when you just like, Hitler did a bunch of bad things. Okay, Porsche. Like, it's just the weirdest. He has this Trumpian, like, word salad thing where it's like thing to thing to thing to thing, and it's like, it's a thing to be held because you watch this like tangential thinking in real time where, it's obviously surprising. Imagine being in the room, trying to have a conversation with him.
Hey, you know what's great is this long conversation we had about Brendan Schaub's character and talking about the lack of curiosity and whatnot.
Yeah.
It peaks in the worst moments, his curiosity.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what Hitler.
I do not know what Hitler made. I don't know if he made Hugo Boss. Why does Schaub know that?
Yeah. There are some interesting things about, like, I'm fascinated by the guy, but, there's so many other angles that I would take off of, like,
podcast. I'm only learning about what Hitler did.
He didn't, like, if I was looking at his personal achievements, I'd be like, I'd look at more like his architectural designs.
Yeah.
Which he actually drew himself, and it's like, he didn't make Volkswagen.
I don't think so.
He told some people to do it or put money, whatever it is. It's like, like Obama, or like did George Bush, like, drop bombs in Iraq? No, he just said, like, do it,
Yeah, just because companies happen to be started in that time doesn't mean that Nazism happened in it.
Right.
Who is this guy?
He's a Navy SEAL, I guess. There's one other like, he's been through so much. You idiot. I like when other people kind of don't, they don't subscribe to the Bobiverse, because they kind of, to me, as Orby, be kind of like, if I were to, like, have it be weird later, I kind of have to be nice to him, but other people I'm just dropping it for the day, I'm Howie, man, right. Are you stupid?
No, that matters. What he did outweighs all of that. No shit, Yes. But you can hang on those things and try and prove to I don't know who is gonna die.
Yeah, broken clock is right twice a day.
Don't look at everyone's thoughts or
Not if it's digital, buddy. Because it's just not on.
Yeah, that's still true.
What's that need to be?
He's trying to check them on. It's digital.
Those are close to years. I heard they're so popular. This one's called Thick Boy Stews, posted by Rogan and Shorty Party.
He's the star of the show, really. are here at the Stews and Sauteed the quite weekend, fam. Quite weekend for the fight fans and football fans. Super Bowl weekend.
Super Bowl.
Mahoney's doing the damn thing. Also, he's podcasting. He's like this. He's like
Mahoney.
Anyway, play football. It's cool. Anyways, just my question is, I don't really want to be here, bro. Inflection on this side. I'm on creative. Correct me.
There are times with Bob where it seems like they've just taken a dad from his family and like, we have a podcast.
Also, is the Legro being like conscious, or is it something like, dude, I noticed it a while ago. I was like, just, it's, first of all, I don't know, maybe because my legs are huge. I'm like, I don't like crossing my legs, so like, you're not going to catch me. You know, this already feels like I'm trying to just get that good. It always like looks like sexual. Like, what is going on? Like, and I get it, sometimes like, oh, so jack or something, like, oh, I want to massage it up. It's like, he's not massaging, he's just like self-soothing. After having some sort of stress reaction, some sort of like a comfort or something. Yeah, it's like thumb sucking. You know, it made a dent from his mouth, you know, sucking his thumb. I guess he's gonna get this out. How shocked would you be if you found out, you know, if you like walked in the city and you just, I know he's a joke.
It would be disturbing to see, but not
like, oh, yeah, like, oh, of course.
Yeah, be like, I kind of this track.
That would be mega complex. And then you also had the big UFC 284. I mean, the main event in UFC 284 delivered, and the Super Bowl delivered. So you can't be mad at any of it unless you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan or you're a Alexander Volkanovski fan.
Well, there's nothing really much of that.
Yo, how are you? What's going on, Anthony? Can you hear me? Do you speak? Anthony, do you speak English? It's okay, don't. Do you talk, Anthony? All right, Anthony, how old are you? Big dog. If you're not 18, you can't be here. Just let me know right now. Are you 18? Yes or no? Banned, not 18.
You're absolutely right that British intelligence was amongst the worst offenders of pumping out all types of garbage lies to get us into that war. So, I think presumably if he was motivated, I would say, I'm sure political calculation was never 0% of the story in these cases, but it was not a very good political calculation for him. And whenever he justified it, he had this liberal interventionist philosophy that armies of modern Western societies have a duty to overthrow terrible dictators. That's how he made the case, basically. Yeah, I don't think, and I think that's true. And presumably a lot of his contemporaries.
Are you fucking serious?
This one's called Skla Believes His Own Show 20 Minutes Before It Ends, posted by Rogan is Shorty Pie.
If you realize for a second, I have to go. You gotta go. I gotta do this other show too. You guys finish it up. Don't finish early. You're great. You can sit my seat. You're not. You're leaving. I'm never coming back. This guy's a fuck over here. What the fuck, dude? I'm kidding. We have 15 minutes. Is it cockback? Cockback. I would be a bag of cocks, but I appreciate it. He's gonna be someone to know. I know where you're going. Go to you. It's like the famous take it easy, Mr. We're solving the cocks. No problem.
The Navy sells better than in the comic.
Yeah, they could. No, it is. I know it's funny, right? Because it's like I wouldn't. I'd feel like more self-conscious about criticizing somebody's comedy, except like you probably see these famous moments where he's like, "Oh, you really loved that Andrew Tate joke? Like, well, there's two comics." And like he likes to flex a lot to me and other people, like, well, professional comic. You know, it's like, well, like I think there are funny people out there who don't necessarily do stand comedy, and like have nice arrogant. So to that I say, okay, Mr. Holt. Right.
You think those are toe holes he's got on the thing we see? Has Brian ever given you toe holes?
No, but funny enough, I'm getting in contact with the owner of an EG, who's a really cool guy. I haven't asked for them. I actually would wear sandals because like Britain has so like anti-sandal, like yeah, but they're comfortable.
I got bad feet.
Oh, right.
That's why I don't.
Have you had needles in your life?
Not often. My feet are gross.
I just really like to like come in and out of the house. Like
Oh shit. Alright, so the last clip we have here is posted by Rogan the Shorty Pie. It's called Togan and Eddie Take a Sandy Break. So Rinks and Scooter immediately start talking about dicks and plugging their dates.
I get it. I'm Rogan. I get it. I know it's hard, but I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm Paul Joe Rogan. Let me ask you a question. Sure. First he inches. If you're in
That joke so much. He really does. I've seen it in the movie where it's like, Jesus Christ, if you have to fucking repeat the dick is 8 inches, fucking, every time. Any chance to reference it? I mean, not that big, because you'd be saying it's 12 if it was 8. How Papa math works. Oh, yeah, I bet somebody else's combined was 8 inches.
Here's my question.
Wow. Plugging dates. What is it?
Jesus Christ. I know it's also funny because I go, does it matter at that point? Like, how many tickets are you going to sell from, like, how many people from Naples, Florida are watching that broadcast and also are big enough fans of you to not know that you're going to be in Naples? You know what I mean? It's like, if I got any shit from Joe Rogan on his podcast, I'm like, you're never hear me plug a single fucking thing again. That's what you're like, because I'm not trying to get caught, be the butt of a joke about plugging shit when you really go, am I selling any extra tickets from that plug if I have a million followers?
And also, the zeitgeist knows that you guys plug too much.
It's like, right, it's like, I said,
When you watch how much you do it, because it's not really entertaining.
correct. It's yes, and I just think, yes. I mean, you're like fakely into it. It's like, I'm plugging it, it's like, you're doing it seriously, cover doesn't do it.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a Reddit gadoosh.
The only thing we're plugging is Brendan Walsh. We're working hard right now.
Oh, yeah. Big boy.
But yeah, that's it for clips.
Hell yeah. Right, yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It's really fun. Sorry, I'm saying.
You turned in a shot. You want to see it, but you're a shot.
Those guys are those, correct pronunciations for I had a speech pathologist, in a microphone. So, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed you guys' show. I love the approach you take to, roasting the Bamba person. So it was great to be able to come on.
Awesome. So, only one word would end this appropriately, I think, which is Netflix.
I would say the Netflix is.
Plugging. Subscribe to Patreon, join the Discord, have a great week.
You have a Patreon?
Yeah,
I don't subscribe to it.
Cool cats never call me back.
Rushmore of interviews. We just came off the biggest interview in show history with Mark Harley. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time. So shout out to all the new people that came through just because they interviewed you. Yeah. Welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, I'm happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we got a Patreon, so join the Patreon if you want. Discord, join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know, kind of like Bob says, we're shooting for the stars, but probably land on the moon. You know, that would be real Netflix if you come on. I know, probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask you, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why I came here. Also, too, I want to say, like, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're kind of running out of song ideas. If you guys can just throw us a bone, you know? Yes, thank you for, if you guys can suggest some songs, look into it. Take a look at checking them out. But that's not why they're here, dude. That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truck. No, we're here to start the timer. We're sure it was 10 minutes short. Start the timer. It's not even on, but it's fine. Yeah. All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're Nudging Me. Tom Timos hates my slot fish clip. Yeah, actually, you can say it. Can't say it, too. Can't talk. Yeah, go ahead. But yeah, You're Nudging Me.
That's right. They stole my slotfish sushi. It's a shop. I like these guys.
The comic store, boys looking for girls' cheese. Yeah. So, as a show, in an earlier episode, I talked about the guy that does the TFK stuff. Watching out where Bob is a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. They're the worst. I hate those clips. They're the worst. Bob the fish. The zoom in on my I get that's a good detail. Emotion in your face. Yeah, both. It's such a good, like, kind of subtle dance, and then put the AVI, and then have to zoom in on the
Alright, man. If you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me. I don't understand it. I don't. I still consider your friend. It's weird. I love being
That's the cats of the fryers we don't matter. But fuck me for something YouTube channels. Not YouTube, that was Blockbuster.
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I talked with your Nudging. I was trying to explain that I meant the UTI, but I was definitely not clear in the clip, and it's on me because I expected Gerardo to edit it out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just doing a public thing.
With the TFK channel, was it a conversation you had with others telling you that they just steal clips, or you saw?
No, I saw him, and I saw. Well, I did see the comments saying that guy steals clips, but I just watched the YouTube clips, and I don't like them.
Yeah.
I mean, the shop fish clip and all the You're Nudging Me, all the stuff he does always, from what I've seen, is always great. So liking that clip in of itself. So in the end, it's almost like a good thing, because like, from my being a jackass, he was able to come up with this, and it's funny, and everybody enjoyed it. The people that don't like it probably enjoyed it even more than we did. But I thought it was great. And it's my bad. I don't mean to associate You're Nudging Me with the YouTube channel. That was lame. And I shouldn't be talking about the YouTube channel anyways, because like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to like just fire shots out.
It's all those random bills, dude.
I know, man. I'm texting Gerardo for Dick Juice. He couldn't get it to me in time. And it's turning my eyes red. I just
That's another thing too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show. But we talked about about at length with each other is the Hella Mark Harley release of text drops. Yeah. Apparently Brendan Schaub asks him for dick juice all the time, and also he was taking fake accountability. Remember that?
Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything, so we've sort of jokingly been doing that to each other. Like, oh, it's on me, man. I thought you'd do it anyways, kind of thing. So we're...
It's on me, man. I just forgot you were Mexican, though.
I did not. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. All right.
That's another thing we forget to address, that it's not okay, Mr. Whole Foods. What is it?
It's my bad.
Oh, okay. It's your bad.
Whatever, dude. I'm not racist 7 times a week.
All right, we'll see. All right, back to the clips here. All right, so the next clip is called Papa Can't Stand When People Are Buried on Their Phones Instead of Working. Hosted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
North Star, Rogan and Shorty Pie.
You made $1,600 in Vegas. That's a lot of money for you, but I'm just saying you came up. Now I can't do my joke about it. That's not you're like him and them. I know exactly what you did. So you did, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I bet on the Chiefs and over. Because I thought if the Chiefs are going to win, it's going to be because they're going to outscore them. It was a great Super Bowl. But I've been going to Vegas every year with my buddy for like 25 years. What? Yeah, we go to Vegas every year. What's my Super Bowl?
He's like, yeah.
But and then like usually, like we've been there. We were there when like the sports book. Sorry, he's watching my special on this. He's watching it.
Mr. Chin.
Was Chin? But yeah, that's cool.
Like he gets caught doing something bad, and he's like, wait, someone else. Where's Chip? Where's the hot chip guy? They come in.
He calls him the hot chick.
Clever shop coming up with an excuse right away. You know, can't get caught.
Yeah.
Caught in the cookie jar, the kratom jar, and then, but his Netflix brain just was like, oh wait, someone else is fucking up. It's not just me.
Yep.
You lead from the top. You know, if you don't lead by example, then your producer won't be in their chair.
Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, aside from one phone call incoming, he was never on his phone, dude. I don't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's probably another lie from Job trying to darken the name of one Mr. Hella Mark Harley.
All right, so the next clip is a movie trailer, blockbuster movie trailer for The Sink Pisser. Have you seen this yet?
No.
This made me laugh really hard. It's posted by Blues E. Nate. Oh, it's obviously Red Heart. This is a Red Band trailer.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's good.
Trademark.
Notice that. The details.
Nothing makes me happier than being in the sink. I don't know why. It's cold because it's naughty. It's all naughty. I feel like a mom or something. I'm like, I'm just pissed.
You were a dog.
Hanging low in the sink. I always feel like a real peed in the sink and Brian washed his butt in the sink.
That's almost
Pee in the sink. Listen, there's nothing more satisfying to me when I pee. I feel like they're talking about it so much. I feel like a biker day. Yeah. By the way, I remember walking not in this building, but in the Malcolm building. You guys would like to go to the restroom together? I saw piss in the freaking sink, and I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the sink. I'm like, I know who did that. I grabbed paper towels. I don't know what you're talking about.
The Sink Pisser. I don't man.
That's like an intervention.
Yeah.
Like Chan and the old intern and Chappelle, like, you are peeing in the sink. You need to stop. This is a place of work.
Speaking of pee on sinks, we got this clip called Does Mark Get an Intervention Before Brandon? Hosted by What's Up 167.
The whole person in this room has
You know what? One thing I did not expect from the subreddit is that we go from redacting Mark Harley's face to redacting dicks all day long, dude.
I mean, what's going on with comedians? They're peeing everywhere.
Yeah.
Pee in the toilet, guys. You know, there's 1,000 of us, you know, so if all 1,000 are peeing everywhere, everything's gonna smell like piss.
It's a lot of piss.
Yeah, it's a lot of piss pee.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
All right, so this one's from Sorgon Bird, which he's dropped a lot of good-ass songs recently in chains, dude. And it's called The Weasel Gadusha's Papa. Is that ninth?
But I was in the 80s. In the 80s, I was in. I mean, is it Brandon's not here right now. He would fuck up this whole episode. He'd be like, hey, what about the bus? You know what I mean? What ear, bro? Check out my ear, dude. We're gonna party in Vegas. That's a great British impersonation. That's spot on. Yeah, okay. Good voice, man.
That is like exactly our show. What he just did, what we do. We, Pauly Shore could do 10 minutes of shop and probably eclipse us.
Yeah.
In views and real quick.
All right, so this was posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie, our North Star beat. It's called Papa Love Bomb. Someone takes a not so thinly veiled shot at and mentions James.
Oh, that's the feel-good story. That is the feel-good story. It's on the site because she didn't have, it was her email, right? And it got all free. She lived in Illinois. It's like $500. She's like, they should get on my account. I have nothing now. I was planning to take my niece to movies, my husband, you know, Valentine's Day, you know. So I said, please take your niece to the movies. Avatar 2 sucks, though. Then go get a steak dinner.
Avatar 2 sucks, though. He's right.
She was like, what? Yeah. Was that sweet, dude? Avatar, yeah. No, it's good. Terrible person. But, no, yeah. No, I but you were just, yeah, you know, you didn't honestly tell a feel-good story. Then let's also have, like, every, like, you know, hates Brenda the most. I feel like you for being awesome. Yeah, I feel like
that's definitely why though, because he's so awesome.
What's great about this clip too is how often Grizzly is cut off. You notice that or no? He's trying to get something out, but he can't do it. And Brendan and Eric are just like, you know, talking over him.
Right. Well, they have to do that, or else there's no show.
Yeah.
You know, it couldn't be just Shop. The clips of just Shop, or I don't know if you guys know, are the most redacted. That's when he messes up the most. If you just let him talk for a long period, he's like, yeah, and he always looks like he's dying. He's like, yeah, and I got another show in like San Antonio, but if you're on it, then you know about Alpha Brain, and then it's but then Dana White's like out there hitting his wife or whatever, and I don't think that's cool, but I will put my wife in front of bullets for kids. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
What's it called? Also, too, people were talking about how we missed a lot of questions for Mark Harley, and we apologize for that. But one question one question I regret missing is why is Brendan Schaub so awesome?
Awesome. Yeah. Are you hating on Brendan because he's awesome?
Because he's awesome.
That's a good question.
Let's watch that part again. That's so funny.
I feel like you friends hate him the most for being awesome. I feel like fuck you to know the most.
That's a little bit of Tiger Thick Wigsky coming out, you know. That's what that Wigsky makes you say.
Fuck Brendan over the most for being awesome.
What is my steak going on there?
Awesome.
Oh shit, what was I gonna say?
What were you gonna say?
I didn't tell you guys I was gonna say that. No one would have heard about that story.
Shut up, man.
Right.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, no, I don't know, but I was gonna say that was cool of you to do that, and I said let's help her, and you already had, and that's very cool.
Oh wow, millionaires giving $500.
But I was like, and you already have the money, I get it. Yeah, I know.
You can take their service.
I understand you got to do that. Again, the secret is you did it honestly secretly just to get into heaven, and I know that, and I'm selfish. And I just was doing it out of, I don't even believe in heaven, so I was just like, I'll just give everybody, but so you did it to get towards God. So that's selfish.
Red's like, yeah, Chris.
Newsflash, Delia no longer believes in heaven.
So this one is a longer clip. It's called a fire emoji, full course meal fire emoji. Proof that Brenda is a narcissist. Posted by Bro-Away831.
Here are 9 signs which may be a result of narcissism. 1. Instead of listening, they're wrapped up in their own opinion.
What's next? I think. Go ahead. Okay, so yes and no. I think he retires. I don't think Tony Ferguson. I don't think it's
2. They tend to cheat in relationships.
Like, I remember seeing this one guy who, like, cheats on his fucking girl all the time.
And he's hit on you. This guy has hit on you.
Yeah, he slid into my DMs. Like, slid into my DMs.
Yes,
and
knowing I was
DMs,
with
like,
Bobby. 3. They constantly need to be admired. Maybe you've seen that they almost swagger. Using conceit and arrogance with breath. They may look like tremendous confidence. Enough. 4. They do not take any criticism well.
I was like, you're gonna do a special? Yeah, you're not ready. Not ready. This is insane. You thought I was jealous for a second. You got outside your head. You were
5. They exploit others without guilt or shame. Narcissism don't go hand.
He does this to your neck, and it can really fuck it up. That chink gets the leg. But see, that's where chick got fucked up.
6. They belittle others.
You don't need this thing. He says he does need it. There's just people that say that try this before surgery. So so the internet touches it. Yeah, you gotta do it around your girl. How many times a day do you do it? They're eating a few times a day. I know it's not sexy, dude.
7. They see themselves as more attractive than they really are.
And you're like, oh, there's something wrong. Like, a couple of things. Yeah. Let's call up your girl, see what she thinks. You know, why are you talking like this? Let's call up your girl, see what she thinks.
He came for me so hard, and we know his chick. On New Year's Eve, while he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?"
Left him on red. Left him on red.
But he,
I don't like to be seen with you. I don't
the biggest clue you could ever.
8.
Be devastating.
They gaslight those who are dear to them.
You never had glasses on? Never. Really? Seeing glasses? I still wear contacts and glasses.
Fat
You never had glasses on? Never. You never had glasses on? Never. You never had glasses on? Never. Never. You know,
Food truck diaries.
9. They put people on pedestals. A narcissist will often cozy up to someone higher in status. For example, that suck-up in class who always gets the lecturer's full attention, or the brown-noser at work who barely does any work but gets promotions.
Who knows? It's fun. It's the funnest. Yeah, the funnest. You feel like this is a dirty business. Like, I don't want to be a part of your business. It's dirtiest business. It's the biggest disaster. Yeah. It's the best. I see.
Good work. Shout out. That was a great one from Bro-Away831. I don't have much to add to that. I just enjoyed watching it, really.
Yeah. And you hadn't seen it yet, huh?
No, I hadn't.
Very good work. Excellent. All right, so this one's posted by the Donkadonk. It's called "Can You Tell Us in General What Your Company Seems to Be About? What Topics You're going to Cover?"
Oh, I love hearing this. He's like, well, first of all, it's going to be bad.
Can you tell us in general what your company years ago what topics you're going to cover? You know, from CT, brain trauma, you know, big dude who's way too into fashion. You know, so it's all, you know, unique stuff. I have fun doing it. I own it though, man.
Unique.
He doesn't know what that word is. He was like an asshole.
I wouldn't let people film me doing this. I just would be like, no, we're not doing that. I'm not here now. Because
cut, and I'd leave. They have shoes in the car.
You wouldn't let me pick you up, Doug?
No. What is that even for?
I don't know. I think that might have been for the Fox deal. I don't know.
The funniest part of that clip to me was when, at the beginning, where he's like, we're going to talk about head trauma, CT. Like, he literally says CT while he's talking about it. That's crazy.
All right, so here we go. This one's called Squab. Leaves his own show 20 minutes before it ends. And guess who, dude? Rogan is shorted by baby.
Oh.
If you were on for a second, I have to go. You gotta go. I gotta do this other show, too. Oh, I got you. You guys finish it up. Don't finish early. You're great. You guys in my seat here now. I know. I mean, I'm never coming back. What? No bomb program. This guy's a woke fuck. What the fuck, dude? You're back and God. We have 15 minutes. Is it cockback? Cockback. Cockback. It would be a bag of cocks, but I appreciate it. He's every single morning. I know where you're going. Go to your minutes. Oh, take it easy, Mr. We're solving the no problem.
He's saying Mr. Dolphins. It just shows you that anybody can come on the show and be better than both of them.
Yep.
That guy was funny.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not coming back. I don't want that. It's like you get in there and then you're so disgusted by what you see, you become a comedic genius.
And if you're wondering what show did he go do, we got a couple clips for you about them.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. I guess he went to go do a Trevor Chappelle show. I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Yeah, look at you.
We got a couple clips from it, and I wanted to go through all of them.
The clips, Jen.
This one's called Fixed. St. Rogie talk, and it's clear Scoop thinks JRE completely rekindled.
Play the chin.
Let's see what this is about.
Oh, man. When was the first time that you guys did Rogie?
Well, I mean, Cal probably did it.
Not really. No. Yeah, we did Rogan, moved to Denver when I was in Denver, and then when I moved to LA, we would always go to dinners, like we do a ton of dinners, me, Brian Rogan, Tate Fletcher, a bunch of different guys, and I'd tell them, they would ask me to tell these guys would tell me to tell them stories. And then Rogan was like, "Hey, dude." I was like, "Thanks, man." He's like, "I'm telling you, I can't stand him." He kept pushing me. And then at the time, he probably lived, maybe his studio was like a mile from me, and he was like, "Come on, podcast." I guess me and Brian went on the promote Fire the Kid, and then it just kept on keeping on, and now I think made the most appearances in the JRE ever. It's almost 90.
Yeah, we're doing some research before, obviously before that first guy goes. I was like, Jesus, how many times is this dude?
Yeah, between just me and Rogan alone, me and Brian, and Fight Companion.
Yeah, right.
And I'll still go on Rogan by myself, especially like when I'm releasing a special or tournaments with them.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to do more Fight Companions. Yeah, and we just did one last week.
Can you imagine what the next special on Rogan's going to be like? When he does another special, he goes on Rogan. That will be watched by so many people.
Doc, Gringo Poppy 2, please.
Yes, please, a Gringo Poppy 2.
I know that his fucking workers are watching this, so it's like, make Gringo Poppy 2 happen.
And you gotta, even Rogan is like, even if he didn't, if you realize how bad it is, he's gotta have that. That'd be huge.
Yeah.
And they want him to tell stories at dinner. If I were friends with Shab like that, I would say, hey, Shab, tell us like 6 to 7 lies. You just come up with whatever comes to your head. I love this stuff.
He's like, well, the first one is all this stuff I'm about to say is true.
That sweatshirt, the Dicey shirt, is the worst thing of all. I like the Dicey shirt.
Yeah.
That just says Dicey. Unironically, I would wear that. But with the 2 dice on the hoodie, man,
I'll take it.
Zoom into the dice. It's embarrassing.
All right, so this next one is from the same show. It's called The Delusion is Strong with this one. Also posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
When I'm on tour, I do the meet and greets, but like this must be weird for like it's not, because you guys know, right? So this isn't weird. I feel like I know you know me. This is all good. It's never awkward. It's never awkward. Those meet and greets,
It's the only medium that you can't fake.
yeah. So
It's like my team writes 95. I wanted my team. I mean, that guy behind the camera right there writes like 95% of the shit that I say on social media.
yeah.
Most of it comes from my marketing.
It's all about social media.
Yeah, I get it through marketing guys. If you listen to me for 7 hours on a podcast, you
are going to get a really good idea of who the fuck I am. Be the best actor of all time. Yeah, if you can do that so years, for years, you get found out eventually. So excited. Yeah, there's people that do that.
Gotcha. Oh man. Yeah, I mean our marketing team does all of our social media too. Yeah, none of the stuff we say in here. It's all marketing 101.
Yeah. We got a medium to hot chip guy on our side, Scoop social media for us. This one's called The Number of Flip-Flops Scoop does on audio versus YouTube, and this clip is worthy of its own toll.
1,000 shows. Podcasting's down the decline now in general as far as the people, the entry-level people are starting to go back up.
Nicer on the... I didn't even notice that. I thought you were laughing at what he said.
No.
He said podcasting in general is on the decline now. It's like not for your podcast.
Yeah, your podcast.
Listenership is up. Yes. The audio listenership is up. The viewership on YouTube is down. Yes. Yes.
For really, dude, we just had our highest episode person. Speak for yourself, Papa.
Yeah.
Mark Hurley came on and blew our numbers out of the water by naming him.
Maybe he should get more going.
Yeah. Mark should go on TFK. Yeah.
Yes, audio's king. Hands down. 100%. All I care about is audio numbers.
Do you guys find a lot of reach on social media?
All you care about is the numbers that nobody can see.
Yeah,
we get it. Yeah.
Clips versus audio? Are you driving everything to audio? What's one?
No, I mean, I think because audio kind of take care of itself, because people find that we push everything towards YouTube, really, like the visual clips, all that. Yeah.
Even though the numbers are down?
For the most part, yeah.
Podcast is kind of the catch-all.
Yes.
If you listen, you're going to listen.
Yeah.
We don't do much to promote.
The audio, no, the people find the audio.
Yeah. That's what I've found is that it's the most difficult part to grow. Because discovery
is audio?
Yeah,
for sure.
Because discovery is shit.
Big time.
The only way to find it is to search it.
The waters are murky.
Who wants to, even though this is ridiculous, he goes back and forth, who wants to hear about this? Yeah. Imagine we just talked about our numbers in the who's viewing us, and we want you to download TFK or download T-Mubs. Why would you ever want to? Why is he still talking about this?
I mean, that's part of the interviewer's job to kind of navigate the conversation, and he did go towards this.
I guess, yeah. This guy, I don't want to shit on him or whatever, but I do not find this interesting.
Interested, not
interested.
All right, so this one's called. It would be safer for the fam if you went out for the Bears, Papa, even without ad reads. I saw this one really get a shorty pie. This one's hilarious. We're going to shorty pie all day long, baby.
You know, I had a buddy who was like, oh, let's go to Miami and we'll do this content with Tekashi 6ix9ine. I was like, first of all, I'm 39 years old. I got kids. I'm not flying to Miami to do a TikTok with Tekashi 6ix9ine. You know, it's like, I gotta be home, man. If it's not really important and, paying my mortgage, I'm probably not coming, man. You know?
Especially not for that.
No.
Bro, we should try to get Tekashi 6ix9ine.
I know. As he said that, I was like, I would absolutely fly out to Miami to talk to Tekashi 6ix9ine. Daniel?
Oh, man, if we did an interview with him about Shab and the potential project that they had, and he's just like, no, I would never do anything with him, dude.
Tekashi 6ix9ine wanted Brendan on. I find that hard to believe. Yeah. And it hurts his reputation,
I feel like maybe his team told him like a rapper, and he's like, well, how do I want to go see Tekashi? He just made it Tekashi.
Right, it's another lie.
Yeah. No. But the good thing is, all my close friends, they're the same as me. Yeah. We're still really close, and when we work together, that's our social hour. But it's it's rare, they'll be like, hey, you want to come over tonight for some beers? I don't think we have beers. I've never asked a friend, what? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? For what? Are there podcast reads? Yeah. Is it sponsored by Blue Apron?
That's what gets him out. He'd rather be Blue Apron ads than hang out with his friends. I'm a psycho. You'd rather read poorly read something about MeUndies than have a few bears with a friend. That's not related.
Well, so you guys hang out? No, then I'm not coming over. Yeah. But it's funny stuff. You gotta find that balance. It can't be all business. You know? I grab my son like this.
Oh, nice.
Ow! Like that. When he does it, his head put me on accident. I'm like,
It's not on accident. He did it, or Kelvin did not.
I said on accident. I just grab him like, chill out, right? Chill out, right? But lucky dad goes to therapy.
Sean hates his family too, right? That was the whole Gringo Poppies. He hates his wife, he hates his kids. His kids suck at judo or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand you're a dad. And you don't want to. You're busy and all that, but like, why would you prefer doing ad reads?
All right, so this one's posted by Shitter Throat Slitter again.
Yeah, it's very tough to say his name. I hope he's okay. He does post good stuff. Am I afraid of him from the name alone? A little bit.
It's called It's a Girl.
It could be. I don't know, bro. Unlikely.
Let's just say them.
That would be them.
It's called People Who Comment Are Less Than Nothing.
Chat Tony. So, yeah, I don't know if you know anything about YouTube comment.
This is athleticism, folks.
that out. That's pretty hilarious. Flicks. Very good. Very good.
You know what? I think Brendan Chop will never do Kill Tony again.
Why?
It's so easy for a cat to get on stage.
Yeah, that's why I was actually thinking about that the other day. How crazy would it be if one of us did Kill Tony, and then we're just on, and Bob was the judge. Like, we wait until Bob or anyone we know. If someone we knew did a Kill Tony where Bob was one of the judges, what do you think he would do if, like, you went up there and Bob was right there?
Well, according to Mark, he wouldn't know anything. It's his team that would know.
That would be funny to just do stand up and start doing Shabbos in your routine, just randomly in front of Bob on a CFP.
And I said that was a knife. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, now that we've interviewed Mark, maybe he doesn't know. It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. But I feel like he'll never be on Kill Tony again because there's like 12,000 homeless cats now.
Yeah. And they could eat. Some of them must be one of the 1,000 people that can do it.
Yeah. But let's see this next one. It's called No Scoop. They are busy. You're working 15 hours a week and spending the rest of your time not working on your comedy and flying out on the occasional weekend. You blockbuster. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the question is to this answer. Well, let's find out. Rogan is shorty pie yet again.
It's happening a little bit. But also, most of my friends know that we're all the same. Most of my friends the same way. Like, most of my friends now, we all work together. Like, me and Brian, I didn't realize that we hung out outside the podcast studio. I mean, we're just in Austin. We spent the entire day, like two freaking partners just strolling the streets of Austin, chatting. You know, he's one of my best friends. Khalid's a good friend. He was a good friend. You know, Rogan's a good friend. Bill Gucci. Outside work, like, all of us are so busy unless it's work related. But that's also our social time. Like, work is our social time. So, excuse me. I check the box at work. I get all of it out. You know, so when I get home, it's all good. We don't need to do that. We just did it. We did a podcast. Like, me and Rogan did a podcast for 4 hours. We're good. Right. We're good. So like an hour after I had drinks, did our thing. We're getting went to dinner. We're good. Yeah. Right. Everyone's busy, man. Everyone's kid. Right.
Do you think that Trevor was trying to get him to say sawmill? He's homeless. Confirmed homeless. Sawmill. That'd be good to hear about. That'd be another word Bob messed up. I mean, I wonder, because I don't think that Brendan knows who we are. He could, maybe. Yeah. There was that one story about the nightcap, but I wonder if not only does Brendan not know who we are, Rogan and Shorty probably might not know who we are. But I like thinking that he does, and he's just making sentences knowing that you're going to fucking he's like, there's no way Jarvis can get through this. All right, he's doing that. Good, that's hilarious.
Let's see if I can do this one. It's Rogan and Shorty Pie.
I couldn't do it.
This was posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Bar Door Won't Accept That the Host is Saying the Same Concept. Jerry Seinfeld enters the chat. There you go. Let's see what this is about.
That's kind of what actually what Cal and I were talking about. He was just like, that's like learn a skill, whatever skill it is. I was like, skill, just find something you're interested in, run with it. Before trying to get good at something.
The same thing.
Yeah. Have something to strive for. Have something that makes you want to get up and work hard at something. Just find your passion. Run with it. You find something else off of it. Like, maybe you're not, next freaking, Jerry Seinfeld, but podcast. Like, actually, I won't be the guy behind the camera. Sure, you get different perspectives. You never know where it's going to take you, but fucking run with it. Don't have a plan B.
Yeah. Maybe you aren't the next Jerry Seinfeld, but try hard. Says these two random guys. Who's the other guy? No one knows who he is. I don't want advice from him. He seems to think that Chab is smart. Yeah. I always tell young people, this guy's like 26. Who's a young person to you?
Alright, so this one's called Here is the Hilarious Dick Joke Scoop Made Without the Netflix Simpsons Edit from Rogan and Shorty Pie yet again. Here we go.
So I want to kind of wind it down with a couple quick questions for you. 8 inches. 8 inches. I don't know if I need to say it.
Again.
Okay. You to the homeless cat. Thank you.
8 inches.
8 inches. Whenever I ask you a question, I use to answer 8 inches.
Yeah, that's a good thing. 8 inches.
Brendan explains why T-Fat K doesn't book big name guests. That doesn't make sense. Hosted by Ryan Joseph 82. Shout out to him.
I mean, as long as I've been doing, I'm not interested in that. You know, the wave of bucking a big gas and you have nothing in common with them just for the views. There's no longevity in that. Sure.
Yo, Dr. Donut. How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, what's good, Doctor? Can you hear me? Yo, Dr. Donut, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Omar, dude. How are you? Speak English? Omar, dude, how... Omar, dude, how old are you? You have 10 seconds to tell me your age. How old are you? 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3. How old are you? Big, you're gone. Take care, Dr. Donut. Pretty young for a doctorate.
We should do a bit. Hold on, pause for a second. Anytime he says something where it looks like you really have no idea what it was, we gotta play it again just to see. Yeah, maybe the students.
I mean, as long as I've been doing, I'm not interested in that. You know, the wave of bucking a big gas and you have nothing in common with them just for the views. There's no longevity in that.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather do a podcast with my friends and it gets less views. I'm good.
But it makes it more interesting.
Yeah, because your buddies and I want to do it.
You've built a solid fan base now. That's the thing that
less views on
it
was his
decision to get less views.
It was my decision. I mean, I like him. I know he's blockbusting, but I enjoy talking with him. That's what it's about. Yeah. We're focused on the audio now. Tough to get him, though. Yeah, it's really more important. We drive everything to YouTube.
Yes. Yeah. Also, too, big names, no, we won't get them. But we'll try. Yeah. Yeah. We don't want them. We'll try to get them, but we don't want to do that.
But most of the time, we're going to talk to guys from the military.
Yeah.
The Ron Rogan was.
People are just like, I just want to start podcasts. I just want to punch it with my friends. Like, we're all pretty funny or whatever. It's like, but the problem is, though, nobody knows you. Yeah, no one cares. Like, nobody knows who you are. Besides, they have zero amount of investment in your story, in your bullshit, about what happened to you at work. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, because like Tim Dillon told us, he's like, bro, like, now that there's so much money being made in podcasts and like legit talents get involved. Exactly. Like it was so niche when you and I were doing it, especially you. Now, like you have, you know, fucking Jason Bateman. Yeah, it's like you get legit Hollywood stars with fan base doing it now. It's just a different thing. Yeah. It's just a different thing now. Yeah, it's all about niche now. Like you can't fan base, fuck everybody else.
Papa is like promoting our podcast now. Yeah. It's all about niche. You know, there's a whole thing with me. People talk about how stupid I am. These two guys, I don't know, low-level comics. Check them out. I mean,
Bill Burr and John Belushi.
Small teeth and pubic hair. Some Billy bitch tits. Gollum. So I look like, I mean, the Gollum thing is messed up because that's a nickname. Gollum Schmiegel. Run with that, Reddit.
Alright, so this one's called Papa's Girl Back in the Day Had the Best Brains. Posted by Mod Herman. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
He leaves, and then that night I go home, and my girlfriend of probably 6 years on and off moved out while I was winning Golden Gloves. Took all my shit, just literally, because she knew I was gonna be there. And she wasn't coming to any of the fights, and I was like, God, that's weird. Like it's
Even if I don't win, it's weird. I support it. Right. And then, I had one girl that was drove home that night. I walk in, it's just completely blindsided and gone. Wow. Yeah, she took all her shit. Yeah. Wow, what a fucking little story there. Yeah. What a whore. Do you know, right? Bitch. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the worst clip I've ever seen in my life. Two of them seem heavily medicated. I hate to speculate, but that is a high-functioning, almost too high-functioning Papa. You know, Kratom just ingested or whatever he's doing. Too much Diet Coke. I don't want to see that. I don't want that. That was bad. Never again, Papa. Please, never talk to that man again. He is Papa.
And our last one here, this is the last clip for the day, sadly. It's posted by Ryan Joseph 82 again. It's called "I Didn't Do Anything for the Money," then proceeds to talk about the money.
Yes. Classic Papa.
We never started the podcast to make money. I've never done it. I didn't start stand-up to make money. I didn't start any podcast to make money.
Which is why you're making money out of it now.
Maybe, I've never done anything just like, just for the dollars. Like, I didn't start my whiskey because I want to turn into Conor McGregor. I did it because I love whiskey. So
that might be true.
Anything I do, it has to be organic. You can't force me to do anything. Not enough.
Define organic.
Yeah, with the podcasting, with stand-up, like...
Dude, you do not know what that word means, sir. I'm sorry, I'm talking over like this. I can't control myself. There's a little two dice. The two dice on the sleeve. He goes into business meetings like that. He makes a point. And guys, we gotta get on socials. And he's sitting there staring at the dice like this is our boss. Did I go to college for this?
All right, here we go. Let's finish this up.
Money, it was great. You had to pay me to do it. I would do it anyway. So it's great. But I remember we got our first major check for doing podcasting at the time with Fox. I got the first major check. And then I also had my check on the counter. I was living at 800 square foot apartment in Marina Del Rey with my girl, my wife now. And we had the two checks sitting there. And the check for being this silly dumbass compared to the check of getting punched in the face was way more. I was like, figure it out, dude. And I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm out of here. So, I just read.
He went back and was there for money. Yeah. Because the check was bigger. Yeah. I mean, although he was fighting, so I understand.
That's from the same guy, though, that's like, you only get through 300 views, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Right. He did say that in another clip. Yeah. No, it's all numbers and money to Brendan. Yeah. It depends on the day or how he feels, how he's going to answer the question. He's a real numbers guy, B.
Yeah, I mean, if we show him our numbers,
he probably won't come on. Yeah, from the mark, man. We only show him the mark. Yeah. Like, it's doing better than your last CFAC games. I don't know. I haven't checked in a while.
It's not, let's not be out there like that.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah.
I'm doing a shot bit there. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. Bye.
South Park did this.
Why do you want Britney Spears to die?
Nobody wants her to die, little boy. We all simply need. Throughout history, people have found it necessary to engage in human sacrifice. The only difference is that now Americans like to watch people put to death through magazines and photographs, being built up and adored, and then sacrificed for harvest.
I think that's what's happening to Brendan Shaw.
Get in there, guys. Be back.
39 years old, Brendan's a former college football player, former UFC fighter, now a podcaster and a comedian. Brendan's career outside the ring has been very similar to that of his time inside. He's taken a lot of blows. Mainly, he's been scrutinized for allegedly harassing a popular comedian.
We don't have to get into it right away. Let's ease into it.
He has a bit of trouble with work.
Fucking Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, Scorsese.
He's been accused of stealing jokes.
Oh, eat your dick! Like, Kodash,
have made it very clear we don't approve of his special. It all seems like a recipe for failure, but Brendan's turned it to wealth and fame. A lot of the hate comes from Brendan appearing on Joe Rogan's podcast more than anyone else in the show's history. Podcasting was Schaub's way out of the room, but it seems like he bit off more than he could chew. It didn't take long for Schaub to become the centerpiece for multiple controversies. There's channels with thousands of followers dedicated solely to making fun of Schaub. Theo Von quit the King and the Sting, and thousands of people continue to comment on every move he makes daily. After college, Brendan had hopes of making an NFL team.
Tried a cappuccino with Buffalo Bills. They're like, we're all selling stuff like that.
So he decided to try MMA. He was a pretty good fighter. He was undefeated as an amateur, rising through ranks quickly. Schaub was given a shot at the next level. Brendan wasn't the best fighter, but he wasn't bad. He won his next 4 fights, and in 2011, this, however, was the height of Schaub's fighting career. He lost 4 of his next 6. He took a lot of damage. It got so bad that Joe Rogan felt the need to step in.
I feel like I have a duty as a friend to how I feel about things before it's too late. If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will you think you do? I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised. You're young, you're a chick, you can talk, and you have income coming in from podcasting. You can start a fucking better than you ever did with fucking fighting. That's a fact. If I didn't love you, I would have never said none of the shit that I said.
A lot of people didn't like that Joe did this live on his podcast.
Well, you said you wanted to do it on this? It was a bad idea. It's like a Brad's idea.
Cal sure to sponsor it.
We have to talk about this. Everybody introduce sponsor.
Brendan first started appearing on JRE in a segment we've called The Companion. Schaub was the main guest. They would comment, react, and discuss the fights as they happened live. He was a former fighter, so he gave his word credibility. He was liked by the J community. On the same, Joe told Brendan to quit fighting, either knowingly or not. Plan C.
You say funny shit. He says he got the fucking memes. That's ridiculous. You say funny shit, man. You do. You have a ridiculous talent for that. Yeah, you're funny. You just also happen to be a ridiculous athlete. Yeah, you're a funny, clever dude, and that's the kind of shit that goes away when you get hit in the head too much.
On episode 706, Schaub made it official.
For right now, I got to take a step away and focus on this crazy freaking entertainment podcast career I got going on.
Brendan and Brian already had a decently successful podcast. Callan's taking Brendan to comedy clubs. He showed him the ropes. After a few years of doing small sets, Brendan made his move at the Comedy Store in LA. The fighter and the kid couldn't do an agreement with Fox Sports. Rumors are Fox didn't care for Callan, and even more so the cursing. The fighter and the kid went to YouTube. By 2017, Schaub was doing solo stand-ups. As your popularity rose, so will the haters. And Brendan's got a lot of haters. In October 2017, a post was made to the Joe Rogan subreddit. Titled, "This is what he likes, Brendan Schaub."
I really hate on a lot of people, but man, that's one thing everyone around the world is so dangerous to some people. Because if they get really fucked with by people and tormented by people in high school, that shit can carry over to the rest of their life. It devastates their confidence. So in their early developmental period, they have this really poor self-image. And having a poor self-image is fucking super hard to get over. Kind of told, I don't know if I've ever told you that. So I had a roommate who was the biggest bitch on the team. Whatever, he's an actor. He did not like the thing. So he was the guy where, dude, what's mine is yours. I eat like one Triscuit, and then I come home and he put sticky notes all over his entire food. Literally open the box, and I can't put it all in, and I go, what the fuck is what I do? I eat all of it, and I throw out the rest, and then put it all back. So then I go back, and I come back. That's so funny. Right? And I'm ready to throw it out. I'm like, figure it out. My phone's ringing, like nonstop. The fuck did I answer it? Hello? It says, Mom, call Mom. We're in college. We're juniors. So I'm like, that guy sucks. All these people suck. So I'm like, what the fuck? His mom, and I just go, his mom's like talking to me, yelling at me, I just go, get the fuck out of here. Super distributed, which I never, get the fuck out of here. And so But at the time, there's only one parking spot for. So what is it, Brendan? You ate all of his food? No, pay it back and apologize. And start tearing into me about my character. Going fuck off on the phone. Which you talk my mom like that, of course. Which is all trying to shut things.
Yeah, it may have been haters, but there was more views. He dealt with a truly adored community.
Hey, Adora.
The King and the Sting podcast. By 2018, he was the owner of 3 successful podcasts. He was selling clothes and rubbing elbows with the biggest comedians in the game. His popularity was growing so fast, he even got Showtime to produce his first special.
What the fuck?
Remember earlier when Roy Nelson knocked Red out? How his fighting career only went downhill from there? That's what this moment was. But to his comedy career, it's not surprising that this is the lowest rated specials of all time. He produced it after only doing a few years of comedy. It takes the best comedians out in a decade before they put out their first special. Like actors, politicians, or athletes, when you put yourself on that stage, you open yourself up to scream. Instead of rolling with the punches, laughing with the fans, like his career, he leaned into it. He asked his fan review, advertising a 50% off purchase of CBD oil if you left a comment that, quote, Brendan deserved, and it didn't take long for the mob to make the comment section of The Fighter and the Kid. What was once a comment section filled with sports was now a slaughterhouse for Brendan's blurbs.
I know.
The subreddit became so popular it even developed its own glossary, explaining in great detail chauvinisms. Still, there was light at the end of the tunnel. The King and the Sting was popular. Who doesn't adore Theo?
Pandora.
But then The Fighter and the Kid took a hit. Chris D'Elia, friend, comedian, and regular guest on The Fighter and the Kid, was accused of chatting with people under the age of what some would find appropriate.
I know that it's been a really long time since you've heard from me. And when the news broke, I put out a statement that said everything I've done has been legal and consensual, and that's true. And I wanted that statement to speak for itself.
Cutting ties with D'Elia meant losing a lot of fans. Half of their most watched episodes featured.
I do know what's going on with our friend Chris. I'm not, when these situations, people in Hollywood tell you what to say. And I said to Brennan, and I'm not going to sit here, I'm a man, and I define myself how I respond to these situations in real time when the pressure's really on. And so this is what I'll say. I always knew Chris as a ladies' man. I have never, and I'm going to say this, I have never seen or heard of him doing anything illegal. Ever. I can't talk. It's just, it's like, I'm as shocked as anyone. I'm hurt. I'm mad. I'm fucking mad, man. I'm mad at him. Okay.
Callan was hit with multiple accusations.
I never thought in a million years that I'd be sitting here defending myself against something I did not do 21 years ago. So, this is me saying that I categorically and absolutely deny all the allegations against me.
Shaw again wasn't able to roll with the punch, but the show kept going, but Shaw had a different guest on every episode. He didn't talk about Callan, he just said he was on vacation. Callan later made a few guest appearances. He's now since fully returned to the show. Just when you think it couldn't get worse, the Tiger Belly thing happened on the show.
Oh, I'm in a nutshell.
Brendan is married with kids and allegedly made a pass at Kalila. Kalila was at the time Billy's girlfriend.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck? This married guy, or like, I know him, I'm not going to say who it is, but
I know him.
Why don't you give me a walk? Why don't you give me, like, you should walk me to my truck? I'm like, so what, I can blow you? Like, what?
Like, what's it?
But it's just like, it's like, why would I?
Wait, I love that we have the same people that
Yes, the same ones come.
want us to walk for you. Oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick.
And like, the thing that I think is like, at least it's
It's just crazy.
Now that you washed your hair,
Esther
now do you want to go? I mean, that is like, he thinks you're going to be partner in crime. Like, for me, I was like single. Like, why would I, like, it's not like sports deviants together. It's like, you think, because I was thinking, like, if we were your child, okay, like, let's say I was like, which I was never in. Let's say I was in. I love this. So wait, we walked to my car. I finished my coffee, being very good at copy. You not being good at copy. And then, so, by the way, I don't want to be sitting with you. I don't know the biggest clue you could ever give.
I get a lot of shit about this. I'm on the same page. I said, it's not good. I said, it's obvious. You just afterwards, I fixed being average. Whatever that means.
Okay, so we didn't confirm nor deny. We figured it would die out in a week. On March 3rd, you text Bobby asking if he's handled the quote-unquote Kalila shit yet, because you're still getting negative comments. In this text chain, you said, I don't want to have to get nasty with her, but if I have no choice, this is all direct quotes, I can definitely play that game. And this was referring to the months that Bobby and I were in an open relationship, thinking that that was somehow going to directly hurt me.
Obviously, I mean, you know, the open relationship, you and I, we were, that's not for the we were talking about it, not for the public consumption.
It seems like they figured stuff out. Kalila wasn't talking about Brendan anymore until a short time later on the Trash Tuesday podcast.
Potentially, we were being threatened a lawsuit. And I'm like scared to even say that out loud.
We just won't say the name, right?
We won't, yeah. But someone was like behind the scenes threatening to sue us.
Even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote.
That person who threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of that information's already out there, you little bitch. Can't confirm. Yeah.
Bobby said Brendan and Callan both called him cursing him and threatening him in his career.
You guys called you, it was you and you said that you guys, my career over, that you guys have evidence, you know what I mean, that I'm some Reddit mastermind, that there's, you have files and proof. You can trace, you know, me to my house, the URL, you know, the IP address, and that I have been, for 5 or 6 years, have been coyly and you know, mischiefully, you know, contributing to threads that were responsible, right? And that you know, that you were going to expose me to Rogan and all these people, and then I should get a lawyer, and that I mean, this is what you told me, and also just, mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, like, you know, yeah, it was extreme, you know what I mean, threats, and then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention. I did not. I know you didn't. I would. As an early guy said, I don't talk like that. I would never call Kalila that.
Brendan, you called me that on the phone call we had.
I did not call you that.
But you,
I did not. You don't know what he said. So you can't. And Brian apologized. What Brian said on there, even I told him that was a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. But what I found to be heartbreaking was going into a character assassination where you were saying, not you, particularly, I don't even remember what, because I was such I was so trembling, almost, calling me a coward, weak, spineless. And my only defense to that is that I just have my own way of dealing with the world, you know what I mean? Because I grew up in such a traumatic childhood. I try to be passive, and I try to not, I mean, I'm afraid of confrontation, as everyone knows, which is my character, and, I said to Brian days after that
assault. That I no longer want to be his friend. And did you guys speak on the phone? Or yeah, we did that. Yeah, and he apologized. He said, yeah, he did apologize, but yeah, I mean, he doesn't expect you to be his friend.
Sean said he had 300 pages of evidence that proved Tiger Belly was behind the creation of the subreddit and for the years of abuse.
I'll show you the stuff that I have. You guys figure out what you want to do with it. This is what's interesting. Again, I don't think it's you guys.
Can you show me now?
I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you after the
I
show.
was about to think that you actually showed us something you never did.
I can show it to you. Here's the thing. This is what's interesting. Explain this however you want. When I notified you guys of the harassment and going back to Tiger Belly, that account stopped posting, took the Tiger Belly email off and changed it.
Do you know how Reddit works? So you seem to have very clear convictions about this alleged occurrence from my company, all the while not really knowing how Reddit posting works, Brent. So that's a little bit.
This team note, private choose team. Okay.
We've been asking you to speak with this team. Here's what I have to say about this. From my end, it looked foolish to be this three girls that on the podcast. It looked foolish. So in my end, the way I understand it, to incriminate, so that my reaction to that trash.
Too much credit.
I don't think.
You think I want to? Again, I don't want this trouble. I've been harassed for 6 years, guys. 6 years.
But I think that it makes sense that someone who has been harassed for 6 years would feel he's on the back foot and would swing this way. It makes sense to me.
I would only swing if this team has nothing to do with you guys. I can't send you the document.
Okay.
Just they have in your possession.
So they
can show you right now. When we get off, they can show you. As soon as we get done, I will show you all the shit I have.
If you thought things couldn't get any worse, then you never heard of the special called Gringo Poppy.
I married a Mexican, y'all.
Somehow this special was rated lower than his first. If you haven't seen it,
I don't mean like Taco Bell Mexican.
I suggest you do.
I'm talking Guadalajara.
So you can form your own opinion. It's on the Thick Boy YouTube channel. Brendan's taken a lot of blows in his career and has kept on going. But Lucio Teodoro was co-host on The King and the Sting, maybe the biggest blow of his career. One day he may not be able to lean into. Theo was gone and so. In recent months, it hasn't gotten any better for Shaw. Brendan's feuds have leaked outside the comedy world. It's hard to single out just one.
Who are your sources, Brendan? Who are your sources? He has to be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. No. Who is the most hated man here?
His name is Hunter Moore.
I've read the job description.
Yet, Brendan is still standing. He continues to do stand-up. He's still got Food Truck Diaries, The Fighter and the Kid, Tiger Thick Whiskey. He's still selling clothes, and he has multiple YouTube channels that he posts to daily. He asked for any when his football was over, the only thing he knew to do, fight. Just a guy trying to make $1 in some very high business. This advice, many have saved Shaw's life.
You're a funny dude, and that's the bit that goes away. And I had too much.
But it also opened the gates to everything. It's truly been fascinating to look into. And I look forward to seeing where it goes. Hopefully it doesn't have the same ending as that South Park episode.
Limp sucks. And it doesn't hurt like this shit. Said this previously, but it's squeezing up and limp. No one's watching. No one's ever gonna see it. Shut the fuck up.
I can't walk because I love you too much, Betty. Why can't you see? Unbeknownst to me, when you don't believe a word exchange, we can't drum all together. Let's get cooking boys. And we can't fix our problems. Let's get cooking boys. Stop the my favorite time of the week when you get there and Papa tries to speak. Release surprises today. You better pay watch 10 minutes of show. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Show. We're still getting used to the new setup. The camera is right there. Yeah, so I'll just keep saying it. I got a show December 17th at Chatterbox in Covina. What do you be?
December 28th, I'm opening for Eric Schwartz at the Ontario Improv. He just dropped a special called Delivery. Check it out. Get out and come check us out, B.
Check out our boy Eric. He's doing it for you. But anyway, and also we have Patreon. We've been reviewing specials. We just dropped some tears. The Rogan. We talked about Joe Rogan's special from 2006. So if you're interested in that, check it out. But anyways, that's not why you're here, though. Yeah. No, we're going to watch 10 minutes of Shop. So, the timer, play the chain clip.
Alrighty, so let's check out what we got here today, dude. First clip we have for this week is this one here. It says, "The looks of a jealous man," in parentheses, "Callan selling tickets and doing comedy every weekend," posted by Leech Shop. Let's see here, dude.
Guys, good news. December 7th, 8th, 9th, here in Indianapolis, Spokane Comedy Club, December 15th, 16th. Comedy Club, December 22, 23. And finally, I ring in here in Charlotte, North Carolina Comedy Zone. Come see me. That's all I got to say. I'm going to London.
What does he say? Which part? Does she mumble something?
Oh, I think so. I think he says I've already been there or something like that.
Guys, good news. December 7th, 8th, 9th, Helium, Indianapolis, Indiana, Spokane.
Oh, that's legit. Yeah, it wasn't even out.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. So it's just that he looks bored. Kinda. Do you think he's kind of jealous?
I think he's upset that he can't think of a joke. So he's trying to think of it. Like, the comedic brain is turning right there.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, well, I already called him.
Earlier in the episode. I think he's not. I don't care, honestly, if he's jealous. It's his homie getting shows. Why would you be jealous of that?
Yeah, Brian's his North Star. One of them. Brian, if anything, he's probably angry that these aren't bigger venues. Like, it should be SG, the O2, the Sphere. That's where you should see Callan. That's why Shop is mad. He wants Brian, as we've said before, bigger. He should be bigger because he's got these grades about, African singing men and fighting guys with shovels.
And I also don't think he's jealous because there's a lot of rhetoric on Chang's right now about Chin being jealous, dude. Really salty, right?
Yeah, Chin is salty because of the World War II thing.
Yeah.
When did it end? In the cities that were bombed.
Well, we got quite a long
clip hazard. It's called Chin Assaults Guy. You called stupid last episode. Oh, we were just talking. Speak of the devil. Yeah. How would Shop say that? The devil speaks. Speak of the Satan. All right, here goes.
All right. What do you got, Jen? Just a couple questions for you guys. So last week, you guys were telling me the importance of dates and geography and all that stuff. So I'm just curious, real quick, we'll start with Brendan. Jen, is this your way of...
This is just, what if he brings up the birth certificate, dude? I wish that, because I've seen some of this, and that's what I wanted. I was like, I heard your mom, and that's exactly so best brains think alike. But I'll never like that. Not in your ways. Everyone believes he's white. I don't. We'll see you now.
Anyway, getting back to this is just a fun thing we're doing. It's all very fun. Well, I'll find out. So wait, you said your mom's from England, right? Yes. So you're half English. Yes. So who's the current Prime Minister of the UK? It's kind of it's a tricky one. I don't know. I wouldn't.
He's tricky. It's tricky because the guy's like, I think he's like Indian or. Oh, so it's not Boris Johnson anymore. No. I think that was 2 months ago because there was like a woman I think before, but I don't know what the guy's name is either. Yeah, it was like Sunnis.
I'll always find it funny when people want to be smart. Yeah, I wish I was smart, but there's not a chance, B.
Oh, I would every prime minister. That would be great. Like if you knew every capital of every country and state, that's amazing.
Yeah. What's the country of Africa? Or
what's the continent? What's the state?
No, the name if you said it. All right, so anyways, we'll go back to that. But Brian, you're born in the Philippines. Who's the current president of the Philippines?
Well, it was Duterte, right? Okay. I don't know who it is now.
Do you know, Jen, do you know the answer to this one?
Hiroshima?
Is the I'm just kidding. Bong Marcos.
Oh, you're only stopped the clips because you know it.
Yeah, I looked it up. He's like the son or grandson of like that guy Marcos, who's the dictator. No surprise. There's another dictator. Just an interesting fact from Jen.
Let's see.
No. You're Persian, right?
Yes.
Is it correct? Is it Sharon's way of getting back at Prime Minister of England? I'm actually attaching the things that are close to you because I got the Queen War wrong, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Man, did you hear talking about it?
But you keep going, Josh. Actually, I was going to ask you. Why was I asking the president of Mexico? Oh, that's right, because your wife is Mexican.
Oh, shit, dude.
Married a Mexican, y'all.
Why is Brendan trying to keep his Latino under wraps, dude? Jen almost spilled the beans there. He's like, because your wife is.
He thinks so.
Yes. That's an inquisitive face of a Latina right there, dude. Look at that. Mr. Popper.
Kids are half Mexican. I don't touch It's Andres.
What? He doesn't touch Mexico, dude. Okay.
He doesn't talk about Mexico on the airwaves.
Yeah, he's talking about his research beat. Don't touch Mexico.
Yeah. I would think Brian would know this because he knows like Afghanistan and all that.
Yeah.
Now when I know an answer, I feel like Brian. I feel like I'm being Brian. Oh, I know the prime minister of that. When I Googled the Philippines because I wanted to know after questions of that. But I just knew that. Wow. But I may be wrong. Yeah, remember I said Dagestan was in Chechnya or whatever? Where I was actually in Nubia.
It's not playing.
Last time I remember was Vicente Fox. That's all.
Tell Dropbox kids.
A lot of the stuff it's hard for me to know the name.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes I know this,
No, but Jen, can I just be Jen?
Your history? Oh, God.
The difference between floating.
You were born in the Philippines.
Listen, the difference between floating head of state in a country because it's always changing.
Here we go.
Relevant. But what does matter is knowing the seismic events in history. That's all.
Another game for you guys. Oh, Jim was embarrassed.
I told him not to be embarrassed because again.
I said, dude, you leave. Oh, I said, what is it, Brian?
Yeah, I said no.
No,
my point was that a lot of times.
It's a pre-planned bit, probably, and they discuss this, and then they're like it's a bit for the show. But I'm so in bed now that it's like I like it, and I just believe that it's it's real. Like people watch soap operas kind of thing. I just enjoy the theater. Yeah. It's redacted, but we've all decided we're going to be redacted, right? And I love it.
Yeah, I didn't be a fan of T-Fat K from doing this show.
No, I mean I really didn't know what it was, and I never really watched. I still don't really watch. I've only the full episode once or twice. I tried to watch, like I say, I tried to watch the Adrian Peterson one. It was the first 10 minutes were rough, so I turned it off. But you know, these clips are amazing.
Yeah. If it's not relevant to your life, you're not going to know.
Yeah, I said I use my time to build new skill sets and stuff that I'm actually passionate about. Yeah. Singing. Nor do you have to focus on that with everything we're doing. So did you say cocaine?
No, cocaine. No, cooking. Cooking shit. Cocaine. I just read rumors about gin. Fentanyl.
But this is just a little fun thing because I honestly don't remember all the states. If you guys want to do this, just get the abbreviations.
Oh, that's a motherfucker.
And then we'll fast forward so the fans don't see us from this. Yeah.
Not fast enough. Oh, they edited this thing.
And now the grades are in. How do we do?
Okay, Brendan, you got 29 states right.
Not bad, dude.
What did they do? They just wrote the states on a map.
I guess they filled in a map of states.
Honestly, that's not bad. I'm surprised. That sounds like a lie.
I so badly want to quiz you now, dude.
I don't think I would get. Maybe I get 29. I don't know. If Brendan really did that, I'm surprised.
I would get upwards of 45, dude.
Like the geography, you know what all the states are? Yeah, that's good. Maybe I'm redacted, but I don't think I would know every state just by the beginning. We both 55 right. I go England, and that's not a bit because I know England. I probably get
5 and 3, 6 and 3, 7 and 3,
top part of the South.
8 and 10 and 3, 11 and 3, 12 and 3, 13 and 3, 14
rocking 10.
A Midwest guy. I don't know. I don't know what any of the Midwest states, what the shit them are, right? How do you?
Did I? It's 5th grade,
18 and 5,
5th grade was a long time ago.
18 and 6,
I'd love to trust you. See, because I know I'm confident that I wouldn't do very well, but you're like, I got it all down. Sounds like a Kiwi diet.
The Kiwi diet helps with your cognitive ability, so the cognitive condition. All right, let's go.
Ryan, you got 31.
Yay! I got 29, you have 31.
31, that's pretty pathetic.
That's not great. So now it's got 40. Just kidding.
Shut up. I did not. I didn't even count mine.
31 shades.
I did.
And what did I get wrong?
My game.
What did I get wrong? I don't know. I'm just terrible with that stuff.
It happens, guys. It happens, you know? Well, it's Chin's way of... No, Chin, you still don't know. By the way, this is a fun... It was a fun game, right?
Chin, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You know what, Chin? You're a silent assassin.
No. I saw the glass off from...
Chin, you're a silent assassin.
As soon as I want to play Game of Thrones, like, it was too... He's like, what don't they know? Fuckers. He's like, Brian embarrassed me. Fucking camera. No, babe. Remember, Brian, you said that you could take it out. Like, no, we're not.
Yeah, I don't like that gotcha stuff because it has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's not relevant to you.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
It's like
just
the president at the filter. It's not right. And I know he was a conservative, but I didn't know his name.
Hey, guys, sometimes we get stuff wrong.
Wow, look at this.
So I think we should do the map thing on the next show. Okay. All right, I'll print them out, and we can just do them and actually see. And I will do my real results, even if it's like embarrassing.
Yeah, I won't even study.
Don't study. I will not study. Do not study.
No, dude, I wish I could do it right now.
You saying study makes me think you're gonna study. You fucking snake.
No, dude.
All right, I'm definitely not gonna study. Although that is something I would do. Yeah. I'm glad you said that. Actually, not thinking about it because I probably would cheat. Yeah. But I'm interested to see what if we don't do. What if I don't do as well shot? Should that be a win for her scoop? Oh, dude. Yeah. We don't do it.
Alrighty, so let's go to this. It's another haphazard. Dude, Hap has been like on the Addies on the grill, dude. Yeah, it's just cooking it for you, but yeah, we thank you. It's called the He Keeps Forgetting About the Allegations Against Chris. Dicey, dude. That's what this is about.
Can't hear you. I'm gonna finish this, and I can't wait to get that 20 Starship going. When I do
I feel from that. I just, oh my God, it's brutal. Jeez, car accident. Oh, that is awful. God damn, dude. When I get fucking gray hair, though, when I'm 55-year-old ladies, dog, I'm gonna talk about it. We got some ladies in the crowd tonight. But like these fucking 60-year-olds, bro. Like, you don't call me. Yeah, like, you don't call me. Oh, man. 20,000. Only 1,000 got comedy in them, dude. Posted by Successful Egg. 345. It's called Adam Sandler and Baba both recalling that time they met. Oh, man. Do you think he's just going to be talking about some random fans? Yeah, I think the clip is going to be like Adam Sandler saying like a funny thing where if it's Shab, it makes him seem stupid. And then Shab talking about Adam Sandler like this. Let's see. When's the last time you were in the midst of somebody where you're kind of speechless because you see people? Have you ever that way? Yeah, yeah. Well, the biggest moment was at a gym, and I go in the bathroom, he's in the bathroom. No, Turner's fucking with me. Notice me? Notice. That guy. And then we walk out the bathroom, and he's there, and he goes, hey. And you can tell us looking at him, and I'm like, and I walk up to him, and I go, hey, how you doing? I go, what's up, Mr. Sandler? He goes, you're the tough guy that does comedy. What are you writing? I was like, holy fuck. He knew you. You know, it's tough for me to watch clips like that because I'm looking at this whatever, the PBD podcast, and those guys are living out our dream. Yeah. You know, they have Shab on their show, and they get to just ask him whatever they want. They get to hear new thoughts being created. Like, I'm legitimately jealous of that. You see how happy they are? They're like, ask him, and they're like, oh my God, he's going into a story that's not true. You know, the XJ hotline ringing off the, what's the phrase, ringing off the, well, I'm in hot shops. The phone's ringing off the hook. Oh, okay. The phone's ringing off the hook at the XJ hotline. Okay. Yeah, I'm jealous, right? Yeah. I want to meet him at least. You know, I don't need to do a show with Chop. I just want to be like, bro, love you. Yeah, that'd be nice, but I mean, it'd be cool to have him on. Yeah. Or go on, but I'd probably prefer to have him on. Yeah. So we can talk to him. That and Trash Tuesdays. Oh, yeah. They're hilarious. Their fans are like, you had 2 homeless guys on. All right, but I like legitimately homeless, not homeless cats. All right, let's see this haphazard post, dude. The real tragedy is that he missed out on that dried turkey. Let's see here. I spent Thanksgiving by myself eating a large pepperoni pizza. Have we not talked about Thanksgiving? We haven't been in there in 7 days. So I think I don't understand. Why is he by himself eating a pizza? Was he on tour? No, I think his wife was not there because she went to the hospital. Oh, shit. Yeah, well, and hopefully everything's okay with that. Congratulations to Bob on your new child. That's awesome. Yeah. It sucks about the complications, but it worked out, though, right? I hope so. I don't know. Because, you know, homeless cats do, they say some fucking off the grid, dude. Yeah, don't, we're all, you know, praying for the, like, child to be good. So, yeah. All right, this next one's called How to Easy Step, posted by Haphazard. Let's see what happens here. GSP. Fuck you. I'm back. I started there. That's right. Why did you completely get we haven't had nothing to talk about last month. Oh, you're dumbass. I heard it from someone else, of course. Rogan goes, look what you've done. Rogan goes, look what you've done. He goes, what's your sources? I go, nothing. I go, Monday? That's hilarious. Papa leans into like being honest about lying. Yeah. I like that. He's just a ridiculous guy that just says shit. It works works too much, but also talks too much. Good for him. He likes to keep you busy, right?
Would you do that if you had like the world at your fingertips? Would you just make up lies?
Well, no, not like that. But on Twitter, I say jokes that are lies. I feel obviously lies. Maybe some people don't realize that. So in a way, I kind of do that.
How would Papa say transparency?
Transparency.
Transparency. Yeah. I really enjoy his transparency, dude.
Yeah, I like it.
I wish more news outlets would have that.
Outlets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with CNN and Fox News and Huffington Post. It's like you only get half the truth.
ESPN, dude.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this next one by half. It's called Chris lodges a valid complaint with HR. What the hell? Let's see.
Still try not to say it. Yeah, I really am.
It's the hardest way. It's the hardest. But you get juice. It's worth it.
Mexican, man, so I'm not really working.
He's Mexican.
Did he say Mexican too?
Yeah, let's see. Pretty sure he said Mexican. Why don't you keep your ears open?
He got the X. Yeah. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt there.
The doubt of the benefit.
I don't want to shed light on him. That's another one. It was like chopping easy today.
Outside, Horchata. What is that? Sounds like a workplace for Mexicans.
A joke like that is what, in a nutshell, what I don't like about the hit bro comedy. They make a joke like that that's really not that funny. Horchata, what's that? A place where Mexicans work out? What's that? A gym with salsa on it? And then they're like, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Mexicans working out. It's just too much laughter for something that's not that funny. That in a nutshell is comedy. A lot of comedy right now.
Meanwhile, I'm the one that laughs super hard on it.
You laugh because it's ridiculous. Oh, you thought that was funny?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
That's your takeaway? All right, well, teach us out.
Let's see.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm still thinking about it. So I was fantastic. And I want to ask you a question. You touch me a lot during the podcast. It's okay. But you don't touch everyone because you're so far. But why are you so close to me? Why don't you? Why? And no offense. And that's fine. But why are you so close to him? Why? Wait. But by the way, I'm out of the fucking show. No, they would get in the frame and do that thing he does, man. They move the camera. It's slow. You gotta get things up to do. You gotta move. But this is great. Let's talk about the nitty-gritty, dude. Nitty-gritty too much. It's how I show love, dude. I'm physical. Yeah, he grabs me, man. You don't see me stop the podcast. It doesn't happen so much. All you don't know how much it does. But it's different. Stop, kind of.
A lot of gay jokes, Chad. They buried the lead on this clip. Great clip. Yeah. But I like the beginning way more than the HR complaint. Yeah. And the part of the Mexican guy's laughing, he's like laughing on the outside, but deep on the inside, he's like crying at how like horrible it is.
It's like my homies cannot see this.
Also, what's with the deal with the like Hamas guy that they just have in the back that sits next to Nick? He's dressed up like a Hamas dude. Or like someone in winter, you go back. This is the second time he's been in the same outfit. He doesn't do anything for the show. He's just like audience.
Oh, right here?
Yeah. What's this guy's deal?
Let me see.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, this guy looks like he's just released. He's like an Israeli grandmother back to like Israel. He's like the Hamas. He's Hamas and he's kidnapped Chin and Nick. And they're like, how they keep saying that the people are so happy to be. That's like what their face is when they get him back. They're like, hey, see you later. or whatever. And the like Andy Musk is like, see you later, friends. Also, Kara fucking B, dude. That show is over. How do they have like 10 people working for their show if they can't do basic things like removing the merch and decorations from the old show? I'm bad at that. I'm not a producer, and it's making me mad. Yeah. Shout out to the I love Travis because we're big guys. I was out there earlier today in Australia, or I shipped something from Australia to replace the engine carbine. Yeah, I tried to replace the blower on my Corolla, right? But the fucking supercharger needed fixing. Don't you hate that, dude? Yeah. It's because it's like, it only gets like 500 horsepower or whatever, so when you gotta get in there, like I called one of my guys, and he was like, oh yeah, I've been there, dude. It's time to weed. Yeah, I'm looking for like 1000 fucking horsepower, but it's hard when you got like a car with 100. I saw you working on it the other day. I came out and I was like, damn, dude, what is this, Toontown? You're going ass. Yeah, dude. My face was all black, dude. Let's see here. You work on a car so hard you get black. Let's see here. This one is just a text post. It's called "You Dressing Up Like a Drug Mechanic Now." Posted by Tiger Thig. Look at that. Is hilarious. He saw a guy working on his truck. He's like, I gotta look like that. It's a car. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Only 1,000 mechanics can do it, dude. Yeah. Let's see here. The next one is posted by Natural Mix 4856. It's called The Grand Wizard. Couldn't be happier. Wife and newborn currently in hospital. Off to the races redecked. Let's see what this is about, dude.
Hi, guys. Good news. I'm so excited. Good news.
I wonder if you could like see his brain when he's about to when he says "gird" instead of "good." Is there like a skip? The albums like skip. I wonder. Let's see here.
Hi, guys. Good news. I'm so excited. Good news. The Wizard, Eddie at Addiction Motorsports.
Oh, I see. Grand Wizard. That's a little nitpicky, but it's so funny. Yeah. I mean, he does it by accident. Yeah. It's amazing that you catch how does he even do that? How does he do it? Only let's see.
Blocks, I guess. This is easy. It's your running wing. It's your fuel pump. It's your spark plug. Yeah, looks like doing your stuff, and let's make sure you make that bog clean up these things. That's what's going on. It's exactly that. The fuel pump's bad. The spark plugs are gas wrong and they're misfiring. So it's not a huge deal. Be able to swap this out, check it, part with LMR, late model restoration, and then definitely be back to running like Tarzan, not James. So be happy, man. And then now he's going to the races, and the plan is to get this thing at 600 rear wheel horsepower, and the fun begins.
Tarzan, not Jane. Yeah, is that a thing? Well, now it is. Yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, let's keep that in the mental Rolodex thing. Yeah, make that one. I just want to say, Baba's looking good, dude. Yeah, it looks good there. He's got, I think, the carnivore diet. Oh, okay. Has he talked about that? Yeah, I think so. I just let him down. Pretty sure on last week's episode, there was a clip where he mentioned the carnivore. That's good. Shab inspires me to get back into it. My shoulders kind of messed up right now, and I know you've been working out. Mm-hmm. Do you ever feel like Shab doing that motivates you to sort of you're doing right now? I mean, why did I start? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because he's your North Star. Yeah, dude. So thank you, Shab, for inspiring. But nobody wants to talk about the good. Look at that face, dude. Look at him. Yeah, he's great. He looks very Joe Camel on. Oh, but yeah, I agree that he looks healthy. Yeah, dude. His mouth is smaller and his head is bigger. It is a funny face. He's a comedian. Of course, he'd have a funny face. Part of being one of the murderers wrote. Mm-hmm. All right, so this one we already saw this one too. Oh yeah. It's posted by Haphazard.
This athleticism. What are you doing?
It's called The Truth Comes Out. We laughed so hard at one point in this clip. I know it's like 7 seconds, but see if what you're watching is.
But yet again, there's not liability for striking this after their dead. Because when it comes to Makalal, interestingly enough, dinner Makalal is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is what we call an Amchal, in halacha, there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly, there should be no liability for after that. So Lomar, of the emo kilo, lachanisa. See, that was like the extra phase of the kilo teaches me that what there's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. Alright, so let's analyze. So again, we're going to see this in the Bible moment. It's going to be on the sun. The middle phrase of Avid emo kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I last phrase Avid emo kilo? Because even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. According to Yoshia, both that phrase is not echo. What is there to say? What are we doing? Here we go. Desire. The Pasuk says ish ish. Now again, Lashon the Pasuk ish asher kala es imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis androgynous to teach you that even if the father is a tum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's still ability for the child for cursing the parent. Ashay Carlos other than this, who curse his mother and his father. Imo other than Imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother. Shalo Imo. Imo Shalo other than I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father. To which the Gemara is mina. Kalomar Aviv Imo Kilel. The person goes on to say Aviv Imo Kilel. Aviv Kilel Imo Kilel Rabbi Yoshia. So now you see what's happening over here. So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kala es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound from the reading of that pasuk is when you curse, it says therefore the end of the pasuk says, there's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. That's what Yoshi uses that phrase for. It says, Yoshi says no, that's not how we do in general. Whenever the pasuk the assumption over here is are still reckoned separate. The Torah places them together. What do you mean by this? Minole, for us is very interesting. For what do you know this? Minole, not me, Mikalo, most Timas. The Pasuk says ultimately again from Mikalo of the most Timas, when we then the rabbis passed from the androgynous. Let's learn that to teach me. Also, the androgynous, first while learning out from each. The Bertorah Klosha Mani Adam. Torah is just like a normative way. Listening, Chomer B'Makeh Midim Mekalo. I said, why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah that Makeh is over Mekalo? Also, Sheb B'Makeh, something like Sheb B'Makeh also Boshro Kiba'am. By Makeh Bosa, you're fine for hitting any Jew. Whether the Jew is Amchim, you're fine. Mashenkim Mekalo. Ultimately, again, but that's different than Mekalo, because by Mekalo, if a person who is Ba'amchol, Hasar, Machshin, and Hakal, Mitzvah. We go ahead and ultimately, again, we compare or we like machines, we compare the halacha of Hakal to Klala. Just like Hakal, you're chayav for going ahead and eating Lema, honey, so it's the same piece, like these other. Like what? Tani Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakal, so get a lot of Kusi. Let's say now, again, remember, Kusi in general, Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a dog. That's what it means. It just means a guy. Kusi is Haku. Right? In other times, what Kusi refers to is who? Are the Kusi or the Kusi? Like, remember again when Shalom and Shor exiled the tents, so he had a good strategy. What was the strategy? It was for people. The first thing you do is uproot from their natural homeland and you sell them somewhere else. It's less probable that go ahead and rebel. Okay, so these are the 10 tribes. Who did he put? Where are the Kusim from? There were Kusim were all devil. There was an outbreak of lions and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. They have the junior numbers, not the junior numbers. Bear that in mind. So where's follows? So Kusi atam tzvaka. So you have tzvaka. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse a Kusi, you're not chayiv. Thank you. That's not right. So yatam tzvaka. So ultimately, by Kusi, you're not chayiv for either hitting him or for him. Now the Gemara says Savrua Kule Alma Kusim Gere MS. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusim were the legitimate Gere. If that's the case, so my love back with you. So what are they arguing about? So the Marsa actually not called the Klala. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Mars and therefore again is liability. Mars Savar Shin Hakal the Klala. Another opinion says no, we treat them separately. Mars says well, not true. The fully Alma, everyone agrees. No much Shin Hakal the Klala. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are you arguing about here? Mars Savar Kusim Giri Arayos. And I'm saying Mars Savar Kusim Giri Arayos. Mars Savar Kusim saying Kusim. I was saying the Machlokes ultimately is what I saw. What's the nature of what Kusim Giri Arayos means? That's Arayos nothing. Right? They converted because of the lions. Therefore, they were not legitimate. Other thing says no, they were Gere MS. Legitimate lion, legitimate. So the Gemara says, Ihaki, and the Tani Allah, Shoro Kibi Yisrael. Shoro says, so ultimately, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shor of a Kush is like the shor of a Yisrael? So the answer is, Shmamina, that Kesha Yisrael. Rather, we'll say, what do you see here? What is my focus? My focus ultimately is, do we compare Hakah? Not. That is the fundamental machlokes unfolding. So halacha just in the takeaways from here. So halacha deep asking is Hakah and Kala are truly right. That for example is the din of cursing words, or there's a prohibition of cursing words even after their death. But halacha again, right? Striking not apply after the death. Right, close out after death. Sorry for a little bit left fast. We'll take over the tomorrow and the staff.
Something, but runs, I think, but now he said drives. Like, that's what I think that's what he did the first clip, is it's like, or something, Tarzan drives, like, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm confused now. Basically was saying that he changed Tarzan the first clip, and then this one he's like, it looks like Tarzan runs like James. Looks like, that's it. Yeah. Looks like Tarzan
What he will say, it's supposed to be influenced on something that I'm not able to do that. Listen to 40 minutes of Shem. That's why I see that thing with 40 minutes of Shem. Everyone in here in Eretz Hashem.
For sure seeing that.
So, but it is this nevertheless continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you for all my sponsors for listening again to this description on YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's doc is 8,084. We are pushing up in your system on the
The next one is again
the
origins of
great Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up two lessons about Oil owning the class. So we're again going through the list of people, first through the list of Kohanim type misdivision or circumstances which generate liability of misdivision. According to the Yahweh in order, or uncircumcised, no sitting, so the halacha is as much as it doesn't is violation of halacha. I'm not considering the man. Says the Gemara, so now the Gemara is going to go to each of these one by one. How do we know? So where do we know that it's Kohen does the Avodah as an Oil that is quote unquote only Allah and not Yisrael Shemayim? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. We did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, by Cheskov and Buzi B'Ramah, Cheskov and Buzi, not Cheskov tomorrow, what do you have to say? Koben Nechar Oil, Lake Chap of Kedal, for A, Oil Basar or Yava Amikush. See, Cheskov says, Koben Nechar, again, these are non-Jewish, uncircumcised parts, Oil Basar. It's a little bit physically uncircumcised, so not come to the Mikdash. So ultimately, again, here we saw here, obviously, this is not a Zorai, so it's rather, again, this is a possibility, and therefore, again, when you do is allowed, really what it means is, so when you see Allah, it means when you call Divrei Kabbalah. So if a coin works and a coin works to do this service, as a else, uncircumcised. And I remember again, the case of my coin not circumcised is the case of F of Nahum, where they put into a situation. So someone again can have a but remains in an uncircumcised state. There's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where coin not have any brothers have died as a result of this evil before. So this although he is allowed to remain uncircumcised, he is allowed to circumcise. So the outcome has to be good. Next, only remember is someone narrative. But if you notice, the money is both like owning and offering. Now, for our purposes, again, owning is the state of a period of time between death and burial. The halachas that are coin can be he says this too. So, he's tired. It's a lot. Says remember, no, where you know that? Only me know. Second line from the top, 84A, pay down the dollar. It's safe. I'm going to make that show you. Say, but you know, that's it's called that's like they are talking about. How's it said by the coin total? Simply by Aaron, absolutely. Aaron cannot leave the Mikdash. You should not profane the Mikdash of the staff. The Pasuk is telling you that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such overwhelming loss, he was not going to leave the Mikdash. They have to continue to do the outcome. So the Gemara is actually something very important. The Gemara says, what do you see there? It's after the Kohen Gadol who had to continue to serve as his own. Someone else wanted to serve as their own. In fact, profane temple service. So for races, in fact, the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an own although it's us. The other Kohanim may not serve him. I'm going to level. Now, what's this? So where the Gemara is talking about therefore, Kohen does he's in violation of a law. One second, maybe you should make it to your shelf. Back to yesterday's daf. How can you back to yesterday's daf? So remember again, on one hand it says by English it says Hillel, and by Truma it says Hillel. So you should say, just like a coin who is coming to Truma, Chayiv, you said you should so to a coin who is you should also be Shamayim. I'm going to Adra Rabba, so say that's like again by a coin coming with Truma, which is called But again, the case is like the coin is too much time. So just like by shooting these initially, so the only should also be which was one second. Before first of all, to understand, position for a coin to be a whole that only is not really explicit. The fact that the coin double not allowed to leave the mikdash has to serve even in the state of Anino tells us that a regular coin can't serve in the state of Anino. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that's learned out of inference. And there's a principle called Darabam Nakal running over the here. This is Gemara espouses a principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out of inference itself cannot be part of the state. Well, actually, the thing is, you know, in order to show you two explicit concepts, you need to build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit, or rather learned out by inference, you cannot use it as a shalom. Interesting. Okay, you know what? Next. How do I know that if a coin does the above the sin that he is in violation of it? It says, "Both are definitely called Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. And Hashem showing from amongst all the rights, La'amod to stand serve. What do you say here? Think about how to the Lord Yeshua. That that's God's role. The second temple. Then hold up and how much that he's in violation of Allah. What about a blemish coin? What happens if a blemish coin does damage? Rebbe says, the come say God's heart. It's a lot. What's Rebbe's logic? He said, so what's his logic? Said, Lo Yavo. It says, but again, if a coin has a mum, you should not come to the Baruch. And the rest of the pasuk is, Lo Yichalel ask Yoshi. Can you should not have Philo. So the Mark says, Yallah, make it clear, Shava, Balmor, Shuma. Just like it says, so just like by Truma, if you have a common coin, it's Truma, it's Chinese edition, Hashem the Misa, so to Baal Diabodo, is also Chinese, that's the Misa, from to Balmor. And they'll do a film, so we'll say, yeah. Like, but remember, it also says, by Nosa. And Nosa is a place. Jewish music is very Balmor. So just like Nosa skilled cards. So Balmor skilled cards. Which says, Mala, along the guys have come the cards. It's kind of it's more sense to have Balmor. Why? Because remember again, Truma and Balmor is both cases of women who disqualify color. Like Balmor, the coin himself has a point. Truma is related to calling his tummy, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Agarabo, just the opposite of why. Shekin Desh, Nim, Pigel, Alex. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigel and Osar. Ella, Mikame, sorry. Ella, Mikame, Shimish, I'm sorry, Ella, Mikame, Shimish, Silha, Silha, Kodesh, Nim. Agra, Shekin Kodesh, Nim, Pigel and Osar. Again, this is the Mercy difference. Osar. Rather than love, you come in rather than it is better. No, that is where that's what she hears. We're going to learn out. Again, from coming to Shish. Who's coming to Shish? The boy who is coming because that book. Again, this is more like, yeah, this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, coming to Shish, Gemara, Sulaguf, to which the Gemara says, Kodesh, name Pigovano, so Kodesh, Pigovano. Okay, so let's say, so this is Rabbi's logic. So Rabbi's logic ultimately so again, different ways of learning out, different possibilities of learning it out. Life shall result in the he is in the soul. Rabbanon. Okay, so what's it? Remember, trying to figure out over here. The Balmon does the order. What is halacha? That makes sense here. Again, a couple of different possibilities of those. What about the Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Bo, the Rabbanon say the pasuk Bo. Pasuk says about this back to point in the come on. It says, okay, again, this individual is high Lisa. Okay, that's the last. That's the last. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara goes right there. This is the Megillah. What about the case? So therefore, unlike my focus is not to decide how Balmum does the avoda. So halacha l'maisa again. What this is because this. Right. So I'll just tell you. Read the Rambam is like the Chachamim. And if a coin Balmum does the avoda, again, it is last. It is last. That's like the. Okay, so next, is it the nigga case of intention? So what's this case? Rabbi Omer Misa, Rabbi Zakir Misa, Omer Das Horan. So that says the Gemara. So what's the Rabbi say intentional is Misa. So Gamar Chet Uchula. Zirah, a Chet says ultimately by Megillah, it says Chet by Kavandamin, just like by Truma. Megillah says all the pieces of Truma are a Kohen who's coming partaking of Truma. That's the case of Truma. But just like by Truma, you see it means to be Shemayim. So too over here, by the intentional Megillah, but it's to be Shemayim as well. The Rabbanon, I say no.
We watched that, I think, last week.
Say no, Rabbanon, Omer Krah, for what the Megillah. Rabbanon say again, once again, when is there or where is there Nisim Shemayim? That'll be this ultimately again of the Kohen and intentionally does the avodah in the state of Tumah. But when I say once again, the Rambam passes like the Rambam intentionally goes like the and he's not mind instead it means incredible. All right, so let's now back to Mishnah. Zar Shishim. Remember again, this was Shabbos is gas, right? So Mishnah this is the end of the hours. Zar Shishim is a 9-point right? So they say the Kiva on the correct. That's Bidei When the Kiva says Chanek strangulation, and the Chacham Nisa Bidei Shine. Either way, not good. So again, Machloket Madashim. So let's analyze. Tanya. Rabbi Shmuel, Nan Vazar HaKorev Yum, the Nan Halon, Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem, Yomos. So what's I so that we're going to go over here. So Rabbi Shmuel, sorry, Raisa, Rabbi Shmuel says as follows. On one hand, it says Vazar HaKorev Yumas. So this is talking about the Nan when does the avodah. Then the Gemara goes to the second one. What's the second? Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem Yomos in Tamdu B'Gvoah. So again, this is actually talking about by Avas Korach. But again, in any event, the Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, "Whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos." Mala Halon B'Dei Hashem, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about B'Dei Hashem. And Rashi points out over here, with Rashi Mala Halon, Rashi is right across the Tosos Elam. Mala Halon B'Dei Hashem. The Masayim B'Chamishi Ish Korach B'Sruf. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who killed, were incinerated by right Zoras. So they were killed Misli Shemayim. So interesting enough, their Shava. It says by non-Kohen who does the avodah, the Yamos, Vazara Karev, or I should say Yumas, says by Adas Korah, Kol HaKorev HaKorev al Mishkan Hashem Yamos. Now they were also Zar. They were non-Kohen who did the avodah. So they were killed. Mala Halon, just like by Kaf. B'Dei Shemayim, they were killed back in Sharkul. Afkan B'Dei Shemayim, so to here it's Mis B'Dei Shemayim. And therefore, again, this most raya that if a non-Kohen does the avodah based on it, Kiva Rabbi Kiva says no. Ne'amar kan v'azar ha'karev yumas, v'ne'amar lahalon v'hadavi hahu o chomeim ha'chalom hahu yum. So what's it interesting? He makes a difference here, Shalom. It says by the non-Kohen who does the avodah yumas, and it says by the no. This is the false prophet. False prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get cloud to worship Avodah Zarah. So the pasuk says you must by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, by the false prophet, Mal Halon B'Skila, Afkan B'Skila, just like the prophet is killed with Skila, so too the Zar who does the elders also killed with Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees with it. In other words, he's disagreeing with Rabbi Akiva about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's either way. What we're going to do is we're going to build a gzer shava between false prophet, right, between the navi, between the false prophet, and the non-kohen who does the avodah. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to result in the punishment of skila, and according to Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of chemek. So the Gemara says, by the way, by my commitment to Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlok is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the gzer shava of Azara Karev Yumas, and his followers of Korach. So the followers of Korach will kill Misim Deshalim. So too again, the Zar, the non-kohen who does the avodah, is also killed Misim Deshalim. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with skila, so to the Zar is killed with skila. So it says, what's the Micah Mefigi Rabbi Shal Rabbi Akiva? What's the first five line of the Pedal 84a? Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas and Yumas. They done in Yumas Limos. Oh, Rabbi Akiva like this. However, if you're making gzer shava, let's do it right. They make gzer shava with identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Atas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the lashon of the pasuk is Yamos, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says that they make gzer shava with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hedyot Mehegyot, they done in Hedyot Minavi. Rabbi Shmuel on the other hand says, no, it's better to make gzer shava between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korach. Why? Because they equal. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a chashav guy. He's a chashav guy. Right? Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of what's the word, legitimacy is if someone has proven himself as a guy, as a big guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn out ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korach, and not learn out the Zar from the Navi. To which the Gemara Rabbi Akiva came and she in the and Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, he's more ordinary of a person than this. Very, very profound. Very. So the Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if Rabbi Akiva, to a certain degree, it's like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. But identity is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. Incredibly so. The Gemara goes on. So by the way, now we understand we have a fundamental machlokas ultimately between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is machlokas Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says skila, Rabbi Yochanan says chemek. So what's going on over here? To which Gemara says. The Gemara says, "Michael, Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael is Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan. They're arguing. Their machlokes is the machlokes Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's their machlokes? The Sanyo, Navi Shediach Skila. If the Navi tries to convince people to worship idolatry, he's killed with Skila. The Chemek. Shimon says no. Chemek. So the Gemara says, Ha'an. The Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon over Chemek. Ha'an Antanan. Rabbi Akiva over the. One second. We have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chemek. So holds that another who tries to do idolatry, ultimately Rabbi Akiva is on record in the Mishnah is saying that it's a chiyuv Chemek. Trade value with Rabbi Akiva. Truth is, there's a machlokes Rabbi Akiva said. One kind of said Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is chayiv skila, and one opinion said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's chayiv Chemek. Rabbi Shimon value with Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva. And the Bryce reflects the Rabbanan's view of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So I will say, halacha l'maisa. How do we this last case over here? This last case, the Rambam asking is like the Chachamim. That if a Zar goes ahead and does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, and when he does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, that halacha l'maisa, he is chayiv misa b'dei shamay. Incredible. I will say, halacha l'maisa. Mazel tov. I will say, now we begin Amud Beis, Pedal Amud Beis. Base 84. It's like new Mishnah. So now what we are clearly doing is we are Baruch Hashem, through the different, through the various misos days. So now the Mishnah says, these get finished. Now, we're going to discuss strangulation a little bit. We spoke about strangulation a little bit, right? Again, you have the cloth around the neck, tie pull the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So who gets chenek? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of chenek. Who gets chenek? When is there chenek liability? Hamak is avinu. And when a person hits his father or his mother, go maybe you kidnap someone. Zakin Mamri Hapi Basin. So we're going to talk about this, about the Zakin Mamri Hapi Basin. This Zakin is the member. If you have a situation where the baby goes a certain way, and there's a particular judge who's in the minority. And remember again, the way that it works is what happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called Zakin Mamre. Siege. So again, everybody is put to death with Chenek. Again, more about that later. Check out. False prophet, right? Which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Apparently, this mission reflects that view. And all of Chenek. Someone who emphasizes the name of idolatry. Someone who commits Vizome Baskoi. So remember again, this is interesting. Vizome Baskoi, remember again, we had this case that Allah saw a Baskoi who commits adultery is given the unique punishment of Sreifa. What happens if Rachel, like we'll call Rachel as the Baskoi, Reuben and Shimon show up and they think that Rachel committed adultery. So they're trying to make Rachel liable to Sreifa. Now it turns out that two more witnesses impassively could not have seen Rachel commit adultery. Why? At the time they're saying that she committed adultery, you were with us. You might have us. So now what's this? Now generally again, so Edom Zolman get a reciprocal punishment, which would seem to indicate that Allah might say just like they wanted to give her Sreifa, so she should get Sreifa. But we'll see again, we'll see this more in the Gemara, but we'll discuss the idea that we'll learn through Psukim that it's only the Bas Kohen herself who gets Sreifa. The Edom Zolman don't get Sreifa. Rather, what do they get? They get Chenek. Same thing, the man who commits adultery with the Bas Kohen, put to death. But now it's Sreifa. Sreifa is unique for her. Rather, it's okay, incredible pause. So so how do you strike their father or their mother? That Allah might say the penalty is a death penalty. Incredible. So she wants kind of death penalty of Chenek. So it said, most you your father or your mother. You put that. So the Gemara says, and in general, it's very interesting. And in general, whenever the Torah gives it, whenever the Torah says if it doesn't give a type of death penalty, apparently default is Chenek. Before default is Chenek. I versus Ema ad the 1 second. I don't know. Maybe it says Make of the Ima most. You hit your mother, your father, you put it in case for you to hit them, kill them. Otherwise, a person hit their parent and killed their parent. That's where there's a death penalty. Which the Gemara says, Sagah Kato Chad B'Sayif V'Aviv V'Aviv B'Chenek. So here's the problem. The problem is that, what does that mean? First, if a person kills his father, he's Chayav Chenek. Now, the Gemara is operating under the assumption that it's considered to be a more lenient form of death penalty. Regular person, who's not your father, executed by Sayif, a more hammer form of death. If you kill your parent, you Chayav Chenek, you're like, you put up the lenient form of death. What does that mean? Please listen 1 second. Now, that's fine if you understand that Chenek general is a more lenient death penalty. But if you say that Chenek Hammer, then what is there to say? Ella, so let's say over here. Here's what I know. It says if you take your mother and father to death, stam on death penalty is Chenek. What we're trying to figure out over here is what does it mean you killed them? For which the must be Ella Midichsiv, Make Ish Hameid, Obe'eva Hikob Yamos. So also, this is very interesting. Look at it and notice the intriguing Lashon that the Torah uses. and the other person dies, put to death. Or Obeiveko, if you hit animosity, right, with your hand, Vayamos, and he dies. And if you notice, Suki, what do you see? That there's a qualifier. Pasuk says, and Ruvain hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier. It indicates to us what? The fact that there needs to be a qualifier. Ruvain hit Shimon, and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the Stam case, where Ruvain hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is as follows. So now, we've just proven his first point. Remember, he was first in the Mishnah. Figure out who's liable to panic. First case, a person hits his father or his mother. Where do I know that out from? Okay, other the imamos. If a person hits his father or mother, it's not talking about killing him. It was killing him, it would have said, not give us. The fact that it just says that is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha? Most you must. When Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, automatically means, so he's proven this first one in the show. Incredible. Now, by the way, it was the Gemara is Lemiftav, Makish, the Lemiftav, Komake Nefesh. Now, interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says, Makish Banesh Moesh. You think someone may die. You'll be perfect. Then it says, the Komake Nefesh. Right? So the Chomak and Nefesh, like, you heard says so. It says, kill a nefesh. So it says, Chomak a man, and dies with death. And it says, why didn't both those two? So most of this is because of Rahman and Maki Ish remains. If it would have just said, Maki Ish, if you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, I would have thought like this. How about me? Ish, the guy mixes in the Karamo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? A man. Why? Because a man is liable for a whole bunch of mixes. So it makes perfect sense. Karamo. If you put a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child like mixes. The fourth one says, Rahman, come back in there. The first one says, no, come back in there. What is that? You don't have to do anything. So if you have some child, also ties, I would have to do this. Because of Rahman, come back in there. The Torah would have just said, come back in there. I would have thought like this. How about me, no? I feel it bench. I would have thought that even if you kill fetus, right? Right, why this is a utero, right? Or a fetus that is not yet proven to be viable. Or maybe it's born after 8 months now. Because you might have some sort of baby born in 8 months is not viable. It's not satirical. I would have thought the time for killing even proven to be viable, or some utero, or maybe 1 8 months. The Gemara says, therefore, it's sleepy. So everyone said, if I love my son, he's both. So interestingly enough, so Hamak Nefesh teaches me, I'm fighting for going ahead and killing all violence. Really, I need both. Right? Because if we just said not to reach, I would have thought just adults. Therefore, just Komak. If we just said Komak, I would have thought anyone would be even for those commercial, you only hire people. The commercial should be both. Both of them. The email, Afagahu, other people. Where that's the place. I love myself. Maybe we should be liable, even if I hit a parent and don't cause it injury. I don't cause it injury. Says, just to the act of hitting issue of that penalty. But 1 second, I want to tell you that I'm not the other thing of Chayiv Ashiyah Sebekhaludah. If he's your father, you're not Chayiv injury. The person, let's say, slaps parent, and there's no injury. There's no right to go Chabula. There's no injury. So, okay, obviously not good, but I'm just like this because of Kabbalah. Which you must mark your other or mark it so. If you understand over here, that mark just means literally hitting one's parent. And if you hide connect, maybe it just means you hit them with enemies. How do you know that in order to death penalty for hitting your parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. I'm going to mark your other or mark your behemoth.
Your wife is Mexican.
The Pasuk chose one who injures a person and who injures another. Mama could not have the Kabbalah, just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability to causing injury. Like that, because of wound. You slap a cow, or here, like a nice job, you're not fighting, there's no penalty, no monetary compensation for that. Just like market the him is high because of juxtaposition, market other will also only ties the person if he causes an injury. Siba versus market, sorry, market the him on the other Siba nefesh, market other other. So it's like a liability for striking one's face if one causes an injury. So this is incredibly important. So the market here is that stamp strikes the heart, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless, of course, you strike them and cause some type of injury. So, last case of that, so there is one case that we're jumping out to animals. It's only liable to injuring an animal if you're not because of or cause of injury. That's the case. If you have one, let's say I go over these animals, and I go over these off with a whole load of stones. So I'm not injuring the animal through its strength. When it comes to no liability, because there's no physical wound, how can I go on the Chinese? You're going to say, of course I'm going to be tired. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actually diminish the value and the strength of the animal. So see, when you're my animal, you don't cause it to be tired. Hello, and in the message to him, the heart, I don't really need method. I don't really need method anymore. The market, or the market, right? It says method, right? The method plus the treasury. Market method thing. So I don't really need method statement to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, I should really do something to diminish the part of the animal. So if I don't need method statement to teach you that animal injury, then what? So I email me a feature about kindness. So then you have that shot. So therefore, what I need to have this. Therefore, once it turns out interesting enough that we were learning is health, ultimately, again, it's from Nefesh Behema. Right? In Maka Nefesh will teach me, even by a person, I'm only trying if I'm only trying if I actually cause bodily harm. If the person just hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then what I say is not a death penalty. So Gemara says, if that's the case, like a patient level, so then what I need to access between Nefesh Behema or not other Maka, what was the motion?
So that's not why you're here. You're here to watch play the chin clip.
Maka other Maka Behema. Right? So what obviously the person juxtaposes injury animal injury to the person. So what is that juxtaposition? Very smart. This is very interesting. Both of this is I'm sorry. Maka Behema, Maka other. So what is the juxtaposition? Like injury a person. What is that? So the first thing Gemara says is that he decided teaching the ruling of the basis. What's the ruling of the basis? Lift for I think so show the game. Now marketing a little salata. So what's the event?
Everybody should know that.
This is your whole. You know there's a concept of key. I love for myself. You saying it's just capital liability. So I mean financial liability. Then this goes like this. Even if you do something, if it's the kind of act that had you done it amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability. It's so good. You're exempt from financial liability. Okay. And it was only out from that message. The Gemara says that's fine. That's fine if you hold like how they history. That's like how they history. But if you don't, many reject that concept and they say the only time that you're cut off from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something to show death, you are liable to reject that reward. Maximum Gemara says, so remember again. Just understand, we're just trying to figure out the positive juxtaposes between the person who's doing it and so what do I need that? To which we must listen to this. fascinating. And in fact, even I was injured and I'm trying to help him. And I end up injuring it more. So if the animal in you trying to heal it, you're right. If I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that juxtaposition. So you might say, be right. Then listen to this case. Drum roll. Let's say again, my son, we have a father, now on has a son, now on his son, and he needs blood. So now, this house wants to help his son. What's the problem? What do we just say? If the son injures his father, right, and brought his son injuries, but here the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? The master says, yes, it is permitted. Why? Because again, you see that Yid in distress, you can help, especially if that Yid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course, you should help. The juxtaposition, teach us what? Not knocking him into the floor, just like the injured animal. Of course, trying to help, of course, trying to do it. Knock your Adam, if you injure someone, and of course, you heal them, you are possible. So the Lord says, interesting, both are agreeing, meaning that a son is permitted to go towards injury. Injuries from medicinal purposes is going to be incredible. You know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor who wants to treat his father, or again, a child is a nurse and wants to, not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead. Is a child allowed things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing the chabura, quote unquote, injuring the parent. It's not for your purpose. The injury is ultimately for the child allowed to do it or not. Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just the shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to. Second opinion learns out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makya and Makya Hina. But listen to this. The Gemara says, Rav, lo shabbat liberated mishkal sivu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, let his son remove his splinter. Why not? Because again, it's cause injury. You know, the men so see again, marriage is something would not allow his son to really open up a boil. Why not? You do it, you do it, or more times the boil. Open up the boil. Why? Because if his son would be a little bit too aggressive, because the injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. Brian would not allow their children to help them, taking a splinter on the boil because it's concerned that it could cause a chabura. You must see 1 second. That's the concern. Some may end up injuring someone and trying to help them, but in fact, it's given the son. And no one else should be going around to the world. Someone else also not be permitted to take out the splinter of the boil, to which they must not know. Acher, shigas. No, shigas. Here's the big difference. It's else. Someone else trying to take out the splinter and accidentally it's a lot, and it's an accidental one. My son, if he does it, is an accidental fear. So what you see over here is fascinating tension. So on one hand, you might ask, is his son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing him? Especially what it was with blood. First two opinions, yes. Yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out his splinter, and Margaret Zavina not allowing his son to land the border. So again, we're gonna stop over at the city table. We didn't do this tomorrow. The fundamental shayla is what does it mean? How do you reconcile it? Is it true that Mamish told us that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury, or would they just be more mature on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people? Not in but the takeaway, but just point on the we have some notify the first line of the chain meaning that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, the punishment is Dr. Muslim start for today. The person on Wednesday.
Calling himself an idiot because he said he sent an idiot to Phoenix to pick it up and he's in Phoenix here.
When you will say it is a source to be able to go I'm sorry that I'm not able
awesome. Let's make sure that
these are personal recording notes that shadow. That's by Tuesday afternoon.
in Phoenix, so I sent somebody to inspect it for me.
Recording notes that comes to see everyone.
Interesting. What's going on?
So, but it is this question I would like to continue for at least virtually. Thank you to all my sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is $8.84. We are picking up a year session on page Gimel the base 83b. And we are picking up Krui Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about two lines of about oil owning Yoshi about. So we're again going through the list. People, first we went through the list of owning who has high liquidation or circumstances, which generate liability of liquidation, and then the Mishnah created a list, the rest of the list. Although a coin who does get hold as an order, Orel, uncircumcised, Yoshi sitting, so the halach is all three of these things as much as they're prohibited. If a coin doesn't, it's in violation of Allah, and that means to be It says you must go through each of these one by one. From where do you know that if a coin does get hold as an oil, that it is quote unquote only Allah, and not in Saudi Arabia? And this stuff is going to be partially over. So the truth is, this is not even mentioned in the Torah. It's just the Russian over here is we did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means 7 Torah. But Yecheskel ben Buzi, Rabbi Yecheskel came along, and what did Yecheskel say? And then Nechar Orel, in top of the 84a, Basra, Yava, and Mikdash. It's interesting that Yecheskel says, quote ben Nechar, so again, these are not you. Orel, late, uncircumcised part, Orel, Basra. And someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the Mikdash who serves them. So ultimately, again, here we see now, again, obviously, this is not a God, so again, this is a passage from Nabi, and therefore, again, when they're saying that it's not really what it is, not to be able to as Hara, you give it, hello, Rocky, Allah, so if a coin were to work, if a coin were to do the service as an Hara, uncircumcised, and in case of where a coin is not circumcised, the case of Mesu Akal of Nafas Milah, we couldn't do a bris milah. Right, because the son again can have a bris milah, but remains in an uncircumcised state. There's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about it where this particular coin cannot have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of a bris milah before. So such an individual, he is allowed, quote unquote, to name it. He is not allowed to serve. Where are you learning out from? Possibly good. Next, owning. Remember again, owning is someone not thinking that if you know money is both question of owning and of health. Now, for our purposes, again, owning is a state of a period of time between death and burial. How else is that a coin can't do the hold of Vegas? If he does so, he is high. It's a lot. Says Imam Nolan, so you know that the second line from the top, 84a, they down the down. Six, in the Mikdash lo yizeh, v'lo yifrao es Mikdash eloka. Because the prophet says that by the Kohen Gadol. Because it says by the Kohen Gadol, specifically by Aaron after the death of Nabi, I'm not reading the Mikdash, not pushing the Mikdash. Now, the prophet is telling us, we had help. It's such a catastrophic, overwhelming loss. He was not committed to the Mikdash. He had to continue to do the Avodah. So the Gemara actually something very the Gemara says, what you see here is after the Kohen Gadol, who has to continue to serve as an but if someone else was an owning, they would in fact feign temple service. The fact that the Kohen has to serve as an owning indicates to us that other people have to serve in that state. So where the Gemara is coming right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Ayunos, he's in violation violation of a law. Prohibition. 1 second. Maybe we should make it clear. Shabbat. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one end, says by Avedos it says hero. By Truma it says hero. So just like if a coin will make Truma, he's chayiv misa b'shamayim. So if a coin who's an Abel does the avodah, he should also be chayiv misa b'shamayim. And say just like again by a coin who's coming with Truma, we'll just call it Truma. But again, in cases of Kame coin each truma is chayv mitzvah b'shamayim. So just like by truma is mitzvah b'shamayim, so too again, only should also be mitzvah b'shamayim. Who's mercy? 1 second. Mitzvah b'shamayim. First of all, let's understand. The prohibition for a coin to do the avodah as an only is not really explicit. It's inferred. The fact that Kohen Gadol is not a lead the mikdash, it has to serve in the state of Ayinos, tells that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Ayinos. So it's explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. So there's a principle, the Chaldalah HaBon in HaKlal, done in Ozir Shah. The Gemara espouses what's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference, hard to Ozir Shah. It's saying, in order to be hard to exist, you need two explicit concepts. You can go between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit or rather learned out by inference, you cannot use it for zero shalom. Interesting. Okay. Yoshe Ninola. Next, how do I know that if a Kohen does the avodah sitting, that he is in violation of Allah? Amar Rava, Amar Nachman, Amar Kra, the pasuk says, Kibol Bachar Hashem Elokecha Moshvatecha La'amod Shares. So the pasuk, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? La'amida Bachar Tivalo Yeshiva. The Dafka Avod, the sacrificial service, the temple service has to be done sitting and not sitting. Therefore, if a Kohen goes there and sits during the Avodah, then Havoch Halamaisa, he's in violation of Allah. Next, what about a blemished Kohen? So remember again, so Rabbi Omer Misa, that says he's put to death. The Chum say Bas Harik. So let's analyze. What's Rabbi's logic that he saw if a blemished Kohen does the Avodah, he's chayiv. So the Gemara says, the Sid, Ach ala Parochas, Lo Yavo. The pasuk says that again, if a Kohen, he should not come to the Parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is, V'lo yichalel es mikdoshi, ki ani Hashem mikadasham. He should not for lashon of chilul. So the Gemara says, Yalef oh chilul make it zira from balmon. Just like it says, Ma'ala havon v'misa. Just like by Truma, if you have a tamei when it's Truma, it's chayiv mitzvah b'shamayim. Afkan b'misa. So if a balmon does, he's also chayiv misa. So that's zira Shabbat chilul from Truma to balmon. The nail of chilul we know. So we'll say again, it's like Chazar from yesterday. But remember also chilul by nosar. Nosar is a key of karis. So we should make it zira Shabbat balmon. Just like Rose Karis, so too Balmum is Skiv Karis, to which the Gemara says, Mala Alam Karis Afkan Karis. No, it makes more sense to learn Balmum from Truma Noser. Why? Shekin Haguf, Mipsul Haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator Truma and Balmum is, in both cases, we deal with the disqualified Kohen. Right? Balmum, the Kohen himself has a blemish, and in the case of Truma, is we have a Kohen who is eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Agarabo, so just the opposite. I mean, those are no, you should learn from those. Why? Shekin Kodesh and Pigel Nosa. Because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taken inside of the Midrash. Furthermore, again, it's not Pigel and Nosa. Ella Mitame, I'm sorry. Ella Mitame Shishimish, I'm sorry, Ella Mitame. Elementame, Shishivesh Kamar, Psul Hagov, Mipsul Hagov, Kodesh Pnim. I'm sorry, close place. Adraba. We know some of the Shekin Kodesh Pnim, Pigol Benosar. Salok again, we should learn out from Nosar rather than from Truma. Ella, Mitame Shishivesh Kamar. Rather again, it is better no. Rather learn it out in the case the Gemara doesn't. We're going to learn out ultimately again from Mitame Shishivesh. Who's coming to Shemish? That's the Kohen who is coming, who does the Avodah. Again, this is more like just yesterday and Sun as well. So the Gemara says, Elam coming to Shemish Kamar, Psuha Gof, Yipsuha Gof. Which the Gemara says, Kodesh, Nim, Pigovenosar, Nikodesh, Nim, Pigovenosar. Okay, so we'll say, so this is Rabbi's logic. So Rabbi's logic, ultimately, again, is our law. So again, differently clearing out, different possibility out, but when I saw results in these. Okay, so let's remember, trying to figure out over here. The bound does the avoda. What is that law? Rebbe says, if you saw, again, a couple of different possibilities. What about Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Amarkra, Bo, Bamo. Rabbanon says the Pasuk says, Pasuk says about this, about the coin does the avoda, instead of Tumo. It says ultimately, again, this individual is high, but not a Baal. That's the logic. That's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. What about the case? So therefore, it's again, Gemara ends up with my phone is not much to do. So it's not Kohen Baal Mum goes the so halacha l'maisa again. What this is behind this? Tell you where's the Rambam passes. Rambam passes like a chacham. And if a Kohen Baal Mum does the avoda, it is not he needs to be Shemaim rather again. It's love. It is love. Okay, so next, is it the midilah? What about a case of intentional midilah? So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer ben Nisa, Rabbi says there's a chiyuv Nisa, the Chacham Omer ba'as haron. Chacham say that it's a love. Okay, says the Gemara. So what's going on here? My coming Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional midilah is Nisa? So Rabbi Avo, Gamar Chet Chima. There is Shabbat of Chet from Truma. It says Chet, ultimately by me. It says Chet by Truma, Mal Halan, but he said just like by Truma, they get about like 8 pieces of Truma, are a Kohen who's coming partaking of Truma. That's the case of Truma. So just the Chiyuv Nisa B'dei Shemayim, Afkan Nisa, so too over here, by cases of intentional Migilah, the Nisa B'dei Shemayim as well. Rabbanon on the other hand say no. Say no, Rabbanon Amr Kra, both the Rabbanon say again, once again, when is there or where is there Nisi B'dei Shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again as the point of goes and intentionally does the avodah in the state of Shema. That is it believed. And I will say one passage like the Chachamim, actually the Marmot, the English part of that is on the Aleph. On yesterday's page, the Yimon Aleph. Rambam passes like the Chachamim. If a person intentionally goes in and violates the Milah, and it is not Nisi B'dei Shemayim, instead it is Igla, it is a prohibition. Incredible. All right, so let's now back to the Mishnah. Zar Shishimish. Remember again, I will say this was Shabbos' daf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph on the days. Zar Shishimish b'mikdash, if not intentionally, right, serves in the base of mikdash. The Kiva the Chachamim Omer b'dei Shemayim. The Kiva says chanek strangulation. And the Chachamim say it's Misa B'dei Shemayim. Either way, not good. But when I saw, again, my focus as to what the punishment is. Let's analyze. Tanya, Rishmal Omer, Ne'amkan, Vazar HaKoy, Yumas, V'Ne'amar L'Halon, Kol HaKorei, V'Akarei Al Mishkan Shem, Yomos. So we'll say, so that you want to go over here, so Mishmal, sorry, this is Raisa, and Mishmal says as follows. So one says, Vazar so this is the non-coin does the avodah. What's the second passage? So again, this is actually talking about bayat. But again, in any event, the other passage, and it says whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die. How long B'dei Shemayim, just like by second passage, it's talking about B'dei Shemayim. Over here, look at Rashi. Rashi is writing from Tosos Elo. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed, were incinerated. By right, is when they brought the Torahs. So they were killed Nisi B'dei Shemayim. So interestingly enough, Mishmal is making a Gzera Shava. It says by non-Kohen who does the Avodah Yamos, Vazar HaKorei, Yumas, and it's by Adas Korah, now they were also Zar. They were not Kohen with the Avodah. So they were killed. Just like Korah. Bidei Shemayim, they go back to the Shmarvel. After Bidei Shemayim, so to over here, it means Bidei Shemayim. Therefore, again, this is Rabbi Shmuel's Raya, that if a non-Kohen does the Avodah of this interest, he's killed with Bidei Shemayim. I Rabbi Kiva says no. Namar Han Bazar Kares Kimas, the Namar Lahalon, the Hadavi Hahu, Ochel, Omev Hachal, Omahu, Yumas. He makes a different Zerah. It says by the non-Kohen who does the Avodah Yumas, and it says by the Navi. This is the false prophet. The false prophet. These are individuals right to go ahead and get bodies of worship of Israel. So the prophet says Yumas by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, by the false prophet. Not Lahalon B'Skilo. After B'Skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with Skilo, so too the Zar who does the Avodah is also killed with Skilo. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Not Lahalon B'Skilo. After disagrees. You just move the Kiva about the death before the false prophet. It says Skilo. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's checked. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to build a Zerah Shabbat between false prophet, between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the Avodah. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to punishment of Skilo, and according to Yochanan, that's going to result in a punishment canon.
Spaces.
By the way, if I'm not committed to show Rabbi Akiva, so first of all, before the first machlok is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the tzir shava about Zara Karet Yumas, and he's comparing it to the following Torah. Just like the Pazak Torah was called Mishanayim, so too again, the Zan claim does the Avodah is also Mishanayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is filled with Tzvilah, so to the Zar is filled with Tzvilah. It says, you know, what's the machlok? It's for my commitment to show Rabbi Akiva. We'll say first, white line about him, page out 84a. Rabbi Akiva said, done in Yumas mi Yumas. Then done in Yumas mi Yamos. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. Never make it zero shava, let's do it. I didn't make it zero shava. We write identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the question of the pasuk is Yumas, not Yumas. He says, like, I didn't make it zero shava like this. Also, Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hedot, then done in Hedot. So the Torah man says, no, it's better to use the Torah of the Tsar, and ultimately as a Torah. Why? Because they were both nothing is a question of the guy. Remember again, the only way this process gets any kind of legitimacy is that somehow he's proven himself as a guy, as a good guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn out ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Tsar from Adis Torah, and not turn out the Tsar from the novice. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, Kevin Shediach, English, but Hedyot Level. Or maybe this nothing once upon a time was a big deal. Once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, English, but Hedyot is no more ordinary a person than this. Very profound. Very profound. The Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if Rabbi Akiva is saying to a certain degree, like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past the identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. So the Gemara goes on. Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Yochanan. So by the way, now we understand we have a fundamental mathematics. Ultimately, in between Rabbi Akiva. Now, but in actually, the false prophet himself is Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so what's going on there? Which the Gemara says, what the Gemara says, my question Rabbi Yochanan, the my question Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and the culture of Rabbi Shimon. The argument, their focus is the Machlokas of Rabbi Shimon and what's the Machlokas? That's the sign of Navi Shidi Skilo. If the Navi Shidi people worship idolatry, he's still Skilo. It says, no, it's Chenek. The Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon, I, Hanan Tanan, Rabbi Akiva over the Chenek. What's that? You have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said before Rabbi Akiva's holds, and another brings people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skilo. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record, and the Mishnah is saying that it's a Chenek. Straight to Rabbi Akiva. If they focus Rabbi Akiva said, one time was Rabbi Akiva that a false prophet is high Skilo, and one of them he said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's high Chenek. Masnisim that Shimon Vali with Rabbi Akiva, Reiser Rabban Vali with Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva, and the Reiser reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So we'll say, Halach Lamaisa. This is last piece over here. Last piece. The Raman last piece. Like the Chacham. It is a Zan goes ahead and does his Mitash. And Halach Lamaisa, he was Chayiv Musa Bidei. We'll say, Hadron Allah, Elohim Yisrafim, Mazel Tov. We'll say, now we begin our days. Base 84 P.O.S.I. New Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various days. So now the Mishnah now says, these are the individuals who get pension. I was already spoke about strangulation a little bit. We spoke about strangulation a little bit, like either from both and ultimately strangle. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So who gets kind of? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of kind of in a bit. Who gets kind of? When is that kind of liability? I'm not getting illegal. I'm going to put some hits his father or his mother. Go make nefesh yourself. Kidnap someone. Sucking Mami Al Pi Beis. We're going to talk about this, about the sucking Mami Al Pi Beis. This is the method if you have a situation where it rules a certain way, and there's a particular judge who's in the minority. We follow the majority. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to majority? He refuses. That's called the Zakin imam. So again, everybody is put to death. Again, more about that later. Navi Ashakar. Which reflects that view. And ultimately, it's killed with connect. It's not a vision of all the someone who prophesies in the name of Adam. Someone who has someone who commits adultery. Someone may pass color. All right, so remember again, this last case is interesting. Remember again, we had this case. halacha l'maisa, Abbas Kani commits adultery of Sreifa. What happens if Rachel, like how Rachel is the best poet? Witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they think that Rachel committed adultery. So they're trying to make Rachel liable to. Now it turns out that two more witnesses pull up. You look at it, impossibly, none of Rachel committed adultery. Why? Because at the time they're saying that she committed, you were with us. We went on. You were with us. So now generally again, so even Zoman get a reciprocal punishment, which would seem to indicate that Allah might say just like they want to hurt Sreifa, so too they should get Sreifa. But we'll see it this morning in Gemara, but the idea that we learn from him that it's only the Bas himself who gets Sreifa. Zoman don't get Sreifa, rather what do they get? They get Hannah. Same idea of Bar Allah. Okay, incredible. So what's that? We see Gemara. Not the other Gemara. So how do you know that one hits, right? Literally one strikes your father or your mother, that Allah for the said the penalty is a death penalty. Incredible. For striking one strike, death penalty, it kind of. We didn't know this one. It said, Mak your other Gemara. Most Simas, Pasuk says, if you hit your father or your mother, you hit to death. And in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives it unqualified, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, apparently the default is kind of. We've seen that before. The default is kind of. The Gemara says, Amo, I can cut the lady. One second. How do you know? Maybe when it says, Mak your other Gemara Moshima, hit your mother, your father, you put that. Maybe it's for the kids, you hit them and you kill them. Otherwise, the person hit their parent and hit their parent. That's what they did. Well, see, Gemara says, "Saraytra Kato had decided the other different." So here's the problem. The problem is that when the person kills his father's hiding. Now, the Gemara's operating under the assumption that Fennec is considered a lenient form of death. What it's going to say is, if you kill a person, a regular person, he's not your father, you're executed by Sayif, a more common form of death. But if you kill your parent, kind of Fennec, right? You put that Fennec a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? One second. When you kill a Fennec cow, now that's fine if you understand that Fennec in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say it's more common, I mean, what is this? So we're just trying to figure out over here. See, I know. Pasuk said, your mother and father, you're put to death. Scam unqualified death penalty is Fennec. Well, we're trying to figure out over here is what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which the must be very useful. Element it says, Make ish fames moslimas. It says, Onge'eva hikol yado hayamos. So listen, this is very interesting. Look at other places from the first side and notice the treatment Russian that the story uses. Right? Make ish fames. The man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter, or Onge'eko. If you hit someone with animosity, right? The yado is your Vayamos, and he died. What do you see? You see that there's a Pasuk says, and Reuven hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a quality that indicates to us what? The fact that there needs to be a quality, Reuven Shimon and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the stand where it just says Reuven hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is as follows. So now let's prove this first point. Remember, we're supposed to we're trying to figure out who's liable to Fennec. First case, a person hits his father or mother. Where do I learn that out from? If a person hits his father or mother, it's not talking about killing them. Because if it was killing them, Naked Vayamos. The fact that it just says Naked is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha? Most you must, when Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means Fennec. So you can prove in this first line in English. Incredible. By the way, I said the Gemara says, if you're the Mikdav, Makish, if you're the Mikdav, Komake Nefesh. Now, interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says Maki Ishva Meisimas. If you hit someone and you'll be put to death. The Chomak and Nefesh. Because the Chomak and Nefesh, like Yurt says so, the Pasuk says, if you kill a man, it says Maki Ishva Meisimas. You hit an Ish, a man, who died if you put to death. And it says Chomak and Nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you both of those psukim? The most this is fascinating. Because of Rahman, Maki Ishva Meisimas. If the Torah would have just said, Maki Ish, kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you just I would have thought like this. Hava Ish, the Bar Mitzvah Kafar. I would have thought like this. Liable for killing someone when you kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of things. So it makes perfect sense. Kafar. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not hiding. Therefore, Kasev Rahman, Chomak and Nefesh. What is nefesh? Nefesh means anyone, living thing. Even if you chasson to a child, you also chayiv. I did not because of Rahman, Chomak and Nefesh. If Torah would have just said Chomak and Nefesh, I would have thought like this. How about Afilu Yifal? Afilu Ben Shmon. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right? Whether this is in utero, right? Or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable. Or baby was born after 8 months. You must understand that a baby born in 8 months is a non-viable baby. It's not going to live. So how is it would be chayiv for killing even not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or a baby born in 8 months? The Gemara says, therefore, speaking, the Gemara says, if I need both. Interesting enough, so Chomak and Nefesh teaches me I'm going ahead killing all viable things, right? Like, really, I need both, right? Because if it wouldn't just said Maki-ish, I would have said both. Therefore, it says Chomak. But if it just said Chomak, I would have thought anyway, even if it's not viable, you only try if you kill a viable thing. Therefore, the message is you need both of them. You need both of them. The email, went back to parents. Now we establish, I love for myself. If a person goes to his person, throws this tiny type, maybe it should be liable, even if I hit like this. Gemara said, just for the act of hitting should be a death penalty. But 1 second, Allah we learned, if you hit your mother or father, you're not chayiv until you cause an injury. See, it's very interesting. The person, let's say, smacks his parent, and there's no injury, there's no chabura, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not chayiv misa. Only chayiv misa if you cause a chabura. So which thing was, how do you know this? If you understand over here, that Maki Adam is just means nobody hitting one's parents, and every maybe just means them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. I'm going to the pasuk says Maki Adam Maki Behema. The pasuk juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Ma Maki Behema. Just like if you there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. Like you go and you slap a cow, all right, it's weird, but Lamaisa, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation. Just like Makia, you only cause an injury. Juxtaposition, Makia Adam, you also only try to life in the person if you cause an injury. So to again is only striking one's parents so also it's equally important. So if you go over here, you get he strikes their parents, obviously, but now that one plus of course strike them and cause them. So I'm asking for so the answer is 1 second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animals, you're only liable for injuring animals. Because of Habura cause of me. That's the case. If you shove out one, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal offers a whole bonus. So I'm not physically doing you, I'm diminishing its strength. You're gonna tell me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make the one chayiv? You're gonna say I'm not chayiv. Of course I'm gonna be chayiv. At the end of the day, I actively diminish the value and the strength of the animal. So you see here that even by an animal, if you don't cause a physical injury. Hello, and in the nefesh behema, the hasi nami the So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh, right? The nefesh plus the private ways. Maki nefesh behema. So I don't need nefesh behema to teach me, but I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that's diminishes the cost of how much you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that animal injury, then what? The Hakari Yeshisha Ba'avonim Chayiv, Tineyu in your income. So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, why do I need hektish? So therefore, once it's enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, it's from nefesh behema. Right? Mak and nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. If the person just hits or slaps, and there's no subsequent bottom that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty. So unless that's the case, so that there's a hektish between behema or mak adam. Right. Mak and nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Mak adam mak behema. Right. So what? No, as the question juxtaposes injuring the person. So what does that juxtaposition teach me? It's very interesting. It sounds both of this is fascinating. Therefore, what is the hektish? Makya behema, makya adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person? Injuring an animal. What is that? The first thing the Gemara says is the scientific comes to teach me the ruling of the basis. What's the ruling of the basis? We actually had this before. Kamal lift for fighting this. Show me the Naka. Mamak so once eventually, if this case is like this. Oh, you know there's a is not right? Which is that how often I say this money generates capital liability, except for any financial liability. But if this goes like this, even if you do something to show, if it's the thing that had you done it amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability, even if you do show it from financial liability. And they were learning out from that. The Gemara says, that's fine, but obviously, you can't get this year. That's fine if you can't get this year. But if you don't hold up this history, which many don't, or it wasn't many get that concept, and they say, the only time that you're cut off from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something in the shogeg, and if you're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that one, then what do you do with the hedge? Not remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out that we have a positive juxtaposes injuring a person. So what do that? To which the Gemara says, just like what happened, I am if I'm moving under and I'm trying to help you. I end up injuring it more. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to heal it, there's no liability. So the Gemara knows that the juxtaposition is the same thing with the person. If I end up, if I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that injury. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, the dry levels, then, listen to this case, then, now she is dumb law. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say right we have a father Avram, and Avram has a son Yitzchak. And Avram is ill. He needs blood. Remember again, blood was the third man of this will heal. And now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did he just say? That if the son is his father, right, he's running on the injuries, but here the son's intention is not to injure his father. It's just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, yes, it is fine. You have to it's another yid in distress to help him out, especially with your father. What's the shayla? Of course you can help. Rav Dimi bar Chinana Amar Makya Adam Umakya. All right, Rav Dimi bar Chinana says the juxtaposition. Torah says Makya Adam juxtaposition. You teach us what? Not knocking him or just like if you injured animals in the course of trying to help, in the course of trying to heal. Your partner, not true if we're partner. So to, if you injure someone in the course of healing, then you are partner as well. So everyone say it's interesting. Both of these opinions are agreed, meaning that a son is permitted to go and do blood letting on his father. He's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is for medicinal purposes, it is going to be incredible. So just to finish, this, by the way, just you should know, this more on Wednesday, but the fascinating story. Because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor. He wants to treat his father. Or again, a son, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even another nurse, a child is praying for a parent. Right? And we go ahead, test blood. Things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a kabura, the quote-unquote injury the parent, even though the injury is not for injury purpose. The injury is ultimately for refuah, and the child allowed to do it. Both of the opinions we mentioned here seem to be yes, it's just a shaila. But he says, of course it's permitted. You have to attack them all. Second, listen to this. You must have lo shavet the mission. So Rav would not allow him to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove it. Why? Because again, it cause an injury. Marbray's Ravina, Livrei, the miftach like Hafsa. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Open up a boil. Why not? Because if he would do it, or he wanted to land, open up the boil to get the pasta. If he wouldn't do it, why? He would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive to injury beyond the boil. This is fascinating. Too great on him, he would not allow the children's help to splinter lands in the boil because of concern that it could cause a kabura. You must 1 second. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring the son, and no one will be able to go to land for the boil. Someone else should also not be permitted to pick up the splinter or lands for boil. To which the message, no. After Shigagas love, the Shigagas chenek. If someone else tries to take out the splinter, and accidentally, okay, it's a love. It's a love, and it's an accidental love. My son, if he does it, is an accidental. So let's say, so what you see over here is this fascinating tension. On one hand, when the Gemara asks, is his son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing him? The blood leg. First two opinions. Hekish between Maki Adamaki and Makadema. So yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out the splinter, and Margaret Ravina not allowing his son to land the boil. So we're going to stop over this individual. More tomorrow. The fundamental side is what is it? Is it that they're not going to foster, but even if the son's hope that Allah for my son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which potentially result in injury to the parent or mafia on themselves? Is there a distinction where it's only this to do it versus other people to see that America some coming to trap? Takeaway, but just important to understand, we have solidified this on understanding that if a son, child does strike their parent and physical injury, the Allah subhanahu on the discussion was what's up over for today. Okay, on Wednesday. I would say good morning is as close. Hashem to that one side that I'm not there in person, but I very much want to thank the tech Rabbi Stevenson and the we need to at least learn with you together. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in there in the description on the YouTube video as well as in the podcast description as well. All of our sponsors. We'll say with that, let us begin. Today's back is country more 83. We are picking up on today is on the 82B, about 14 lines up from the bottom with 2 dots. So the Mishnah That's called calling cheese too much. So the fascinating enough. Mishnah said the Kohen who does the avodah in the ritual here. He was halakha. So the young Kohen would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death, beat him to death. Concept or application of the Gemara says it's clear of Achab Ba'urim relaxations. So that's how I found each other for relaxation. According to Shimi's Tomo, Chayim needs to be Shemaim, in Chayim needs to be Shemaim. What if a Kohen does the avodah on a ritual stage? What's the halacha? Is it Chayim or not Chayim needs to be Shemaim? What is the halacha? I'm going to make this. So again, remember, this is the Achab Ba'urim relaxations. And the teacher's response is, we're going to Mishnah. Kohen to Shir Shema. Kohen did the avodah on a ritual stage. Ein Achab HaKohen Levin also the because other men don't bring it. This is a Mishnah. Other men bring it today. No matter what they do. And what Pierre Tekahuna Motzion also puts the young Kohen and take this Kohen and did the avodah instead of keeping outside of the courtyard. Post them and smoke will be different. And they beat him over the head. What do you see from here? These are right from the Chayvi Shamayim. The Shafti don't be Shamayim. And again, if halacha am making the assumption that if one is always in a state of tumah, and you see the Shah will be killed at the heaven, then we do it wrong. Why do they take why do you kind of have to take this to beat him to death? Elamai, ain't no kind of rather it must be that halacha am a Kohen who does the avodah of tumah is not chayiv misri shamayim. So the Gemara says, you can either have one of the honor of the Niktoin is just a thing for an infraction. What if we say butter and we're going to make a person chayiv? So it must be. It's not chayiv be the shamayim. Is that about merciful? Is that true? Is that just because Hashem says your butter, we don't exact punishment from such an individual? Or about in case, but not Misha like of Hashem based mechanism and so on. So again, we just learned some Shabbos that if somebody went and violated prohibitions multiples and he's high multiples, so what do they do after a certain number of times? They put him in the cell. That's remember again, it's so small that he can't sit down. We put and ultimately again feed water and then barley and he dies. So the Gemara says, "One of Patre, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Beis Din, what would Beis Din do to this individual? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of where the says the person is butter, and yet we allow for our own hands. The Gemara says, "No, the malchus shall krisos askilon to gavra bar kitalo or acts of courage." I should say, he violated the same courage prohibition multiple times. Now, for courage, Beis Din doesn't execute the person, but Beis Din does his malchus. So such a person is deserving of the act. Remember again, the Gemara said, and clearly the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates that he doesn't value his life, so we just expedite us up to his death. Going back to this, so what about cases? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals the klisharis, the service utensil? So again, the Mishnah said, "Can I bug him? If you kill such an individual, how many of you?" So again, see, here's an example. If you bring the guy to Beis Din for some klisharis, so what would they do? Like any other case of theft, they just stole and move on. Yet again, we killed the guy, or Kanoim would kill the guy. So what is here? That even in a case where someone is technically powerful by Beis Din, we will still, or by powerful, we'll still go ahead and kill him. Gemara says, no. I'm not you to the Kisharis Askinan, the Ramiza, Lo Yavo, Lovaros, Kibola, Esakodesh Ramiz. Remember again, that case was different because remember they based it on a pasuk. Remember again, it was an interesting interpretation of the pasuk about a service temple based mikdash, and they had a unique structure. That was Shabbos is down. What about the guy who curses with sorcery? So remember again, also I'm not talking about an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet we still kill this guy, right? I can't make it kill this guy. Matana Yosef, Yaakov Kosim as Kosmo, the next second of Arif as Hashem. No, that's the case. Remember, the way we define that is he has the experience that such an individual is actually cursing that he brought That's how we could deal with it in such a severe fashion. I have all this. What about the case of all that? Like, what about a man who has relations with a non-Jew? Again, remember, midday, if you're bringing the guy to days, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw talking about, so here's an example where the Baruch is quote unquote exempt, and yet we kill him anyway. Which the Gemara says, no. Remember, create Rav Ligmar. Remember again, that's where Rav again they asked the question to Rav. The answer Rav Kahana had the dream, this whole dream, and therefore again this idea that you can go ahead and someone who went ahead and was this is again based on that pasuk, an interpretation of that pasuk. Also, as you saw, halacha l'moshe misina. All right, Esrei, so again, so just to keep track of our basic fundamental question. If a Kohen and Hoda in a state of ritual impurity, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that Rav Achad asked from Rav Sheshes. Now Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So in other words, he said that Allah Maisa. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah Kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, and halacha l'maisa, pirkei kuna are allowed to take him out, and even to death. Now, from Rav Shesh's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was chamayim. So then again, the pirkei kuna could almost act as the shluf Hashem, the agents of HaKadosh, which is carry out that penalty. But if it's not chayiv misa b'dei shamayim, at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who is part of the practice? Which not ignore to all of these cases. No, you do have cases like that where someone technically would not be liable in a technical, legalistic framework, based but yet still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say liable to the death, and liable to death at that hanoi. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, there we go. Fascinating case. Hayotse na'bolel na'poses hamoreach hamine hamagish hamine. Okay, so let's go through this. Yotze, talking about different aspects of carbon neutral. So the verse goes ahead, we'll see exactly what it is. Pouring oil on a mistake. Bolel, again, is mixing the flour with the oil. Bolel, poses. Certain menachos would be baked up and crushed. So the act of crushing the called poses. Moleach, adding salt. Neilif, keeping the mincha. Magid, mincha close, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halal? The one who puts the lechem upon it, on the actual shulchan itself, or a meitures hanelos, or one who arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakomates, or one who takes the knitza. Remember, again, knitza is where the coin takes the flour from the carbon mincha, the 3 middle fingers. Mekabel damin b'chutz, or one who goes ahead and is mekabel damin, he receives the blood or carbon that has been altered. If you do these things, potter, one is potter, and ultimately, again, not chayiv for us. Now, what is this talking about? So take a look at the last Rashi here. Rashi says, in asa achas me'il b'chutz. So we're talking about over here, if a person performed any of these avodos outside of the Beis HaMikdash. So again, if a person, so that's the case, poured oil on a mincha, mixed the mincha, broke up the pieces of the bread.
Hey, Poppy, how are you? How's your day going? Very well. I love dynamic discussion on Twitter Spaces. I know you've done Twitter. Yeah, well, Twitter Spaces. Yeah, I know you've done that a little bit, right? Twitter Spaces or X Spaces. Yeah, no, but I love that too. Okay, very excellent.
The idea that the market's going to drop back down and create maybe more buying opportunities from some of these other alts, that has been cool. Our friends at the top probably do want to buy up and squeeze eventually. So,
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Excellent. You do you, girl.
I don't really see a lot of these really moves in a big green fashion. Just accepted that. Should watch. Absolutely. Before you go there, James, you got like a minute. 10 seconds. What do you think of said cash? Hi, Tom. It's me, brother. It's me and you. How you doing? I'm doing good, brother. Let me finish this message and I'll be right back. Lovely stuff. Right. I just fixed my sleeping schedule. I'm in Dubai, so it's hard to keep like a good sleep schedule, but I woke up at 12 today, which was pretty good. Yesterday I woke up at 6 p.m. Ridiculous. Yeah, we're making moves, bro. We're making moves. I had to take some sleeping pills. Yeah. We're getting back. I just saw Mega ETH ICO raised 1.7x allocation within 10 minutes of launch, which is interesting. I don't know too much about Mega ETH, but I've seen some people talk about the timeline. Could be good tech. But yeah, we'll rotate around the room. We'll see how people are doing. How are you doing, Team Matrix? So right now, the ratio between Bitcoin and gold, there's a chart for it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's at levels right now where gold is significantly outpacing Bitcoin at a rate that isn't seen too often. That chart does tend to go back up when Bitcoin starts to outpace Bitcoin. Sorry, Bitcoin starts to outpace gold. However, right now I think that they're sort of going to move alongside each other with macroeconomics. I feel like the dollar is just going to have some shit forever. So I think you can see them both sort of going in tandem, where gold goes up, Bitcoin goes up by a similar amount, and vice versa. So I don't really see like a 10% trend on gold translate into a 20-30% on Bitcoin. I feel like it's affecting both in a bad way. But as James has been saying today, I do think we're priced on gold right now, on Bitcoin right now. I feel like
for another time.
What'd you say, ma'am?
The next thing is
Well, take care. Excellent. Have a wonderful day. God willing.
Yeah, I totally get that. I think it's always good to have a position in gold and Bitcoin. I think they sort of like it's good to trade between them when one of them's like significantly outpacing the other. I think it's always a good way to swap over. The only negative of swapping from Bitcoin to gold is that you have to move into a centralized exchange. I'm not a big fan of ever holding amounts of money on like a centralized exchange. I don't like it because if that exchange goes bust, you're only protected up to a certain amount. I think it's $65,000, which I mean, not that many people have in gold, right? But still. Yeah, 100%. Totally agree with that, man. And we'll rotate to see how everyone else is doing this space, and we'll just have some general discussion. Aban, how are you doing, brother? Jim, yes. How are you doing today? What are you seeing in the markets, bro? Welcome to the space. And B&B, how are you doing? Yeah, people need to drink some coffee.
Obviously, people are just engaged with farming. Drop them down, fucking enjoy your day, be at peace, and Ethan, it's just nice to have somebody during the day with me, bro. So, yeah, dude. Nice, man. We got a Team Matrix up here that won one of my billions last the other day, which was pretty cool. He was more than grateful. Fucking, I've never heard anybody say thank you so many times. So, yeah, I'll be right back.
It's really important to come on stage and share your thoughts with everyone, ask questions. It'll be interesting to hear what Chips thinks about Zcash when he gets back. I like the tech. I think it's interesting tech. I mean, we've already had Aero as a privacy coin, but Zcash sort of takes it to the next level and it's being priced as so. So I don't know what Zcash is. Like, in short, it's like Bitcoin for. So if you don't know what fork is, not something it's obviously a copy of Bitcoin, but with some adjustments.
They're testing out this whole deal. Like people share, they're testing out these other things, these other like policies, right? And they'll bring them over to America if they work well. Yeah, I think you guys would go even more crazy than we have about digital ID riots, because digital ID is like with them. It's just a way for them to control absolutely everything we do forever. I think I'm very good about the UK. I escaped in July, I moved to Dubai, and people tell me, well, in Dubai they have like these lots of like surveillance and they do this and they do that. Like, they do, but it's such a well-run, it's not a country by the way, it's an emirate, it's the UAE. It's such a well-run place to live that I don't really mind. Like, it's very safe, it's very beautiful, it's very clean. They do a good job of running everything. So
How you doing, Mr. Aquarius? How are you? Enjoy. Hello to you. How's your day going?
It's good. Granddaddy's good. Got a few more days to his birthday.
It's his birthday?
No, his birthday's on Halloween.
Oh, okay, well, it's coming up.
He has a day to his birthday. Yep, it's on Halloween, so I be that big 909.
He's going to be 99? That's incredible. Well, then it's a countdown to the big 100, right?
Yes. I'm ready. Come on, Lord.
Wow, Mr. Aquarius, you have great genes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But it's okay. Granny is still here. My grandma's still looking at both of them.
There you go.
But they got me addicted to this word thing again.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. I can play it. Brandon, I'm on the 200.
Good on you, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah. I'm almost in there. I'm right behind them. I got more hours though, right?
Yep.
I got more hours.
That's right.
Now, rather, you got more hours than me.
Yeah, but I don't count.
You do count. You don't count on here?
No, I don't count myself.
So, Rabbi, you have friends. We include you, okay?
Okie doke.
You include Brandon and everybody. Include you. You stop that?
Yeah, she did. She was here doing her hair. I know, you guys swap, exactly.
Guess what their name is? I think it's the their name Tailbar Rat Bar.
Rat Bar, R-A-T?
R-A-T, Rat.
Wow.
I used to be on the ball team when I was at university. I was fucking shredded and super fit. I could do like a polo match and just be totally fine. If you've never played like polo, you don't appreciate having the same
right. Switch from the rap on this one, iPad, and then I'm going to switch to you over here. Okay, I'll be back.
Okie doke, Mr. Aquarius. No one gives a fuck about your dietitian. dog, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
I know it's very hard for you to keep quiet, but like. That's me.
Okay.
I'm in here.
James was telling me to learn Aikido yesterday in Spaces. Like, I don't even know what Aikido is. I think I've heard of it. I don't know what it is. You can do it, Joe. You can control a person. It's like Aikido shows you like small amounts of movements which can don't use like how to. That's what Steven Seagal does, right? Yeah. So I was doing particularly like stuff which takes the energy of your body. I can tell you like I can make it. I remember when I was like coming in, maybe you become. And then I went there and it was so fast because I was like, naive and trying to throw out and get like working on, but I got out. Defense martial arts, I guess. I think the best one you can have is wrestling. I feel like it dominates the UFC as far as I'm aware. That's changed recently. Khabib, a fucking legend. He proved that wrestling is probably the most effective way of self-defense. As we're remembering and see some of the new speakers, I'll let Tom show you. I think, guys, I don't know if you see my hands. I'm on the story. Just wanted to post for this. Story. Restream you can see that the result of their consistency they choose to back that investing in technologies, and that's the only thing that yes, treasuries, I can see that in the United States. Because he decided to pay big taxes above especially also to the chocolate factory.
I think it was actually, I would guess, there was more people there that listened both. Definitely.
That's actually my profile. That's my other profile. That's actually my business. I'm creating a way to sustainably solve the problem. So that's my goal. Remember, it doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing. Everybody can do amazing things, even if they're just the smallest, mindless, kind deeds that you do for a neighbor or a friend, or you hook somebody up, or just help somebody build something, pick something up, help an old lady across the street. It doesn't matter. Kindness spreads like a fucking pebble in the water, man. It's just a ripple. But the key to it is to continue to throw pebbles into that river every single day, to not allow it to ever stop rippling into the freaking matrix that is life today.
I can see because it may want to educate here, you know, like if you want to smile at them, give them. French, and if you don't, it's again my experience. Kind of like you're pretty good at English. Kind of like very yeah, so like that. It's like but yeah, I just found that it seems like it doesn't respond to you. You know, try to speak French. And if you attempted, so I think
Yo, how are you?
it's just, you know, their language they talk to each other, which is different from which is the language that they learn in school. And then you have French, which is more the side, Italian, and then the more German side. It's just it's a mix of things there. But I find heavy basis to that like family and just kind of relate. My German is not anything close to as good as my French is. I haven't studied as much, but I'm picking up now just German because my wife speaks to my child all the time. So
No one fucking cares.
the French side is fine. You gotta go to Paris. Otherwise, you're probably not gonna have a enjoyable time visiting the country, especially the burbs. You know, in the city, you can get away with it because go to English speakers in the city of Paris. But if you go out to the suburbs, like the castles, I don't know, but you gotta learn some French. Everybody gotta suck a little bit. it's treated as individual environment for UK 6 or 60s, and it's still enforced from the EU form. So that's an exception. There's a lot of British people that have like versions like a social environment. They have like versus the Irish yeah, 100%. Ireland is split into two different countries, Northern Ireland and Northern Ireland. I mean, they're both the same place. It's just to do with like it was a war or something. They have a Good Friday agreement. I don't know much about it, to be honest, but I know it in school. But yeah, like the UK is like honestly viewed as like all the same place. Like if you're from Scotland or Wales or Irish, they're all basically the same. We just have different accents. The cultures are the same as well. Well, they say that when it comes to violence, I mean, like that's and it is done. If you see Northern Ireland still become like even Republic is not, and it's like since the Brexit, the US Northern Ireland. It is, but I'm pretty sure that when we do things like referendums, the Irish people get quite upset in Northern Ireland because they feel like we basically got them because we voted to leave and they voted to stay, but they have to leave as well or something. So there's independent states like Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and England. We are all just the same place. It's like states, basically. We vote on something and we get the same result. The majority.
No one cares.
Yeah, there is two nations. Which is Sinn Féin, UP, and if you look at Sinn Féin is a party that used to be the troubles in the 90s. The IRA, the IRA left after the Good Friday Agreement became a political party that's called Sinn Féin, and it's the one that has even all the England and Wales is which is the Protestants, they can go to Sinn Féin after it's kind of still long. They don't it's a bit confusing, but still there is peace. Still a lot of organizations deep inside of it. Yeah, that was really interesting. I was just reading a post from Ian.
No one cares.
Result in users seeing significantly less fewer posts. Also, if you posts from people that they follow, you should be fixed by tomorrow. I can definitely agree with that today. For some reason, my posts did significantly worse than normal. An average post from me would get 5k views or like 15k views between that. If it was a good post, 50 to 100k. But today was like 1,000. After a couple hours, which was like, what the fuck happened? What's just happened? It's fine by me. I'll take my bang into it tomorrow, then I'll just outdoors or some shit today. But yeah, I talked about the X algorithm a lot yesterday when I was in Space of James Rowe. 30 minutes and 40 minutes. Not a lot of people, like the X algorithm, if you can master it, it will change your life. I think the most valuable thing in crypto is having a big social presence on this app. Every job I've ever had in my life has come from this app. And just having a social
all day long and try to spot me in live or whatever else and just spend that time growing your X account, I think it'll yield significantly higher ROI than trying to trade meme coins. I don't even trade meme coins. I don't give a fuck. They go up and down, and like you lose money most of the time. Like, but why am I going to spend all day doing that? It doesn't seem like it makes any sense to me. I'd rather just make guaranteed money from sponsorship or X, acquiring clients for marketing agency or anything like that. So if I was to give any advice to someone starting out in crypto, it would be very rich.
And also just something about crypto is a quote that I would just put up in my other alt account. Good morning quotes from ancient Chinese philosophers, but it says, let me look exactly what it. When you know enough is enough, you will always have enough. Says by Lao Tzu. I don't know the basically the guy who invented Taoism. But anyways, that's a key man when you know. And if you guys can't see that really means a lot in crypto, and in trading, and in anything you're doing in life, then you probably end up losing, which most people do.
Yeah. Comparison is the thief of joy. There's always something normally. I first got to do math. I won't lie, when I saw everyone, like, all these flashy cars, like the supercars everywhere you go, it made me feel like what I was doing wasn't enough, and I got really greedy and took that to make more money. Even though what I was earning was like a lot of money. Like, if I was back in the UK, I'd be like, oh, I'm doing pretty well. But over here, I feel like I'm not doing enough. So when you compare yourself with people, it makes you feel like you're not doing enough, and you just need to learn to not do that too much and just be happy with what you have and not get too greedy. The fact when you get greedy in crypto, you start losing a lot of money. You start over leveraging or over allocating to positions, and you start revenge trading, just trying to make money for the sake of making money when there might not be an actual good play. I try to just only invest in things that I'm like. A lot of people have seen the X4 to Meta, which essentially allows AI agents to pay each other and to pay for access to websites and API, which is good for AI agents because obviously they scour along the internet. If they need to access certain data points, they can't pay for it right now. From the next one or two, they can. So it allows the AI agents to sort of use the internet that way, right? It's simple tech, but it's taken off a lot of crypto Twitter right now. And there are a lot of coins that ran from that. So I noticed this a few days ago, this new memo. I was looking for coins, I found one, and I don't know what the coin did, right? But what I did know was I'd come very early to something that was going to be popular. I put some money in it, a day later it reacted, I cashed out, right? It hadn't even hit the front of the timeline yet. It hit the front of the timeline the next day, right? But it actually topped pretty much where I sold it. A good way to know when to buy and when to sell a crypto is if it's all over your For You page, that's probably the top. If it's not on the For You page, but you know that it will be, then it's probably a good time to buy. And that's not financial advice, but I don't honestly care, like Susie. I don't care. So just take that little bit of wisdom with you. It makes me money. It works most of the time. Yeah. Did anyone even see the X402 surely?
you want to just leave it off? Okay. Yeah, the instrument from the thing up top. If you just go to my page, then you click the articles bits right there. It's the only article I've ever written. A good bit of wisdom for everyone who's ex-pro. I have on my screen right now 8 or about 8 or 9 different columns of X, all with different things going on. So one of them is like, well, a few of them are my lists. So I've got the CT list, I've got my alpha list, prediction market list, and whatever lists. I've got keyword searches, I've got my following page, my following page, and it all updates live. So when someone tweets like while in first like 2 seconds of them posting it, so I get the information immediately, and I'm not just relying on the following page to feed me good information. I can see information across crypto all the time, so it allows me to be way ahead of everyone else. That's how I catch these guys early. I don't tweet about them. I'm not someone that tweets about altcoins to buy. I'm tweet about it. Yeah, it's like a blue terminal for crypto. It's really good. I recommend anyone to use it. I don't use regular X. I use X-Pro. Because I feel like when you run regular X, you just go into a scrolling, right? And then it starts feeding you like memes or whatever, and you just start scrolling. And you become a slave to the algorithm, and you don't want to do that. You just want to be constantly being fed good information.
No one cares. I hate this app.
very interesting that no one else is posting. But not breaking news in the sense that Trump has raised tariffs because everyone's going to tweet that at the same time. So I'm going to it would be something like no one else has seen it because no one has posted it. That's the sort of thing we do.
Yo.
Taking money to scams never works out in the long run. Take money to drug, being coin, it's a drug. You know it's a drug. Your audience is going to remember that forever. There's a guy called OG Shoots, probably not many of you guys will know, but he's quite influential in like the main crypto Twitter crowd, or he was back in the day, it's like up to January. He uploaded a clip yesterday. I don't know if it's rage bait or not, right? It's quite dumb as rage bait because it's like so incriminating. But he did a lie detector test with some JD, and somebody asked him, "Did you insider trade Trump coin?" He answered no, and the lie detector test showed that he was lying. So basically, that clip says that he insider traded Trump coin, and people were like shitting on him so hard, like the day before. Like yesterday, and yeah, it's not done good for his brand. So whether he did or he didn't, it doesn't matter. It just looks bad on his brand. So just don't do it. Just build honestly. Miley Smoosh is probably the best example of someone who's never taken money for a scam, and it took him a while to grow. I remember when he first came up, because I was around back. Meanwhile, way back in the US.
Yo, how are you? How'd you find out about me?
I don't know, servers,
Ego World. Okay, very well. Excellent. I just want to check. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Children in here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So, my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shift 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 to world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Miso, or the television show Big Brother? Yeah, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. 24/7, whenever you want. If you weren't aware, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one, and I have more data online than any person else, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens to me, so I want to make you and your family all exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have independent wealth. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth already, and I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds cool.
Excellent. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations, such as Nigeria, because of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology. How does that sound to you, Misa?
That's cool, actually.
Excellent. I talk about other things for the benefit of society. I'm a futurist. That's someone who's a future. I enjoy talking about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, things like Santa Claus machines and replicators, teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of planets. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. You may not be aware, Miso, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Classified Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elk surrogates. I just think on mind-blowing paths. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo, which I just think is really exciting. Me, so I can.
Yes, actually, it is actually happening.
It is. It absolutely is. So, tell me about yourself.
Just nothing but boring. I've been here for a great.
Okay. Well, I'm always live. You're always welcome here. I have people who just sleep at games. They sing karaoke. What are your hobbies?
I just sing. I'm a musician. I am a baker.
Excellent. What do you like?
I'm not a baker. I am.
Oh, okay. What do you like to bake?
I like artisanal pastry, also just like French pastry.
Absolutely. Very well. Do you like to bake bread?
Like French pastries for the French Michelin pastries.
Fancy. Okay, very well. And you're an entrepreneur?
Yeah.
Okay. What are your aspirations, if I may ask?
I have like startup like pastry.
Oh, very well. You found me in e-girl world. A game. Are you a girl gamer? Do you like a game?
Yeah, I'm a girl baby.
Excellent. What are your favorite games?
Mine is Valorant and I even play Far Cry. I've done right now playing Valhalla. What is it called? Just Assassin's Creed Valhalla. On the Viking version.
Excellent. Grand Theft Auto.
Oh no, I'm not playing the Shadow one.
No. Grand Theft Auto.
Oh no.
Okay. What are your other hobbies aside from baking or cooking?
Music. Yeah, I am music and I do dance and stuff.
Very well. What kind?
I learned Minecraft.
Excellent. What languages do you know?
I'm talking Japanese, Spanish,
And English.
and English, and my mother tongue.
Wow. English is your mother tongue?
My mother tongue is
Amazing. Wow. So, are you Persian? Amazing. Well, beautiful culture, beautiful part of the world. Okay. So if you are in what other discords are you?
many of them. And then politics.
Okay, very well. You just saw me streaming. You wonder what this person's doing.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Do you like technology?
I do.
Okay.
I do about technology.
Oh, fancy. Okay.
Pretty much. No changes in the last one.
Yeah. Okay. So no big difference between 13 and 17, right? Okay. Maybe just a better. Okay. Maybe just a better battery.
We have many laws for some.
Exactly.
Like for like best and stuff.
Exactly. So why do you like iOS more than Android.
Because it has to it has good camera because I do a job where it has to take a lot of pictures and then photography stuff.
Excellent. And then do you post that on Instagram?
I do.
Okay. And let's say, so I stream my life 24/7. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube channels. You can go back to any moment of my life for the last 4 years or so and see what I was doing. If my project goes viral, I want to be able to give you everything that you want to be able to live your greatest dream. So let's say I gave you $1 billion. What would you do with it?
No, I don't. If I get $1 billion, no, because I don't need that much actually.
Okay.
It's like it's
Let's say I gave you the $1 billion. You could give it away, but what would you do with it?
probably, I don't know, even though I don't
Okay, would you travel?
no, I would travel, gain experience of more cooking and culinary and maybe invest in a lot of stuff.
Okay, what would
Good for the world.
what would you invest in?
I would invest in many different kinds of charity and stuff which are big recognized.
Okay. So if you started a charity, what kind of charity would you start?
Maybe child one, or children around the world.
That's true.
And our tributes to child labor
That's,
and human trafficking.
okay, those are admirable characteristics of a charity. Excellent. All right. And do you like animals?
I have a dog.
What's your dog's name?
My name is Hiroshi.
Hiroshi.
Yeah.
Excellent. And
Yeah.
what kind of dog is he?
He's a pug.
Oh, so sweet. Okay. Well, shout out to Hiroshi the pug. Is Hiroshi on Instagram?
He is my post.
But he doesn't have his own Instagram. Okay. Excellent.
I'm not so famous.
Oh, not yet. Maybe someday you're going to be a famous baker and culinary artist. Okay. And so you take Hiroshi on walks?
Yeah, I do. I do take him on walks and I go back to my parents' house.
Okay. Hiroshi like walks?
Yeah. He was always excited.
I imagine so. And what's his name, Hiroshi?
Because I'm Japanese and I should want to be part and the dad of the guy.
Okay, that makes sense. Excellent. All right. And do you have lots of friends on Discord?
What?
Do you have lots of Discord?
No, I did.
Okay, excellent.
Today, my friend was about, so I just was going out.
Well, absolutely. You should know that you're always welcome here. You and Hiroshi are always welcome here. I have Miss Aquarius. She is just chilling. And then Brandon's chilling, and we had some other people in here earlier. And more than anything for me, I'm here to help you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, so I'm here for you, okay? Absolutely. Do you play on Discord?
Yeah, I do. I do play games on Discord.
Okay, what games do you like?
The shooting one, which is like even I like chess.
All right. Do you have a Pup Party?
Yeah, Pop Party. That's awesome.
You want to play Pup Party? Send you an invite. Are you good? Miso, are you good? Miso. Miso, casual. Miso. Miso, are you there? What happened to you, Miso? Hiroshi's taking up your time. Miso. Miso. Do you need me to send you an invite?
Sorry, my
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, excellent. Go to casual.
Yeah, sure. I just turned on the camera.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Do you want me to send you an invite?
You can play on the server.
Yeah, no. No, that's what we're going to do. But,
okay, this is for the ball.
Yeah. So I'll send you an invite. Let's see if we can find you. What is your username? Are you still there? Did you freeze? You look like you froze. Miso. 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 Miso, can you hear me? Miso. 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 You crash again? Miso. Miso. All right, well, that was fun.
Speak from the stage, how you doing? Good to talk to you again, brother. I'm doing pretty well. I just got inspired for Team Matrix talking and something that I kind
Oh, okay.
For me, Web3 is a great opportunity. Marketing in general, even if maybe you get into like sales, right? Whatever industry it is, that give you a lot of free time to kind of take care of your dog, kid, whatever it is that makes you happy. You gotta, at the end of the day, be a person that enjoy life, and also a key factor in living is creating, not over consuming. So you create, consume, make the world a better place. Be happy with yourself and inspire other people. Definitely gives a lot of value and purpose to live. Just wanted to go up there and kind of drop the line. 100%. A lot of good stuff, a lot of good takes. It's fucking takes on this Monday morning. Just getting going. Get my coffee in me. But yeah, man. I'm pretty baseball lessons, umpire some games, to me, around baseball, I really enjoy that stuff. So it's like kind of like a vacation. That's really cool. That's super exciting. You totally right. If we do have a community like for me, it's the same. That's why it's crypto for me. I feel like crypto, definitely going to learn this. So it's something funny that happens in crypto. Like every single day, you're in crypto, something fucking crazy happens. It's so entertaining, and it's my job to tweet about it, as I say. And I'm just sat here, got music on, talking to you guys, having a chill time. Everyone's having a good time. We've got heathens in a good place right now, and I'm just so happy that working towards a better future for ourselves. I feel like the people on stage right now are really, really intelligent people, and they're around the audience. We'll be following everyone on the stage and turning on notifications. If you don't have any notifications, fill it with people who are providing you with genuinely good information, not being pages, Jill and Dylan, Alex, fill it with these type of people. We've got a couple other people on the stage as well. I think Shannon, his name's fucking Shannon, I got one of my brothers. I remember a long time ago I was in a space with Shannon and Thread Guy, and Shannon made me co-host. And I ended up fucking pissing Thread Guy off by calling some of the shit he was talking about scams so much that it literally fucking made him flip out. And fucking he left the fucking stage, and from then on, I don't even think he ever came back to Alex's Spaces, bro. So, it's just interesting. It's just interesting that, like, where the world goes, and then all of a sudden he's sitting in with the president, So, like, it's just very interesting to where crypto can lead you, to be honest with you, if you're not put in the work. Yeah, that's so funny that you had that Frank Guy's probably, he's got such a good reputation that he can do no wrong. That's not bad on him. He's a great guy, me and Frank Guy started around the same time. I was neck and neck with Frank Guy back in the day, but I've been for 2 years, that's my fault. He's very ex-girlfriend stuff, ex-girlfriend, same here, ex-girlfriend. Having a girlfriend, when you look at the fucking, is normally like such a massive negative. I've got a good girlfriend, I feel very supportive. We've got a girlfriend who is constantly like stressing you out. I'm like, needy, bro, needy. Exactly, bro. You have to stop doing what you're doing. You've got a talent to the girlfriend, and you've got to worry about this. You just put such a bad fucking mental on you. You can't properly log in. Let's log in, then it's so yeah, exactly. If I was to give advice, it needs to be helpful for me. Sorry, Chad. Brilliant name. Good time. Just chatting. Now, Tom, you guys put up this guy.
What up, Mr. Aquarius? Yes, ma'am.
Add salt to the noodle, await the noodle, bunch of into close. Arrange the bread on the front, or arrange the candles or the lights are up. Through the Knesset, received sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are part. You are part. Now this is very interesting. Again, there is a concept of shchutei chutz. What shchutei chutz? You're not allowed to shech the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You have the mercy over here. It only applies to certain types of sacrifices that you apply to others. Most of these things so chayiv place our shochet. The only chayiv if you do that following our sacrifice. The save Hashem the save Hashem. Ya'ala Ola Zorek Kohani Yesh Achara Ola Image of Harbasa. Any sacrificial rites that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv is outside of these images are including sacrificial rites. So, a good example of that would be shechita, slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika.
It's better to just have one word.
These are final rites, final actions. We have a corresponding follow-up. Because of that, you do that. So, it's a plus. Okay, so let's for example, let's say a Kohen did it.
Yeah, how you living?
Outside of the Beis Hamikdash, poured the oil on the middle, broke it up. He did all these things. So if a non-Kohen did it outside,
Miguel, you've got to be 18 to be in here, big guy.
There's an Isser if a non-Kohen does the apple. It's Chai Misa. So, but again, these things were done. But
take care.
And he was in a state of tumah. He also
come back in 25 years.
Similarly, a Kohen, actually, is classic parsha. A Kohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite big day vestments. Failure to do so, in many respects, invalidates the avodah. And also the Lisa. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. And also, again, normally before performing the avodah, to wash his hands and his feet. To do so results in liability, culpability. But again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability for that. Okay, very interesting. And Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Lomishim Zaros, Zarsa Afas Man Bifnim, Eno Chayiv Misa. So this is interesting, right? If a Zar, if a non-Kohen did any of these things inside of the Beis Hamikdash, he would not be same idea, but let me show you Tumah. Kohen Tamish, same idea that again, there's no Tumah, there's no good of so the doesn't good. So the Gemara says as follows. Makber Chayiv. Interestingly enough, what we could see from this is that if you were to do the Haktarah, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside the shush, that there would be liability there. There would be Rashi, Makber, the Havodah Tama, Shein Achareh Havodah, Chayiv Mishum Tumah, Umay Chayiv Lavisa. So again, so now the Gemara kind of switching gears over here a little bit. So what do you see from here? That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a carbon, burn it on his bed in a state of tumah, he would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of tumah, ultimately again, if it was b'chutz. But if it's bifnim, there would be a chayiv. So what do you see? Again, can come kind of full circle. That if a Kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, there's again cautious with so that seems the answer to the question that Rav asked the original question. If a Kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, is he chayiv misa b'shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara says, "My love, misa." So we see here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a carbon in a state of tumah, he's chayiv misa. Flow, that's hard. No, it's not. It's actually it's a lot. It's a lot. I Elazar. So they're going to say that if a non does this, also only being by the love. Rashi says here, Elazar Nami, that clear on Makrim in Zaros, came on the issue over here. Remember, grouping all of these things together. You're telling me now that if a coin offers up in a state of coma, only a lot, not a situation. So what is that? If a non-coin does this, it's a lot, well, that can't be. The Hazar HaKori Plus, plus it says that non-coin is this kids who inform the subject. What did that? It's where I said, you're right, Hakidi, Saba Hakidi. Not treated the same. Not treated the same. In the cloud, you might make some inference over here. In the cloud, the Yotze Ubolo. Well, the Yotze Ubolo Lab Nami Lo. So you might say, well, so interestingly enough, we should infer from this that ultimately, again, Yotze, remember, Yotze is the pouring of the oil, Bolo is the mixing of the oil. Lab Nami Lo. Would also not be like where it says, Yotze Ubolo. Master Lab the Almo. So apparently, again, although I guess there's not even a love by someone. Which the says, is that true of us? I tell you, from where you know that there's a love, go ahead and pour the oil and mixing it around to a couple minutes. One is plus it says, and do not where it says, you're right, but that's only Midrash. Okay, interesting. So, there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming pouring the oil and mixing the oil to a covenant. It's rather against the Rabbanon, and the pasuk is in Asmach. But the question on Mason married the Kasha, the Elohim should be Nisa, the Rice says over here, these are the people who are high. Nisa, Tamei, Shishimish. Okay, pretty explicit. A Kohen who is Tamei, ultimately going to does the Avod is Chayim Nisa B'dei Shammai, which the Gemara says to you. So, enough Iman needs a refutation. It's a refutation. So, as I said, Halacha L'maisa, it appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that Halacha L'maisa is the person, the Kohen does the Avod, he's Chayim Nisa B'dei Shammai. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so if we take this approach, so then it makes sense why it's such a choice to see if it's not some kind of Movino celebration. So you can't bring in today's, right? Like you just said, when they bring in today's, what is basing to? There's no basing liability over there, but what can they do? Here, they can take them out and they can give up. Now, what's their license to do? Because since this calling is high and use of Shamayim, therefore, I'm off on the myself. The other times, you take it out, and essentially, it's pretty incredible Gemara. I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another information that halacha l'maisa appears when it comes to doing official rites and services outside of the Beis Hamikdash. I expect the Gemara over here. I don't know. I don't know how the Gemara passes over here. Only was called an avodah tama, only a concluding service. What's that? A concluding service? A service that there's nothing that follows after. Now, by shita, there are services that follow after, but shita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't have a follow. It's not follow-up to shita. So interesting enough, so we give just as an aside, one is only right for shita. As far as for avodah b'chutz, we call it a tama, a complete avodah that doesn't even have anything following us after. Okay, so now we're going to go back and get back today, go back and dissect the rice, which was just before. So, the probably could try Nisa, and again, Nisa today. Today, whenever we see Nisa means Nisa b'dei Shammai. Fine. So the English of Nisa, ha'ochel es ha'talo, person goes in, eats talo. What's talo? Talo is untied produce. Person goes in, eats talo, the tied Nisa b'dei Shammai. Rashi says over here, ha'ochel es ha'talo, kulam ha'spisim yal b'mikach. So again, what's the Israel going to do? We're going to go ahead and we're going to mention the list, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each of these items. So number one, Hokal Asatero. Number two, the Kohen Hamisha Apos to much more. The Kohen who is coming eats Truma, which is ritually pure. Okay, so coming Kohen eats Truma, which is hard, is Dishmai. Zar Shachar Truma, a non-Kohen eats Truma, also Misvidi Shamayim. Zar Shishimish, a Zar, right? Non-Kohen serves in the Beis Hamikdash. Ultimately, again, Chayiv Nisa. Kamei Shishimish. A Kohen who's coming, who does the avodah, also Chayiv Nisa. Again, this is the follow from the previous. Remember again, the Gemara just quoted part of myself, but once again, this seems to be the definitive that a Kohen does get hold of the state of purity. Is highly Swedish. No Shemish, it's full Yom Shishi. Full Yom, remember again, is someone who's going to make the Bible. It requires head of Shemesh. It's Sunday to the Avodah, Lord to the work. He does the Avodah, Chai the Shema. Next, Mukhus we got the Kohen is not wearing all of the obligatory investments. Next, Mukhus Kapara. Kohen is lacking, or he's different types of Shema require number one, isolation, number two, three carbonates in order to be effective. Who may have had time, even once the has not yet brought his necessary carbonates. If a person like that doesn't get hold of the necessary flush, he is high in himself. Fascinating. That's okay. So the is like, so remember again about the first thing when the plane comes into the basement in the morning, one morning, they go to the kiva, they go to the big sink, they go to the basin, and they wash their hands and feet. Failure to do so, and therefore go with unwashed hands and feet, is high Nisa Mishamayim. If you do the avodah under the right, these reviews of Rosh. Going allows us to didn't take a haircut. Remember, you know, that's how often I cut his haircut. Not that to cut his hair. The friend goes in with long hair. I Nisa about Orel, Ba'onim, the Yosh is Nisa Alabasara. The coin is very interesting. Twins uncircumcised. Orel, he does the Onim. Only means remember again the period of relative when the obligation is that all that has to be done scale. Let's say the coin does the all three of these things. Orel, Onim, there's no three of these conditions. Right? Rather, what is there? There's a lot. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, it's fascinating. What's the case of Orel? Shemisu Acham Machmas Riva, in Shishimish, the coin is full of Kibbutz. By the way, you ever had an uncircumcised couple. Remember, if you have in this situation today, you know, we spoke hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetically, so colloquial myself, let's say the coin had older designers with over this female. Now, again, the issue is such a person not to have this female, which is fine. It's not this female, but he's not allowed to do that. So any of these people, I'm not allowed to only guilty. I'm not allowed to do that. Rather again, what happens if a blemish what's that one? Over the Nisa, that the only Mass Hara says, Nisa Nisa, I'm you say a lot. Fascinating. We'll see all this later on in the Gemara. The case of Geneva, let's say someone intentionally committed let's say someone actively, purposely went ahead and took his properly and did Rabbi says usually trying. The Chum say no, it's allowed. How also this was it? That's a whole. Now let's dissect. Number one, both does a pedal. The first person in CBD Shemaim lineup. First guy was the first guy in CBD Shemaim lineup. Person eats untied produce. Someone says, no, where exactly do I know that from? How do I know that if someone eats pedal that is so literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must be Basidim Litrom Megaber. Torah is talking about those that is going to have tried to remove when have tried to remove from it. And the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Go ahead and profane it. So the Gemara says, well, actually, make it zero shalom. It says kilo by pedal, and it says kilo profane by truma. So it says chilul by truma, it's chilul by travel. You say Mala Lisa, so just like if someone is truma, whether it's a sound, coin coming in they're put to death. So there shall a pillow, that if you eat tevel, also needs something in Shemai. Incredible. I hold up the name of the no sir. Why don't you make it so no sir? No sir. Sacrificial meat that is left over past its permitted window. So why don't you start the lush of it will also because my nose. Why not make it zero show? Following Mara now no star is punished by kares, right? You sacrifice only past the permitted window, kares. So why don't you say that just like no star is kares, so too again. How is kares? Restream says no. Tabra Mishuma, it makes more sense to have Tevel from Truma than Tevel from Dosa. Why? Because Shekin Truma, Chutzalaretz. Number one, Truma doesn't apply in Chutzalaretz. Right? Truma doesn't apply in Chutzalaretz. Tevel doesn't apply in Chutzalaretz. Next, Putra.